ex-Machine Gun Kelly. And he revealed the news on Instagram, sharing, "She's finally here, our little celestial seed."
Jesus Christ.
The baby was born on March 27th.
Born of philandering.
Kelly's post features a black and white video of him holding his new baby's hand. They got engaged in 2022, but of course he split last November. Fox shares 3 other children with her ex-husband, Brian Austin Green. And a source previously shared with people that Fox is grateful for the parenting support that she gets from Brian Austin Green.
Yes, he's always said that.
We'll see how the whole thing works out with Machine Gun Kelly. But they got their baby, and congratulations are in order. All right, now we can see if we can get an answer to our stupid question this morning. Which U.S. state was nicknamed Old Dominion? And we will go to Melissa to see if she knows the answer. Good morning, Melissa.
Good morning. Hi, guys.
Hi, nice to have you on. All right, so do you know what U.S. state was nicknamed Old Dominion?
That would be Virginia.
Virginia.
Well done.
Yep. Hold on just a moment. Melissa, we are going to give you a pair of tickets to MMR Rock's Eliza Schlesinger at the Met in Philly on Friday, November 27th at 7 p.m. For more show information and another chance to win, you can head to WMMR.com.
Have you seen Eliza recently?
No.
She's all cut up, has abs to eternity.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, color me intrigued. Yeah. Nick is going to pull up some pictures of her right now. Yeah, she's looking fantastic, in great shape, sure enough. All right, so I have another story. Wendy Williams is heading into the next stage of her guardianship battle. The former talk show host has gotten permission to hire new lawyers to help her out on her stalled case. And Williams has been locked in guardianship for roughly 3 years so far. And she says that she doesn't need the guardianship and that she doesn't like her guardian, Sabrina Morrissey. And on top of that, a change in lawyers could help her get what she wants.
Is there any legal maneuvering that could make her one of the Guardians of the Galaxy?
Oh,
yeah.
Hadn't even considered that.
Possibly, right?
Yeah. Sabrina Morrissey. So if she becomes Guardian of the Galaxy, she'll move away from Wendy Williams.
Yes.
And Wendy can then go about her business.
Go about her life.
So the talk show host has been campaigning for a change for a while now, and she's been gaining steam recently. She spent the year advocating for change in her situation, including calling TMZ executive producer Harvey Levin and The View to make her case. Katy Perry is headed to space before she hits the road for her Lifetimes tour. Blue Origin announced that Perry will join their first ever all-female flight crew with the launch window set for April 14th in West Texas. And the flight's official patch even features fireworks on it for Perry, honoring her hit Firework and her global influence across music, pop culture, and philanthropy. The Woman's World singer will be flying alongside CBS Mornings anchor Gayle King and friend of Birdbot.
That's right, she is. No, you're thinking of Hoda Kotb.
Oh, Hoda Kotb. Damn it, that's who we had jump in and take a
Maybe
picture.
she can hop on.
We would love to. Maybe we could send Birdbot up in Blue Horizon. Blue Origin, Blue Horizon. Blue Oyster.
Blue Waffle. What the hell is that?
Blue Emu.
Stank.
So Gayle King, aerospace engineer Aisha Bowe, and civil rights activist Amanda Wynn, film producer Carrie Ann Flynn, and they'll be led by Jeff Bezos' fiance Lauren Sanchez,
who apparently is a pilot.
Oh,
no kidding.
Jeffrey Bezos.
And King previously shared on CBS Mornings that she felt terrified and excited at the same time, and even checked in with her kids and BFF Oprah before signing on.
Well, if I'm being honest, I would love it if one of them crapped their pants. It would really be a hell of a story.
We need a good story.
Who would you want? Would it have to be Gayle King because she's the most regal of the lot, right? The most... Right, just if you want a real story.
Yeah. The mission will mark the first all-female space flight since Soviet cosmonaut Valentina Tereshkova's solo trip back in 1963. That's how long it's been. The launch window begins at 8:30 a.m. Central Time on April 14th.
You know, it might be kind of cool as a thing, have a contest amongst those interested in the Amazon delivery pool. Amazon, send some Amazon workers up there.
Yes, absolutely.
Right? Wouldn't that be cool?
That would be fantastic if they would do something like that. Actress Elizabeth Moss, star of Handmaid's Tale, has revealed that she is a first-time mom now. While speaking at 2025 Paley Fest, LA on Wednesday, she revealed she has not only given birth to her first child, but was able to bring them to the set while filming.
Now, this is with Machine Gun Kelly, correct?
No, he is not spraying his seed all over the country.
It's celestial seed.
Celestial seed.
Yeah, well, she's a Scientologist, right?
Yeah.
So,
Yes.
all right.
So,
I mean, there's like that whole celestial thing going on.
okay.
with it.
Yeah.
So
Conceived in a volcano.
she said, I feel so fortunate to be able to do that. And she said, any of us who have had the privilege of being able to bring our kids or see our kids at work, we would every single time be like, aren't we lucky that we get to do that?
You know, for the first, like in the Mad Men years and seeing a bit of her on Handmaid's Tale and stuff like that, I was like, man, she seems like she's always like down. She's not. I've seen many interviews with her now where
Yeah,
she's
she's
like
light and fun.
and she's fun, and she's really good in that Invisible Man movie.
Yeah.
I think she's terrific in that.
Yeah, in Handmaid's Tale, she is just, you're right, it's just.
Like down.
I mean, she's the insanely oppressed in the show, so yes, you
She
can
never once
understand
says
that, but
wacka wacka, does she?
not
Not
once
even one
in the
time.
whole 5 seasons they've had, or 4 seasons, or whatever. Come on, man. She has not revealed anything about the baby other than they are here now. So what's so bad about taking a selfie with superstar Billie Eilish? Chris Hemsworth did just that at the Academy Awards, but is now feeling some regret over it. He was on with Stephen Colbert, and he explained his second thoughts. He said, I got a photo with Billie Eilish at the Oscars, and I remember thinking, oh, don't do it. He said that he and his wife, Elsa Pataki, did it anyway because he thought their kids would be impressed with it. And he said, I was like, no, my kids are going to love this. And then the moment I took it, I was like, I went from work colleague to now like a fan. He said, we will never be friends.
Oh my God.
We will
that's
never
so
be
funny.
best friends.
I think
Well, look, they all 3 of them look like they're having fun, then it was okay.
Well, I would think she would find it cool that Chris Hemsworth would want to get a selfie.
Do you know what he thinks? I know exactly what he's thinking.
Yes.
He's thinking now he appears like a fan, you know,
Yeah.
and not that there's anything wrong with that, but he's also a contemporary.
Yes.
And he feels intrusive.
Yeah.
I wonder if that just doesn't happen there. Like you don't take pictures with other people. Like if that's sort of like an unwritten rule.
The celebrities I tend to like and the people are the people who would do exactly that. Go up to another person and get all starstruck because, you know, I think that's a normal reaction, you know?
Yeah, here's a perfect example of that, Steve. We Are the World.
We are the world.
Diana
Yeah.
Ross.
Yep.
Goes over to Daryl Hall,
Right.
and asks for his autograph. And then, if you ever saw the documentary,
Yeah,
then
it's
it opened
great.
up to everybody. Started taking their lyric sheets and going to every other
Yeah.
star and finally getting their autograph. So
course.
it means something to
It does.
some of
Yeah.
those celebs as well. They're starstruck too.
I asked for a selfie last night. We had an appearance or an event with Landon Dickerson at Daisy Tavern, and I am not good at selfie game. I posted all 3. The first 2 turned out all right. The third one is this one, Preston. I'm just awful at it. I never do a good job, and I'm embarrassed every single damn time. And,
Well,
and Landon could not have been a nicer guy. It was a great event, and it's me. I'm the problem.
No, you're, to your defense, you're covering a wide number of feet between your head and his head.
Yeah, a lot of people
Question.
are curious as to who had a bigger head.
You have an iPhone, right?
I do.
When you take your selfie, do you use the volume button to? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That should help you.
It doesn't.
Okay.
See, I don't like the volume button. I feel like
I love it.
It looks
I like
shaky
it.
and it's not as clear for me. Like I guess my hand isn't as steady if I'm using that.
Now, another thing you can do, now you have to do this blind, though, if you go with the other camera, the away-facing camera, not the screen camera, and you put it on that 0.5, which is essentially a fisheye lens,
Yeah, yeah.
Get it?
you will get a larger
All right.
spread, and you won't, like, cut somebody out.
I'll do that next time.
But it's like I'm doing this. I'm visually here holding this up in the studio. It's facing you like this, so you don't get to see the monitor per se.
Right.
But what it's like, but you'll get a wider
All right.
view.
I'll
So
give that a shot.
try that one.
Preston giving you cell phone tips, Nick.
Why don't you
About that.
Dude, he's good.
Call up Landon and see if he'd be up for another round.
Redo.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. King Charles found himself back in the hospital. Thankfully, his stay was brief. It was after getting his most recent cancer treatment. This was yesterday. According to Buckingham Palace, the king experienced temporary side effects that required a short period of observation in the hospital.
accidentally got a matchbox car stuck up my nose.
his Thursday agenda was canceled, and the statement continues saying he is now recovering at Clarence House as a precautionary measure, acting on medical advice. Tomorrow's daily program will be rescheduled.
Would His Majesty like his enema now?
The king's cancer diagnosis was first revealed last February, but it was just a minor little setback.
Good. I was worried.
So when they're not writing hit novels, Harlan Coben and Stephen King do battle with March Madness brackets rather than on the bestsellers list. Coben was on Good Morning America earlier this week when he revealed that the two authors are in the same betting pool when the NCAA tournament rolls around.
Coben's the author of Flarb and Dargin, right?
Flarb and Dargin.
All right, let me do the setup for that. Grocery outlet,
Flarb and Dargin.
This is what we do off air, by the way.
If you think we're stupid on
Oh
air,
my God.
You
should hear us react to the commercials. Because we sit here and we hear them all like you do, but grocery outlet.
Flarb and Dargin. Because we didn't know what the words were.
Nope.
Yeah.
So anyhow, he said he's at a decided disadvantage. He said, well, I'm terrible. Last year I came in last place, and that's why I think they invited me in. He said, and this year I'm threatening to come in last place again. And then he joked that his picks are, quote, more frightening than anything Stephen King writes. So we'll see how he does. Jerry Turner ended up getting hitched after his stint on the inaugural Golden Bachelor, though his marriage to Teresa Nist ended rather quickly.
I love you, but I don't love you.
With casting for Bachelor in Paradise underway and word that several Golden Bachelor contestants would be appearing, rumor was that Turner would be one of them. But he tells TMZ no, though there is an asterisk. Turner tells the outlet that he turned down the offer 3 weeks ago when producers reached out to him to join the cast. He explained that he already knows the women that will be on the show, and he's already established there's no romantic spark there. So he's not interested. But the asterisk is he told producers that he'd make a cameo or host a date when the production begins this summer. And if they cast women he's not already familiar with, he'd be receptive to them repeating the invite down the line.
No, thanks.
So we will see. Leonardo DiCaprio launched his own personal YouTube page to host the first trailer for his upcoming shoot 'em up, One Battle After Another. The film, directed by Paul Thomas Anderson, stars Leo as Bob Ferguson, who was once part of a black ops unit called the French 75. His daughter seemingly kidnapped, prompting a mad scramble to rescue her, and that's what happens in the movie. It also stars Teyana Taylor, Regina Hall, Chase Infinity, Benicio del Toro, and Sean Penn, and that will hit theaters on September 26th.
What I've seen looks good, and it looks like an atypical sort of a DiCaprio role.
Yeah. A couple of clips, I was kind of surprised to see him. So this is really interesting. Speaking of Leo, we'll start off with Corey Feldman. Oh. He is airing some old Hollywood drama and revealed that he, or no, I'm sorry. Yeah, this does
right.
have a connection, Leo, to DiCaprio. So he has some sour feelings towards Johnny Depp. On the Magnificent Others with Billy Corgan podcast, Feldman revealed that he was originally cast as Arnie Grape in What's Eating Gilbert Grape, but he claimed that Johnny Depp whispered into the producer's ear that he wasn't fond of me. And that role for the critically acclaimed 1994 movie ultimately went to Leonardo DiCaprio, earning him his first Oscar and Golden Globe nominations. Feldman added that Depp allegedly said that he didn't work with junkies, but Feldman insisted I was sober, I had just gotten sober, and he called losing the role a bit of a thorn in the side, noting that had I not been pushed out and done that role, who knows what would have happened from that point forward, but you can't hang on to those things.
DiCaprio was great in the
brilliant.
role. Depp, for his part, says that's not what he whispered. He whispered, I'm going to make you feel so good.
Oh, yeah. Really?
Oh, man.
That movie, Leonardo DiCaprio, he transforms himself.
Yeah,
He is, you could tell that he had the chops to be a great actor in that movie. It's a good, quirky movie.
Yeah.
But
Agreed.
It was a really wonderful role for him. I don't think Corey would
Feldman,
have done it justice. No.
Well, also he demanded that they let him write the theme song. You know, which is how we got Midnight Flowers or
The Springtime Flowers.
Yeah.
It was originally springtime
Springtime grapes bloom.
Yeah. All right, Kathy, this one's for you.
Okay.
Duke University is getting a lot of attention for all the wrong reasons from the hit HBO show The White Lotus.
Oh, dear God in heaven.
Kathy texted me the other day because I watched the first episode and she didn't know that I wasn't continuing. I'm going to come back to it, but she texted me something like, "Oh my God, are you watching this?"
Steve knows what it is. Don't
Yes,
say it.
I won't say it.
So the series, set in a luxury hotel in Thailand for its third season, features a wealthy family, two of whom are Duke alumni. But the father, played by actor Jason Isaacs, can hardly enjoy the lush surroundings since he's been, and I won't tell you what's going on. It mentions the plot, so I'm going to leave that blank. But in episode 5, a character holds a gun to his temple, and he's wearing a gray T-shirt emblazoned with the iconic royal blue Duke lettering and logo. A clip of that scene went viral on social media platforms, and the timing couldn't have been more potent since Duke is a favored pick to win the NCAA National College Basketball Championships, and some posters suggest the scene reflected what might happen if Duke loses in the March Madness tournament.
Brutal.
So Duke did not approve the use of the logo in the White Lotus and the school.
It's a T-shirt with it's big, bright Duke on it. I mean, you can't get past it.
So they said in response to questions, and in fact, Frank Trammell, who is the president for communications for Duke, said the White Lotus not only uses our brand without permission, but in our view, uses it on imagery that is troubling, does not reflect our values or who we are, and simply goes too far.
So can they? I mean, it's a college shirt. Like, can they do that?
It's a good question.
I don't know.
Without permission?
Yeah.
I hate Duke even more now.
In The White Lotus, Duke isn't necessarily painted in the most flattering light. Patrick Schwarzenegger plays Saxon, who's a bit of a playboy and a douchebag.
A just reprehensible douchebag.
And is a recent Duke graduate on the show, now working for his dad. His sister, a peace-seeking Buddhist, she attends University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. So
she's
Duke
like
is not...
sweet and cute and doesn't get along with her brother.
And the Duke guys are jerks, it seems like.
Let me ask you, Kathy, because I've heard more than one person say, and more than one cast member, they have a lot of really crazy things going on in the season, but that the thing that's resonating the most is the notion of three female friends on vacation and how they pair off in twos to talk about the other one.
Yeah, that's like the whole thing. Like when one goes to bed, that's what happens. But this one, I would say, there were the other seasons, there were things where you were like, oh my God, this one got me. Like, I can't get what I watched out of my head, and it's really disturbing.
All right.
And I want to go on. It's the latest episode, so I'm all caught up. I have
How
to wait
many are out now?
I think, is it
6,
4 or
7?
5? No, not yet.
Okay.
No, maybe it is.
Yeah.
Maybe you're right, Steve. Maybe I'm a little farther along. But it just, and I had to text somebody. I'm like, I need someone who's watching this to talk to me. I need therapy now.
So Kathy's lit a fire under my ass to get back to watching it now.
I was waiting just so, when it eventually ends, I can just kind of bust all through it. So I think maybe right now is the time. Although, Nick, I just started watching back on Severance, and I'm like, this show's actually really good.
I love White Lotus first 2 seasons. I haven't watched any of this season yet. So, Kathy, I got to get caught up on that too. And then I'm watching this show called Bad Sisters. I'm so far behind on like 8 different shows.
I loved Bad Sisters.
Bad Sisters is a great show too.
Yeah. When you all watch White Lotus, we can sit down and have a group therapy.
All right.
I think I'm the only one. I wasn't such a fan of the second season.
Oh, no?
I thought it was. I think there was the. I think what happened was I was so like, wow, season 1. That really cool. And then I saw a bit of the formula in the second one. I think it happens a lot. And I think I'll probably, like, the third season is popping more.
So I would say I liked the first season better than the second season.
Yeah.
I did still enjoy the second season. I think that this one is really good. I don't know. You don't know exactly yet what's happening. So I have to see, what the end is, what happens in this season. But so far, it's great.
Okay.
Minus the one scene.
All right. So this is
That
great
they
to hear.
keep playing over and over and over again. Okay, sorry.
This is great to hear. This is Spinal Tap. It's headed back to the big screen. The cult classic hits theaters once again from July 5th through July 7th. This is Spinal Tap, of course, follows a British heavy metal band as they go through a disaster-filled U.S. tour. The re-release comes ahead of the sequel, Spinal Tap 2, The End Continues. Hitting theaters later this year, September 12th, by the way. So the movie made under $5 million when it came out back in 1984, but found a lot of love after its release. The Library of Congress even deemed it culturally, historically, and aesthetically significant and it was sent to be preserved by the National Film Registry. So
I've said it before, Preston. I will never forget. I went to see that movie. I think it was by myself. I was so eager to see it. And I was driving home on Hempstead Turnpike, a lot of intersections and lights. I was continuing to laugh with tears streaming down my face at intersections, worrying about how I was looking to other cars around me like a friggin' lunatic.
You know, I've never seen Spinal Tap.
No,
Oh, my
kidding,
God.
man.
I wonder, because so many have followed in its footsteps now.
Yeah.
The concept of the mockumentary
Yes.
was ushered in.
Yes.
But like the rock scenes, I think would get Casey.
Yeah.
I still think you would love it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It was so unique at the time.
Yeah.
And so then we've gone on to see things, like Best in Show and all these other films, these kind of things. Waiting for Guffman, all those movies that follow in this similar style. But I've told the story before, Steve. The first time I saw it, I was at an event. It was like my grandparents' anniversary at this hotel, and it was just on. It was just on TV in a room. And I'm sitting there watching. I was, a teenager. I'm like, is this real? I'm like, is this an actual band?
Yeah,
like, I was confused. And eventually it started to reveal itself, and I'm like, oh my God, this is hilarious. It's so well done.
Right out of the gate, when Rob Reiner's interviewing the band, and he's looks like your typical out of USC film director, and he's there and he's describing their career, and even they break a little bit when he says this album got a 2-word review. It was Shark Sandwich was
S Sandwich.
and a couple of them sort of chuckle a little bit.
All right, so we have movies opening this weekend, people. Let's talk about them for a moment. A Working Man is an action mystery film starring Jason Statham, Jason Fleming, and Cokie Falco. Levon Cade left behind a decorated military career in the Black Ops to live a simple life working construction.
I've never heard a plot like this.
Never, right?
Wow, this is unique.
But when his boss's daughter, who is like family to him, is taken by human traffickers, his search to bring her home uncovers a world of corruption far greater than he ever could have imagined. It's an hour and 56 minutes long. It's rated R, wide theater release. Rotten Tomatoes score is 54%.
I have a special set of skills for people who take my boss's daughter.
Yeah, I mean, how many scripts do you think Jason Statham gets that are exactly the same?
Well, the last one, The Beekeeper, was exactly that.
Yeah.
He's part of this special, listen, and
They're
he
critic-proof.
excels at them. You know what you're getting.
Yep.
It is revenge, and so they work.
All right, and then we have Death of a Unicorn opening as a horror comedy. Stars Paul Rudd, Jenna Ortega, and Will Poulter. A father and daughter accidentally hit and kill a unicorn while en route to a weekend retreat where his billionaire boss seeks to exploit the creature's miraculous curative properties. It's an hour and 44 minutes long. It's rated R, wide theater release, and Rotten Tomatoes score is a 57%.
Should have Jason Statham in it.
Yep.
All right, here we go with the clips. In the new romantic comedy, The Life List, Alex is put on a quest by her mother to finish her childhood bucket list. And in this clip, Sophia Carson describes her immediate connection to the script.
I really connected to her relationship with Elizabeth, with her mother, who kind of sees her as this beautiful kaleidoscope of colors that she still can't recognize in herself until we see her go through this extraordinary journey and blossom like a rose.
The Life List is streaming now on Netflix. I dig her, Sophia Carson. She was
Yes.
in The Descendants.
Yeah, she's really good.
Gorgeous and good actress. All right, here is the next clip. Will and Grace writers have a new series coming out calling Mid-Century Modern, starring Nathan Lane. And in this clip, David Cohen talks about how much farther his writing can go with streaming.
It's part of the job now, With this go round, maybe we get to freshen up the way that it's done because we're on Hulu and they will allow us to go places that we weren't allowed to go when we did it on a network for NBC.
Yeah, the show looks good.
all the years we've talked to so many people that I forget who we have spoken to. Have we ever had Nathan Lane on the show? I think we did
have
for like a phone interview or something like that. He's a guy I would love to sit down and talk to.
He's so good and so genuinely funny and so genuinely talented.
Yeah.
So this is him and Matt Baumer, who's was the stripper movies, the
Striptease?
No, Channing Tatum's.
Magic Mike.
Magic Mike movies. So the guy's incredibly good looking, but it's an openly gay sort of thing. The teaser spots for it had me laughing. So yeah.
So season 1 of Mid-Century Modern is now streaming on Hulu if you want to see that. All right, that's your entertainment report for this Friday morning. We have a bunch of things that are taking place on the program today. We have the Connoisseur coming up in a little while. We have Marc Murphy actually is going to be a guest for the Connoisseur, which is pretty cool. Renowned chef.
Yes.
To talk about something cool. So it's our first time having a guest in the Connoisseur.
What's his worldly good guy status? Do we know?
I think he's a worldly known good guy.
Okay, yeah.
Is he?
Yeah.
He's made the ranks?
He hasn't made great status like chemo.
Okay. He's working his way up.
He's at the good status, right? But it is still worldly known.
Okay.
And comedian Craig Shoemaker is going to be in town. He's back home and performing at Soul Joel's in Pottstown. We'll talk to him in the 9 o'clock hour. So take a quick break and we'll come back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Hey, man, I'm sorry I pissed on you.
Yeah, especially the houses that live right next to the train tracks. Those are always lovely.
Strasbourg is the one you're thinking of.
Strasbourg,
Is that's the best in the area, right?
They have the ghost train. It's like the old style locomotive. That's up by Lancaster.
And didn't we have a Not Your Average Listener? Was she from?
She was an engineer.
Yeah,
An engineer,
for them. Yeah.
That was cool.
And
That
that
was
one
really cool.
goes for about 40 minutes. From what I understand.
Something like that, yeah.
40, 45 minutes.
Most of them are like a half, anywhere from like 40 minutes to an hour.
That's still cool.
But Case, along the lines of what you were saying, and if you're in Jersey, New Jersey Transit.
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Does
Listen,
go over
it's
there?
not exactly the same experience, but the buses are always a blast.
This also says have a fall photo shoot.
Oh, I'm doing that.
What? Who put this together? Sling Blade?
We're doing a family photo
I got some
shoot.
great ideas for all of them.
No, don't make fun of that one.
Go outside looking out there, like raccoons out in the field.
So you're doing a fall photo shoot?
Yeah, we're
Family
doing
photo shoot?
it, Steve, on Forbidden Drive.
Yes, it'll be. I'd love to. Forbidden Drive is close to me. Huh?
Actually, that's a good idea.
Do you want to bring us hot chocolate in the morning?
I will absolutely with spice latte. SP. What is it?
SPL.
PSL.
PSL.
Look,
Wait.
I brought some SPLs.
SPL.
Look, I brought some silent
PSL.
deadlies.
Yeah.
Pumpkin spice latte.
I brought some SPLs.
What did I say?
Silent but deadly. SPDs.
CVDA.
I brought some DVDAs, everybody.
PSLs is
And lube.
Just replace
DSL is
penis.
something very different.
Yeah.
What?
All right, hang on.
Just say the letters. The letters aren't profane.
No, but I'm just saying.
You won't
know what
know.
DSL, right?
Oh, yeah.
But a PSL.
D
just,
sucking lips.
Yeah.
Okay.
So now you're pee sucking.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, guys.
We used to say
it's a
DSB,
little bit-
deadly sperm buildup. If you hadn't gotten laid in a year.
Oh.
Yeah. I have
Here.
DSB.
Where's that taking
My
place?
pupils are white.
We are all. This is.
We are.
This is.
This is it.
we're
These are
off
fall
the rails.
activities.
We are off the rails.
I just want to know when
Yes,
you're
I'm
doing.
interested in where the DSL is taking place. I believe I qualify.
I definitely qualify.
Romano, Romano.
That was my nickname, by the way.
What?
Are you kidding?
Shut up. DSL?
My girlfriends would call me that. Yes.
Wow. How ironic.
That is.
No, I wasn't actually using.
I
that
know.
word,
That's the
but
definition of irony. It's. Oh my God.
It does, yeah. That's like talk about Sling Blade. That's like nicknaming him the Brain.
Right.
Hey, genius.
DSL.
That's funny.
Wow, we still find things out about each other after all these years. So the Warner Brothers movie A Star is Born remake is pushing its release to May 18th, 2018 from September 28th through
Why is that?
2018. You know what? They don't really give a reason why, but they're moving it up.
This is Bradley Cooper and Lady Gaga.
Yeah, exactly. Cooper plays Jackson Maine, who discovers a talented unknown named Allie. That's Lady Gaga. Her eventual fame puts a strain on their romance, and previous versions include the 1937 film starring Frederick Mark and Janet Gaynor.
And the one with James Mason, where I played Norman Maine.
Yeah, in 1954.
Judy Garland's Esther Blodgett.
Yes, James Mason and Judy Garland.
It was the first time. It was a musical version, and that was the first time.
It was a musical?
The original was not.
Oh, okay. Like they sang.
They sang. There were songs sung.
But did they sing?
Often.
Did they sing dialogue to each other, or was it just songs were in it?
There were songs performed.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mason. And have some Thunderbirds.
Yeah, thank you. When
Yeah.
friends drop by unexpectedly, I break out the Thunderbird and beef jerky.
Beef jerky?
Absolutely. Okay. And everyone leaves with a small Tupperware container full of taco dip.
Oh.
That's how we roll at the Mason house.
Do we still have the Thunderbird? I don't know. See if you can find that audio. Look up James Mason and Thunderbird, which was basically Thunderbird is like the malt liquor that you'll find, discarded bottles of in
alleyways.
In alleyways. And here it is. Yes.
I like the unusual flavor of Thunderbird wine. It's an exceptionally good drink for every occasion. Thunderbird has an unusual flavor all its own.
Unusual flavor. What I imagine perhaps a sloth seminal fluid to taste like.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
That's unusual for sure, as I'm only guessing, having not ever gone down on a sloth. Unusual for sure.
Nobody's ever said that.
Oh my God, I'm wheezing like crazy. Oh.
Not quite like anything I've ever tasted.
It actually physically sticks in my teeth, which you don't find in most liquids.
I suggest that you try Thunderbird. It's really delightful.
Best way to get rid of unwanted friends.
This is peak lazy. Walmart has revealed it is testing a service in Silicon Valley that delivers groceries straight into customers' refrigerators.
They'll pack your fridge for you?
Yep.
They'll pack your ass, Preston.
You moving? Bend over and I'll pack your
All
ass
right,
for
is
you.
this because,
Help you pack your ass.
Amazon, you have Amazon is like pantry or whatever, and then Amazon Fresh, where they deliver it to your
How about
doorstep?
Amazon Rectum, where they actually feed you the food and then push it through your...
Oh, dear God.
Yeah.
So the problem we have with the Amazon Fresh isn't really anything except for the fact that when they pack the frozen food and the perishable foods, they have ice packs to keep it like fresh. Now we have like 70.
You don't have to keep them.
70 ice packs.
You don't have to keep them.
Right?
You
Do you
can
know what?
actually throw some of them out
If
if
you
you
can,
want.
drop them off at retirement homes. They love to play with them.
Wait a minute. So you feel obligated to keep them all?
Well, all right. So they did come in handy for the shore this past summer.
I keep a couple of them.
Yeah, we kept a whole bunch in the freezer. So when we would take a cooler down to the beach or whatever. But
can't you return them?
I guess you
No,
could.
it's just plastic with
hang on.
water in it.
Oh, all right.
It's
Wait,
not-
by the way, what is it just plastic with
No,
water in it? Because
it's-
those things stay frozen for days.
No, yeah. Poke one open, drain it out.
Drink it.
Drink it.
Drink it.
No
No,
thanks.
and then
No,
no, I'm saying if you want to get rid of them, and then throw it in the recycling.
But
Isn't
my
it
point is I don't
airline
think-
employee semen? Is that what it is?
I don't think it's just water. I will bet you.
Oh.
What?
That would be a great
Oh,
idea.
wait a
I
second.
will
Okay.
bet you
Ooh.
a shopping spree
Oh.
that it is more than just water. What do you mean no?
Make it more interesting. Than
Well,
shopping
what
spree.
does
I want your ripped shirt.
Yeah, complete the
You
rip
want to
on
wear
your
it.
shirt.
Your back.
Rip
With
it
the
all the
underpants
way
Let
down.
me rip
right
the
now.
rest of your shirt.
Yeah.
And you got a bet.
We now rip it below knocker level.
You have to puncture them first, right? You can't
No.
just throw them away full.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that too much effort?
Did you say yo? Or did you say no?
I said yeah.
yeah.
Yo.
Okay.
I said yeah.
Yo, buddy.
Yo.
Anyway, yes, we started hanging on to a few of those as well, and then what am I doing? And I just started throwing them away. So.
I'm done with the coat I wanted to make out of these.
Mm-hmm. All right, hold on.
What?
We may
Breaking news?
No, it's not. No, it's not breaking
are you
news. Don't do
sure?
it.
Too late.
Breaking news. Breaking news.
A lot of texts are coming in
Breaking news. Do.
saying that they've opened those things up and there's all kinds of blue stuff and sticky and
Oh my gosh.
things inside of it.
Kathy, where's he going to take you?
Where are we going? Saks, Preston, right after the show.
Sex?
Sex right after
yeah.
the show.
Sex
Wow.
after the show with Kathy.
Here's another one. So it says the packs say on it that you can cut them and empty them down the drain.
Oh. I don't read things.
Here's somebody says I'm the owner of Amazon. The fluid is from aborted babies.
Oh, good God.
Another level.
Okay, I don't know.
That's not funny.
But what see? Now you may be taking about your service. Is your from Amazon?
No, mine's HelloFresh.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I do.
Hello, Fresh.
Blue Apron. I want to go to this call on the line real quick, and then we're going to take a break in just a moment. So I'm going to go to Harry. Hey, Harry, how you doing?
Good. Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good. What's up, bud?
Hey, most townships have a thing like once a year or so. They call it, one of the names they use is called clean sweep.
Yeah.
And if you have like paint cans or drain cleaner or something like that you don't want any kind of chemical like that.
Household hazardous waste, yeah.
Yeah. You could take it there, and most of them don't charge you anything for it because they just want you to get rid of it safely.
I got to look for that because I have a whole bunch of paint cans I'm looking to get rid of. I have all the stuff from my meth lab I'm looking to get rid of. Yeah.
No, I have a ton of stuff that I need to throw
And you never
out.
know, and you don't want to like battery acid or you know what else I have a lot of those old kerosene, not kerosene, those old the fuel for the little
Oh yeah.
barbecues. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, the
little containers,
propane tanks, right?
the mini propane tanks.
Go to your trash provider or trash, whatever you want to call it.
Trash provider.
Not your trash
I did
provider.
get my trash delivered this week. I'm sitting here without any garbage. Everyone looks like they're far more.
Your disposal provider.
Where is my trash delivery? I put the cans out at the curbside. I'm waiting. Everyone else has their trash. Do you want me to look like an idiot?
Sorry, sir.
I'm paying for.
Do you want general trash, or do you want like hobo trash? Do you want the classic fish bones and flies, or do you want?
We go with like large,
boxes, styrofoam, stuff like that would be fine.
Yeah.
Shredded paper, documents that made me look important.
All right, sir.
Sorry for the confusion.
We are the nation's number one trash provider. Anyhow, if you call it your trash service, or go on their website, it will tell you how you can go about disposing of household hazardous waste.
I always forget to do that, so you end up with 45 cans of old paint in your house.
Yeah, that's true. If you're just tuning in, it's Michael Cudlitz who is here with us.
The earlier roles, you had 90210. You're also in Dragging the Bruce Lee Story, right?
Hey, Chinaman, teach us those moves.
Wait a minute. You were in that scene?
Yeah, he's one of the...
I am that scene.
Wait, where
I'm Bruce Lee.
No.
Dude, you were phenomenal.
I'm amazing.
You looked Asian. You looked Asian.
Wait, when he was in the going to college and he's training in the...
I represent the man.
Okay, I have to go back and I've seen that movie a bunch of times. All right, thank you very much, Kath. Bunch happening on the show today, so if we don't do it now, we won't do it at all. Let's clean out the junk
It's the junk drawer. Preston's cleaning out his junk drawer. Getting things out of his junk drawer. Finding stuff here in the junk drawer.
I always leave that one.
Very robust hugs.
Thank you.
This morning.
I've been doing my hug ups.
Yeah, those had some bite to them.
Balls to it.
Wow. Okay, well, let's dig in and see what we can find here in my messy junk drawer. Yes, here. This one I wanted to pass along to you guys. So, loyalty tests have become quite the thing over social media, so much so that some business-minded people have turned it into a business. Companies like loyalty-test.com have popped up, giving those questioning their relationships a way to test their significant other's faithfulness. Now, here's what they do. They send somebody out to flirt with your significant other, and they see how they react. Now, what I don't know is if they film the encounter or if you're hiding nearby to see what's going on, or they report back to you like a private eye. I'm not sure how it all works out.
So the seeds of this have been around for years, where there's people that will do this, organizations or even just whatever. Usually it is a audio recording.
Okay.
Now, though, with the tech, you could easily have a video camera.
Yeah, you could film it. So, though it could be argued that if you feel the need to even do this, then you either already have your answer or the issue lies somewhere within your own insecurity. So those interested in the service simply log into the site. They then choose a loyalty package offered by the tester of their choice. And from then, the tester makes their move on a customer's significant other, and the chips fall where they may.
So it's a weird thing. I think I process it as like... I agree. If you're overly concerned with this, it says a lot about you.
Well, but it depends on the scenario too. Let's
But
say
it
you have
depends on the
confronted.
scenario,
Let's say
yeah.
you have confronted the person, your significant
Right.
other, and you've asked them directly,
Right.
and they deny it, and there's something about it you just are not buying.
And
you know what I mean?
I exactly know what you mean, because I think there's gray areas all around here.
Yeah.
So and then there's the thing of entrapment or being set up.
Right.
But honestly, the thing should be you shouldn't. So if you or if you feel you need to go outside of a relationship, bring that up with the person you're in the relationship with. Say, I'm getting these feelings. Can we work on making this better, or let's end this now? I feel I need to move on.
Right. And I mean, it's. I wonder what the what the minutia involved is in getting the tester, because if they're not attractive enough,
Right.
So, how about you buy me a scotch and soda? Hey, light my Marlboro.
Yeah, you hired somebody that is just not their type.
Yeah.
They might be attractive, but not their type.
If Kate Beckinsale walks up, you might have an issue.
But then let's say that it's a way out of your league, unbelievable opportunity.
Yeah.
And the guy caves.
I know, and I say this with all sincerity. It's not performative. I couldn't. I wouldn't. I've never.
Yeah.
And so just because I know I would hate to have that happen to me. I would hate that. Now, mind you, if I've been in a relationship where I had, I didn't feel it was working out or whatever, and bring it to I always say, if you can work out a situation where you can bring it to the person, just bring it up and then move on, then feelings aren't hurt. It doesn't always work out that way. Just ask OJ.
But if Sydney Sweeney, just using an example of a person so hot it hurts.
Yeah.
Comes up and is putting the obvious, giving you the straight up offer.
I'd be like, you're a hooker.
Would it be out of line? Would it be out of line to say, can I call my wife and ask if this is okay, real quick?
See, I would enjoy teasing, like, no, you can't have this. Sydney Sweeney.
How bad? How bad
do you want it, Sydney Sweeney?
But you're right, Casey. I would think, okay, this is a hooker.
He's a hooker.
She's a hooker.
It's a paid hooker. My wife has paid a hooker to test me. You're not Sydney Sweeney. You're a hooker.
All right. So anyhow, if you're interested in that, one of the companies is loyalty-test.com.
So it's basically an extension of a private detective.
Yeah, precisely. All right. How about this one? Zillow has revealed features that will boost a home's sales price.
All
right. So
fake pictures?
One of the biggest surprises in the real estate site's latest report is that the farmhouse aesthetic is losing its appeal, while organic modernism is becoming more popular. So what is that exactly? Organic modernism. The style is all about sophisticated finishes like soapstone countertops, white oak floors, and Venetian plaster walls. This is according to Zillow. And homes that have these designs can add around $12,500 to a typical U.S. home's sales price.
I love the white oak. I did that in my kitchen.
White oak floors?
Not floors. I did an island and a hood that was white oak. But if I could redo my floors, I would do the white oak. It's so nice.
Yeah? Is oak expensive?
I mean, everything's expensive.
All right. Oak is nice.
Yeah.
I love Zillow as well, Steve, and I subscribe to it. And also,
yes,
I am Zillow porn beginning to end. I think it's fantastic. I have the Zillow app per your recommendation on my TV. I also get Zillow updates once every couple of months as to the list price of my house.
Yeah.
And I'm curious as to my Zestimate. Thank you, Casey. I'm curious as to how accurate that actually is. Because, or is it just Zillow trying to be like, hey, thinking about selling your house? List it with us.
All right. If there are any real estate agents listening that can comment on that, text the word Zoom to 610-660-9333.
Yeah.
And we will send you a link, and maybe you can join us via Zoom, and you can let us know the accuracy of those Zestimates, because each one of them. So you have Realtor.com. You have like 3 or 4 that people go to.
I have Redfin as well.
And so those numbers vary between between sites.
Yeah,
so
and they certainly vary over time, and sometimes they dip, and I have no idea why, unless it's just the real estate market saying that it does.
Yeah, and depending on the the Zestimate, it usually gives you a range, right? And then it'll park the Zestimate right in the middle of that range. But you can go to like recently sold or recently purchased homes to see how close their Zestimate was.
Yeah. And
I never go on the high end of my Zestimate. You know,
no, it's smarter to just figure, bare bones and work your way up.
Yep. So wet rooms are also in demand. I want one of those. That's the kind of open bathroom.
Oh, yeah.
Well, so it explains it. Fully waterproof spaces for showering and bathing are popular for people with kids and those who struggle with mobility issues. So it's like a larger area that the bathtub and the shower are all in the same area, and the floor is all, drains.
My wife's bathroom is that. She's got a sprawling bathroom with a bathtub, and it's not exactly this.
We're looking at a picture of it. So, Steve, so the bathtub, that floor is where the shower's water goes to.
Okay.
So it's the whole floor of this area drains.
Interesting.
And you can have a gazillion shower heads all over the place if you want to. I would love one of those.
Yeah, I love this. I would love to try to design my bathroom or redesign my bathroom when I eventually get it redone to do something like that. But I do not like the one where it's open doors, where it's sort of just like a half.
I know what you're talking about.
Shower wall.
Yeah, it doesn't close completely.
It sucks, especially if you're using a shower head.
Yeah. Oh my God! So it's terrible. The water gets everywhere. It's so if you don't have a floor that's completely a drain, it's still getting everywhere, and it's freezing when you shower. It doesn't matter.
Right.
You need a door. You need something to close. Yes.
Yeah.
Also, optimized outdoor spaces are another top feature, with outdoor showers, kitchens, and bluestone patios, all helping to boost a home's sales price.
I think one of the greatest things in shore houses are the outdoor showers. I would love if that could be a thing at your home here in the suburbs.
Oh, it was in my parents' home in Paoli.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because my dad loved outdoor showers so much that he put one in.
Put one in?
It was fan-freaking-tastic. And look, it was me and my two brothers, and we had a dog. We would clean the dog outside when we would do yard work.
That's handy.
It was freaking awesome. Beers in the summertime when I was 18. It was great.
You mean 21?
I mean 21 when you when it's legal.
Drinking age.
Jeez, what do you need an outdoor shower for?
Cam. What do you need a cassette player for, Cam?
So the 10 features that sell homes for more than expected are: number 1, remodeled homes; number 2, soapstone; number 3, wet rooms; 4, white oak floors; number 5, it just says teak.
Teak wood?
Yeah, just says teak.
What about hidden pirate treasure?
Venetian plaster is 6, followed by outdoor shower, then a renovated home as number 8, and then you have new appliances at number 9, and number 10 on the list is a dock.
Yeah.
Dock.
Yeah.
Is that if you live by water, I assume?
Not necessarily. You just have a dock.
Just a dock.
That'd be weird.
What's that dock for?
Join me out on the dock. Oh, you have a pond?
No.
Wow. Okay.
I wonder if it's a plus or minus to have a still on your property.
Ooh.
Yeah?
That'd be pretty cool.
Make your own booth?
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind doing that.
It's like sometimes like a swimming pool is something that
it's not attractive. Sometimes
it's not.
No,
for some people,
and a lot of times, Case, that holds true for small ponds and things of that nature. It's a bit of a insurance liability,
right?
Yep. Okay. So these are some things that Zillow says. We have somebody coming up here. All right. We have a real estate agent who's joining us. We're going to go to Nick. Hey, Nick. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, so you're a real estate guy?
Yeah, I do it part-time in South Jersey.
Okay. All right. And what do you think about the estimates that these real estate websites will place on your properties?
It's nothing but more of a pain in the neck for us agents because it's kind of like a false sense of, they're kind of pumping up these numbers a little bit. So when I have somebody who, hey, I looked at my house on Zillow and it's like $100,000 more than what it's actually worth. That makes the conversation for us a little bit more difficult because then it's like, hey, we kind of got to look at what has sold recently in the area, not, what this estimate is.
Is it kind of the average, or is it more often than not, the Zestimate is over the actual price of someone's home? Are they always way overshooting?
I never confidently can tell somebody, hey, go on Zillow, and that's going to be accurate depiction of what you'll get for your home.
Okay.
There's a lot of contention going on with agents and Zillow, and paying for leads and all this stuff, because then it makes our job 10 times harder, because we have to kind of deflate what the numbers are.
Right. All right, Nick. By the way, you in line at a Dunkin' right now?
I was.
Yes. Thank you for supporting our sponsors. We appreciate that. You want to help out this show? Support our sponsors like Dunkin'. All right. Have a good weekend, Nick. We appreciate it, bud.
Thanks, guys.
All right, we'll see you later. All right, we have another one we're going to go to. Up next is, we'll give it a second. We'll get Allison joining us. It is, hi, Allison. Good morning.
Good morning,
Good morning to
Friday.
see you.
Happy
Same
Friday.
to you. No sad, bro. All right, so Allison, how long have you been working in real estate?
Gosh, now like 15 years.
Wow. Okay.
Which is weird. I'm only 29.
Like me.
What's the story on the Zestimates, in your opinion?
They're pretty terrible unless you live in like a new construction subdivision by like Toll Brothers or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
They basically just look at anything that has sold in the area and just average it together, essentially.
So they haven't taken, they don't get a detailed look at the property like you guys would. This is just a ballpark figure, and it may be, is it more often than not inflated? The value seems to be higher than what it really is?
In my experience, yes.
Okay.
Because they don't know what your house looks like inside. They don't know, the actual square footage. They go based off of like property records usually, and those are totally wrong.
Yeah, and they almost always skip the dungeon that you had installed in the basement. So
Exactly.
Yeah. So
lots of value there.
Would you recommend a site just for a casual, if someone wanted to casually assess what the value of their home, or is it all a waste of time until you do the real work?
Personally, so I look at these sites all day long for my job. I review appraisals for a national lender. So I have to check an appraiser's work, essentially. And I think Redfin is the better.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
zone.
I've used that one. And when we bought our house, we used a Redfin agent, and it was a really pleasant experience. It was really well organized. And I still use their site when I'm sort of surfing real estate porn. Yeah.
I am so nosy. I have all the subscriptions. I look at everything, especially my neighbors. What's going on in their house?
Yeah, I am. I freely admit it. When I go walking in the evening and lights are on in people's homes, I just want to see what it looks like, what the decorations are like, and what they've done. I can't help it. I think we all sort of like, what's going on in there? It's a natural reaction. And now you're in the occupation of being nosy. It's awesome.
Exactly.
Nice. All right.
I love it.
Allison, thanks. Have a great weekend, okay?
You too.
All right, we'll see you later. All right, we'll go to one more realtor, and then we're going to move on to another topic in the junk drawer. Up next to talk about this, I believe, we will have Lauren. So let's go to her. Hey, Lauren, good morning.
Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. Say you, Lauren. Okay, your opinion. We were talking about Zillow and Redfin and Realtor and all this, Realtor.com. What do you think?
Okay, so I've been in the business for like 12 years now. Got my Keller Williams hat on, go KW. So right now, this estimate's clearly inflated. I'm probably just repeating what everyone else just said. But right now, I mean, it depends on the location. It's location, location, location. So it depends where you're at. But what we're seeing right now with the rates, even with the rates, we're getting over asking price for a lot of our, our offers. But it's just, we can't go by that. We run the comps. We do what's, recently sold based on, back in the day, it was what sold square footage per price. But now it's just really, right, it's the current comps, the location, square footage, and then also, like you said, any renovations, any upgrades, or any additions that have been, put on, that's going to really amp it up. But again, it always really main thing, location. So sorry if I'm losing you. I'm in the
No, it's fine. It's fine. You're saying, I just wanted to ask quickly, you're saying it's still the norm that it's over asking price?
Yeah, Zillow's, we're getting, I work on a big team in Philly, and they, all of our offers that came in this week, all over asking.
And so, if you to someone who's interested in buying a home right now, and there's an asking price, would it be your advice to come in higher?
Absolutely.
Okay.
If you want to be competitive, and people are still waiving inspections, it's insane. It's like the Wild West out here. You know.
Okay.
Wow.
All right.
All right, Lauren, thank you. Appreciate it. Have a great weekend. You too, Press. All right, we'll see you.
So the Pine Barrens, man, right?
I was trying to get my brother to call in. He was just waking up, but he just said, just tell them the Zillow estimates are BS.
Yeah, I figured as much.
All right.
I figured as much. So, all right, back into the drawer we go. Oh, look, I found an email.
What?
Yes. And this one I wanted to post to you. So this is from somebody named Big Wood.
Yeah.
And actually it's William Wood. So it says, good morning, gang. Was in the office bathroom this morning, taking a huge smash. Casey would be proud.
My man.
And I heard an odd sound from the sink counter. Our kitchen is next to the bathrooms, as is the case in most offices. But normally people will pop into the kitchen and put their coffee mug on the counter while in the bathroom doing their business. But apparently I work with some psycho that brings his coffee mug into the bathroom with him. Now, I'm very sure where Kathy would stand on this practice, but what about the rest of you? Is my coworker indeed a psychopath, or do you think this is a normal thing to do?
I don't think I wouldn't bring an open drink into the bathroom. Come on, it's not that bad, but if I can, I will either drink it or I won't take it with me to the bathroom.
Right. I will avoid doing that.
Yeah.
But there have been a couple occasions, and I don't know why, where I've had to run into the bathroom, or maybe I've forgotten it. I'm walking in with a coffee mug, and I'm like, oh, this was
That's
stupid.
acceptable. If your general mindset is to not do that and it's in a pinch.
But I took it over, and I set it on top of the urinal while I peed.
Oh, no.
No, it wasn't splashy
It wasn't
or anything.
splashing. I get it. Would you bring a charcuterie board into the bathroom?
If you go to a Phillies game, people do that all the time.
Well, that's what
Yeah.
what I was going to say. Like, I have been so trained. If there's not somebody there to hold your drink for you or your things, like we were just in the airport. I mean, everything came with me, into the stall. And here, I think I've been scarred by Casey from years ago, just like taking stuff and hiding stuff. And so everything comes with me. I don't leave anything laying around. I try not to.
When you're in the airport and you have to bring all your stuff with you into the bathroom, it sucks.
It's so annoying.
You really don't, unless you're like traveling with somebody and you can leave it there or whatever. But if you're traveling by yourself, you really don't have an option.
To that point, Nick, and I've just seen them pop up recently, there are sort of these affixed to the wall caddies that you can slide.
Steve, I saw this. Where did we see it in Tampa?
Yeah, it was in this recent trip. I'm like, and in both airports, I'm like, home run.
Yeah, that was brilliant. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Are you talking about the shelf above the urinals?
It's kind of like a plastic, hard plastic.
Yeah.
What would you call it, Nick?
Like a locker almost.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I don't think I've ever seen them. And they actually looked like nice and like they were well kept.
Okay. I haven't noticed those. But yes, I have brought food in, in a bag to the bathroom at the
If you're
airport.
going to get a Blumpkin, you have to.
Yeah.
You're right.
Like a bag of spaghetti?
I don't think it's... and Casey, I hadn't considered going to a ball game and whatnot, and the fact that you walk in with open beer all the time.
And so, but whenever I do that, it's like I have to put it on the metal, not the porcelain. For some reason, I don't like laying my...
So the piping going into the urinal, you will set it on that rather than the actual porcelain. You feel that's a little more cleanly.
It's a little cleaner, yeah.
Okay, all right, I got you.
It's a balancing act, though, because
it is.
There's only so much width on that thing.
Yep, exactly. So, Big Wood, I wouldn't... I think the word psycho is a bit far.
Let's call it case per case, right?
Yeah.
Maybe he's the psycho, and this person doesn't want to leave his coffee cup laying around.
In case he might go and put something in it.
Or a little man juice.
Yeah, maybe.
Exactly. Oh, my God.
What?
Oh. It tastes good, doesn't it?
Man juice. I love...
Keep going.
I was almost going to say. No, I think it was Shannon, your friend Shannon.
Oh, yeah, we love Shannon, yeah.
Sent me, I have to look it up really quick. Can I just tell you this really quick? Because you said man juice. She sent me something last night. Yep, it was her. It was on Instagram, and it is a person or company that takes man juice and turns it into powder and makes jewelry out of it.
Really? Semen jewelry?
So you can send.
Oh my God! Yeah, why not? Because they do it with things like breast milk and.
Is there a name for the company?
Let's see. It was
Jizzery.
Trinkets.
What lovely jizzery you're wearing.
Ah, the Utah Jizz.
Yeah.
Trinkets by Amanda Booth.
Wow.
Trinkets. They went with trinkets.
Yeah.
All right.
Trinkets.
I mean, I don't know if it's real, but she has an actual site, and I guess
We're engaged. He got it from the jizzery.
you can send it. She's made in this video. She's making a ring with dried out or powdered out
semen.
Mm-hmm, semen.
Are you listening, Steven Singer?
I hate Steven Splooger.
And she talks about. Wait, let me see if I could turn it up.
Ring with a twist border detailing.
Okay.
Once I got the band and the
I think that's. Wait, here's. Let's go.
What the hell's she doing?
gorgeous cum stone.
Oh my God! Okay, we had to dump out on that.
I had a feeling that was coming.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's not a gemstone.
It's not.
It's a
same number of letters.
CUM stone. Oh, that's funny. I like that.
Well, I would have to say my jewelry store is out of business.
Oh, that's fantastic. Wow. All right.
Claire can't wear any of your.
I know. I don't make it
his
anymore.
prostate taken out.
Yeah.
All right. One more thing from the junk drawer I think is all we'll probably have time for. Man, I have too many good things here. All right. I found this, Casey. I mainly bring this up for you because Segway is recalling about 220,000 of its scooters sold across the U.S. due to a hazard that has resulted in user injuries ranging from bruises to broken bones, because you have a couple of Segway scooters,
I
right?
have 3 of them, and
Okay.
one of the throttles actually sticks on one of the scooters.
Okay.
So I wonder if that has anything to do with it.
No, it's the folding mechanism in Segway's 9-bot Max G30P, and the Max G30LP's kick scooter can fail during use, causing the handlebars and stem of the scooter to fold.
What units are we talking about? Are the ones you bring to the blood drive?
Yeah.
Okay, so those are
similar to that.
Segway type scooters.
That's exactly it. They're all 9-bots that I own. One's like a 22. I forget what the other ones are. But I have like 3 different levels of them. I love them. That's weird that they fold like that. They are fun. We've really, I need to figure out how to get Segway as a sponsor of the show, because they have so many great little things.
And they're dealing with a lot of competition, and they're the kind of the OGs when it comes to this stuff. So and I mean, their stuff is built really well.
They have like scooters, like Vespa scooters now.
4 actual other scooters that like to ride a scooter.
They got like go-karts. Man, they have so many great
You know what?
things.
I like their go-karts. Yeah.
Segway has received 68 reports of folding mechanism failures with 20 injuries that include abrasions, bruises, lacerations, and broken bones. Consumers who have these are urged to stop using them immediately and contact Segway to request a free maintenance kit. And the kit includes tools and step-by-step instructions to inspect and adjust the scooter's locking mechanism. So that was for you, Case.
Thank you, buddy.
Those things are fun and practical, because you use them to do food runs and things like that all the time.
All the time. You see them buzzing around all the time, like in the city. You know what you don't see are the hoverboards.
No. Those kind of came and went.
But
The one wheels are popular.
That's what I was going to say. We saw. Was it me and you, Preston? We saw 2 of them in Clearwater. People were driving by on them.
They look cool.
I think they're, I mean, they go pretty, like a decent speed. I think they're faster than the hoverboards.
They will book along, Kathy, and you can, some of them are designed to like go off-road. Like you can take them.
Yeah, I mean, you can, my neighbor down the shore has one, and, he'll go onto the beach and everything like that. I think they go probably about the same.
As hoverboard?
Not a hoverboard, but.
Do they balance themselves,
scooters.
Case? Wow. Do they have a gyroscopic?
Kinda, but I'm too nervous to get on one. I won't do it. I feel way more confident and comfortable on a scooter with handlebars.
The second I go near one, I think of me in 15 years, and has your arm always been that way? The horrible collision that'll take place because I get a massive injury on one.
I would try one in a heartbeat. I would absolutely do that. Yeah. What?
I don't know. I'm scared.
Really? No, I love those things.
Could you cradle carry Kathy while you do it?
I could do that easily. Actually, since that was so short, one more quick short thing. So if that's all right. Here we go. And this is pretty cool. Taking your kids to Disney is going to cost less this summer. A family trip is about to get easier on your wallet. The Florida theme park is offering 50% off 3-day or longer kids tickets for ages 3 to 9.
Well, that's pretty substantial.
Discounted 3 park passes and hotel packages that come with free Disney dining plans.
They were getting killed because they had that price raising that people were reacting. They were rebooking at Universal, and they needed to stem the tide. So I think this is a good move. You guys have all been, right?
Yeah. It is pretty magical.
Of the two.
Universal's way more fun for adults.
Okay,
but if you have kids and you want to watch the kids bask in the glow of Disney, it's well worth it.
So I want to do Disney, but to be honest, with all the new additions to Universal, all those new parks, I got to get back.
Yeah. But Disney's cool. Like the monorail system that takes you to all the parks. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so you think of like one park, Magic Kingdom, but I mean, you could do Magic Kingdom, Animal Kingdom, Hollywood Studios. There's just it's so vast.
They just opened up Real Housewives World. How is that?
I haven't been.
Disney makes it so convenient, and they have to with the amount of parks they have, the crowd that comes, so they make it easy, like Casey said, to use that monorail and go from park to park or the hotels or whatever.
I think the most amazing thing to witness in person, and Claire and I have not had kids, but she comes from 9 and her sister has 9. But to see, we were riding on the transport at the airport case down in Tampa, and Preston, a young husband and wife get on it with like a bunch of kids, and they got the carts, and I said, "Is that what it was like?" And Casey goes, "Oh yeah." That kind of juggling, taking something like that to a theme park. It's almost like you're planning an invasion.
Oh, most definitely. Yeah. Rochelle was the best at that. When we had the whole family in tow, and when the kids were young, and you had all the apparatus that you had to bring with you and everything.
Nothing but my admiration for being able to pull stuff like that off.
Remember when you surprised them here in the studio and they were completely underwhelmed at the?
Oh my God! It was going to be an on-air thing.
I was so disappointed in my children.
No, they were kids.
I know.
They were little.
But I had seen videos of kids freaking the F out when you tell them we're going to Disney World. We had this video presentation and everything. We're filming them watching the video, and it says we're going to Disney World. We're leaving right now, and they just sat there,
and we were all here watching.
Yeah.
We were more
I
excited.
turned around, I'm like, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. My children are such duds.
Press. I didn't do it publicly like you, but we did the same thing with our kids. And my oldest, in case if you're listening right now, you're the biggest nerd, and you've always been the biggest nerd. She started crying because she was going to miss school. And actually, this was 15 years ago, because this picture just came up. It might be my favorite picture of my family, of my wife and kids. But there's a picture of my wife.
Are you at Disney World,
dude? At Disney World
with
all she's got Avery and the Bjorn holding Seamus, and by the way, Seamus got sick all over the Crystal Palace and the monorail and the house. But it was, you asked, is that what it was?
That's what it's all about.
She's, she's like a possum with the little
babies hanging off of her everywhere.
Yeah.
By the way, the deals kick in for Disney for the discount prices. Let's see, in late May. Starting in late May, and they can mean big savings, especially for families with multiple kids. And to top it off, new shows, kid zones, and surprise character moments are set to make your summer visit even more magical.
So give me a guesstimate.
I don't know. Steve, I didn't look up the prices.
Okay,
in this article, it didn't say how much it was, but I mean, it's expensive.
But that's why you make it the focus of the vacation.
Yeah, definitely. All right. We got to close up the junk drawer, so hopefully you got something out of that today, my friend.
Preston's closing up his junk drawer. There's nothing left here in the junk drawer. Until next time, that was the junk drawer.
All right, friend, we'll take a break. We got lots to get to today. Up next, the order of business or bizarre files story, so stay right there.
Preston and Steve.
forgettable in it. I'm sorry.
Thank you. What's the show again? What do you guys do? When does this air? Is this on? This will be on TV later, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
but listen,
radio. They still do that.
We're huge in Lakewood.
I know nobody's there, so I couldn't tell you. I'll go back and see what's going on.
Listen, I got on board with The Walking Dead very, very late. I didn't start until the 6th season, then I watched every day. And in fact, it helped me out. It actually helped me lose some weight because I made a decision that I got it on Netflix and I'm going to watch. The only time I'm going to watch it is when I'm exercising. So it became my appointment to exercise. I could only exercise when I was watching Walking Dead. I could only watch Walking Dead when I was exercising. It was actually a really cool thing to do. So I became a huge fan of this. I've gotten all the way up to the end of season 6. And then it stopped on Netflix. It ends.
Oh my god!
And then I had to wait because I couldn't go watch the credit. I had to wait until it came back around. So that just recently.
And we kept you protected. We kept you in the
Nobody
dark.
told me anything. And Casey says, "Listen, before Michael comes in, watch the first episode of season 7."
He's a giver.
He is. I didn't watch it, but I read on my little prep sheet a little spoiler alert. So I found out today, man. I'm sorry.
All right, it's okay. I may or may not come back by the end of the season.
There's always flashbacks, man. And
no,
maybe,
last year. She's over here going, no, end of season 7.
I mean, even now, there's still some people who are not quite sure what happens to your character.
I know. Well, yes, and that's the thing where where does that line drawn? Where you can't talk about that.
Yeah,
like, bro, it's like
come on, dude.
It's been a year.
Yeah.
We get to talk about it. Abraham's dead. Dead. Okay, if you're listening in your car and you're driving your kids to school, Abraham is dead. Not only Abraham is dead, then they kill Glenn.
Yeah. Oh, and that was
You're
pretty
right.
brutal,
There needs to be an expiration date.
Like a come to Jesus moment. There should be, like in the Hunger Games, an announcement across on some universal PA system.
Yeah.
Okay, now we can talk about it.
For some reason, the final scene in the end of season 6 stuck with me for a long. I thought about it every single day, just because it was gripping, and obviously it was you don't know who's on the receiving end of the bat, and I just. I don't know why, but every single day, at least once a day, I would just think Negan, bat, head, and that's Who is it? And it wasn't.
And we all thought it was gonna be Maggie. Let's beat up the sick pregnant lady.
Yeah.
Right, network television.
To me, it didn't
look
matter
at
who
him.
it was. I just knew that somebody that I had cared about for a few years was going to be gone, and I had preferred it to be Eugene, but it wasn't.
Yeah, me too. I was hoping for that.
That annoying bastard.
The reaction. I'm a fan of the show too, so I was kind of like a little part of me was pissed off that they did us both at the same time. But it's kind of brilliant too because it's so brutal, and it is that reminder that Kirkman always says he wants to constantly remind the audience that it's a dangerous world that we're living in.
Mm-hmm.
It's not Star Trek, where Captain Kirk, he's in danger, but that's okay because he'll be on next week.
Exactly.
It's like,
exactly.
he may actually blow Captain Kirk's head off this week.
Yeah,
and that changes the whole viewing experience.
It does,
and I would argue that these two deaths were not actually any more violent than anything we've seen on the show, but you don't care about any of those other characters that
That's a good point.
about these characters.
Because other characters have been ripped apart.
Oh, Noah got it nailed in the revolving door up against the glass, getting ripped apart. We've had people literally holding their guts, going, "What? I don't." Jeez. I mean, there's been some really nasty, awesome visual stuff.
I think for me, I got to the game a season late. It might have been 2 seasons late, and for me, it was because I didn't want to watch a zombie show, and then I realized that this is not a horror show, and I didn't realize it until I was probably about halfway through the first episode, maybe the second episode, because I kind of watch horror movies with my hands over my eyes, and I realized that I didn't have to do that, and then I realized that the zombies are a background almost like the trees are, you know what I mean, and it was really all about the relationships between these people and, what that type of situation will do to a person.
Yeah, turn into when there's a overwhelming crisis,
Well, it's like if you had a chance to rebuild society, what would you do?
Yeah.
If
a
you
feudal society?
And how would it fail? What are the same mistakes you would make?
Right.
Even though you think, this time we'll do it different. And you see through the show, that absolute power does corrupt, absolutely. and you see people change, and you see people make mistakes. You know, the show's very human.
I want to ask you, how much does the Talking Dead series add to the fandom of this show? Because
the show's a very emotional show. You get very connected to the characters, and horrible things happen to them, and then you're left home alone with that. And this is a way to, I think, share what you're feeling, to sort of know you're not alone. And you know, Chris has described it as the warm hug after the show, and you know, we laugh at that, but I think it is. You know, you get to process the show. You get to hear what other people thought about it. If you were, maybe you think, well, I think he or she is feeling this, or they're going through that, and then you hear people talk about it, and you get to sort of bounce your ideas off their ideas. So it is an extension in a way of the sort of the social media of it all, and that I think we like. I mean, we like that interaction. We like, knowing we're right or wrong, or being not necessarily corrected, but sort of like, what happened there? And if somebody talks about it, and that is what happened there,
it's brilliant.
It's great. Yeah.
Michael, I wanted to ask us. I know you've voiced some characters in Call of Duty. They have a new World War II game coming out. Steve and I are massive fans of the World War II. I know they've spanned all kinds of different campaigns and so forth, but my favorites have been the one in the World War II. Did you voice any in that particular
nothing
game?
recent. I've been out of town for the last 4.
Okay.
Is voice acting for a video game a much different animal? Is it? We always hear it's sort of weird because you're kind of just freelining it, and that's it.
You're like, basically, this is a session, except you do it for 2.5 hours. Reload! Reload! Over here! Over there! Under there! Under here! Behind the tank! Behind the Jeep! For 2 days. 2 days.
2 days of that?
Yeah, and that's like, I wish I was kidding. I wish I was kidding.
That's great. So with the cutscenes, at least, you have a little bit of...
Yeah. Reload! Can't use that one.
Reload!
Reload? That's great!
Yeah.
What? No, it wasn't great.
Great to have you here. Thanks, man.
Thank you, guys.
Michael Cutlets, guys. It's here for Walking Dead. 93.3 WMMR. Visitor to Oktoberfest noticed a man slumped over at a festival exit with a baby attached to his front on Thursday. As the tourist slowly fell to the side, the anxious man took his baby from him. And Oktoberfest is the largest beer festival in the world, attracting a global audience for its mixture of strong beer, traditional Bavarian food, and fairground rides.
You know who went there this year? Matt Cowper.
Oh, yeah?
Said it was sick.
It must have been sick. That's one guy who was there. He was getting sick all over the place.
His baby was there, and he was getting sick. It took a lot of people got sick because they drank too much and they got sick.
Organizers expect visitors numbers to hit 6 million again this year. That's crazy.
Cowper said that there are, what it basically is gigantic tents, benches, and that's it.
Yeah.
Drinking.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
And people getting sick.
And people getting sick.
Yeah. How many million?
6 million.
Million sick people.
What was that again?
6 million sick people.
Sounds sick. All right, and then we'll do one more story. Man, this is wild. Amazing pictures from the Arctic show an army of more than 230 polar bears feasting on a washed-up whale.
We will control the humans. Our time has come.
After a bowhead whale became stranded and died on Russia's remote Wrangel Island, the extraordinary sight was witnessed by tourists on an Arctic cruise.
Look at all those suckers.
Yeah, a source at Wrangel Island Nature Reserve said there were at least 230 polar bears, including single males, single females, mothers with cubs, mothers with cubs, even.
Where are you from? Oh, wow. You've got a Russian accent. Yeah, that's great. Do you like whale? Well, let's go over and have a bite.
You could tell her about that time you went to Oktoberfest.
Yeah, it was sick. Everyone got sick. We were eating blubber and drinking beer, and everyone just got sick. What's my name? Cowper Bear.
It's a big singles. It's a big polar bear singles mixer.
You kidding me? It was, there were single males, single females, mothers with cubs, and even 2 mothers with 4 cubs each.
MILF bears. Sick.
Cowper bear.
Cowper bear.
Experts called the
This
site.
is going to be a new thing the kids are going to. Where's my Cowper bear? He can't go to sleep unless you give him his Cowper bear.
Called the sight of so many polar bears together unique.
You pull the string.
Sick.
Pull it again.
Sick.
Everyone loves Cowper bear.
Oh,
sick.
Oh, my God. Okay. So anyhow, the huge number could, in fact, amount as much of 1% of the entire world's population of the creatures. Yeah, tourists initially thought the bears were a flock of sheep. Sheep.
Sheep are sick.
Although viewing them, after viewing them from a distance, but as a boat drew closer, the lucky
Those aren't sheep eating that whale.
vacationers realized that they were what they were witnessing. The mainly Russian tourists had
Just some
to
sheep eating a whale.
depart from a stopover on the island when they spotted the bears.
That seems normal.
Just seems like a flock of sheep eating a whale, the way sheep do.
No, I think they just saw them on the hillside and they thought they were sheep. One of the things that I've been wanting to do for a little while, I have Kathy and I both share a common ailment. We have lower back pain. We have a mildly herniated discs, which causes pressure on the nerves in your back and all this stuff. And our backs hurt all the time. But my neighbor has the same issue, and he's gotten past his problems. And so my neighbor Jaime had he had done all these things, and he also goes, oh yeah, and I get acupuncture. And so all of this together has helped completely alleviate it from his life. And I'm like, well, I'm game.
Oh, yeah.
I'll do whatever I can to help get rid of this pain. So I've never had acupuncture before. And we're going to stick me with these little needles.
Today!
From Virtua Acupuncture, we want to welcome Heather Schultz to the show this morning. Hey, Heather.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello. And how long have you been doing this, by the way?
I've been practicing acupuncture for 7 years.
7 years.
Mhm.
Okay. And let me ask you this about acupuncture. Now, this has to do with the body's nervous system? Or that's what I've always been led to believe?
The acupuncture's effects do have positive effects on the nervous system. It also deals with the musculoskeletal system.
Okay.
And when we put acupuncture needles in you today for pain, it releases your endogenous opioids.
Your
natural painkillers
Okay,
that are in
okay.
your body. Well, also, we've had some really exciting research lately. It affects brain neuroplasticity. So your brain changes in response to stimulus.
Okay.
And so acupuncture over time can have positive brain changes that help you manage pain better.
Okay. And with that, and with doing it over time, how often should someone get treated?
MMR.
All right, thanks, Kath. Real quick, I want to mention this. If you go to the contest page, WMMR.com, you can enter to win a pair of tickets for an advanced screening of a Minecraft movie. It's this Sunday, by the way. 11 a.m. at the AMC Neshaminy 24, and it's from the director of Napoleon Dynamite and Nacho Libre. It is the Minecraft movie with Jason Momoa and Jack Black together for the first time on the big screen, and only in theaters on IMAX on April 4th, a Minecraft movie, Warner Brothers Pictures, and you can do that now. So you go to WMMR.com, click on the contest page, enter to win a pair of tickets to see the movie for free on Sunday.
It looks as if they've fastidiously replicated the game. It looks that way, yeah.
Yep, it does. All right, it's Friday, and we cannot move forward until we do this from the band Froggy.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Helium Comedy Club, bringing Philly the best comics of today and tomorrow live every week. Tickets and lineup at heliumcomedy.com. All right, we're going to begin with the money shot here. A New Jersey police chief has been accused by 5 of his officers of turning the department into an animal house rife with harassment against his employees, including incidents of him defecating on the office floor, spiking the office coffee pot with Adderall and Viagra, and jabbing one officer in the penis with a hypodermic needle.
Where is this?
This is in New Jersey. It is Chief Robert Farley, a veteran of North Bergen Police Department. I'm not sure where North Bergen, New Jersey is.
Yeah,
it's in Northern Jersey. He is also accused of harassing officers outside of the office by sending packages containing sex toys and gay pride flags to their homes, as well as retaliating against them by denying promotions and assigning officers to the night shift as well.
Fat, drunk, and stupid is no way to go.
Yeah.
He's the chief?
Yeah.
He was the chief.
He was the chief.
Was the chief, yeah.
So one of the accusing officers, Lieutenant Alex Guzman, wrote, Farley has fostered a workplace environment characterized by inappropriate behavior and so-called practical jokes that are demeaning, demoralizing, and targeted.
I wonder if he feels the onus to act like that because his name is Farley.
He said these actions not only fail to meet the standards of professional conduct, but also appear intended to humiliate me and other victims.
That's not good.
What'd you do? The 5 police officers have an attorney, Patrick Toscano, who asked the New Jersey State Attorney General's office to immediately take over the day-to-day operations of the North Bergen Police Department.
We're putting Inspector Bluto on it right now.
Wow. Crapping on the floor, spiking the coffee pot with Adderall and Viagra, and jabbing an officer in the penis with a hypodermic needle, and apparently that just scratches the surface.
Yeah.
All right, we'll follow that story and see where that goes. 30 officers at a Southern California juvenile detention facility have been charged for their role in facilitating so-called gladiator fights between youth and their care. A grand jury indictment alleges the officers at Los Padrinos Juvenile Hall in Los Angeles County allowed and sometimes encouraged nearly 70 fights to take place between July 2023 and December 2023.
Classic gladiator battles?
I don't think they had like tridents and
those
things
who
like
are about to die salute you.
More than 140 victims between the ages of 12 and 18 were involved. The Attorney General, Rob Bonta, said, "We believe that this was planned. It was intended. They often wanted them to happen at the beginning of the day in a certain time, in a certain place, a space and a time that was created for the fights, and the plan was for the fights to happen." The officers face charges including child endangerment and abuse, conspiracy, and battery. 22 of the officers were scheduled to be arraigned. Wow. The investigation began after Los Angeles Times first obtained they obtained and published footage that showed a 17-year-old being attacked by at least 6 other young people who come at him one by one as officers stand by watching. Some officers appear to laugh and shake hands with participants in the beating. The video was first made public during a court hearing during which 17-year-old's public defender argued to a judge that he was not safe and should be released ahead of his trial. So we'll see where that goes. All right, how about a lighter story? Let's see. In the USA, pregnancy, when the mom is 35 years or older, is considered a geriatric pregnancy, and she's of an advanced maternal age. But a woman in Germany who's nearly twice that old just had a baby, her 10th at age 66.
Oh my God,
her
what?
10th kid at 66?
Alexander Hildebrand welcomed a new addition, a son named Philip, on March 19th. That says that she had no trouble conceiving and didn't use fertility drugs or IVF to get pregnant. Her healthy new baby boy was delivered by C-section, weighing 7 pounds, 13 ounces. So Philip joins 9 other siblings.
My name is Philip.
Svetlana is 46. Artyom is 36. Elizabeth is 12. Maximilian, 12. Alexandra, 10. Leopold, 8. Anna, 7. Maria, 4. And Katharina.
Rocky, Ricky, Danny, Terry, Mikey, Davey, Timmy, Tommy, Joey, Robbie, Johnny, and Brian.
And Phil.
And Phil.
So anyhow, yeah, she's got that many kids.
And I'm the baby.
Hildebrand's OBGYN, Dr. Wolfgang Heinrich.
I'm so tired.
Says it was a largely uncomplicated pregnancy.
It's shot across the room.
The mom credits her lifestyle, pointing out that she doesn't drink or smoke and has never used birth control.
And they have lots of sex.
She said, I eat very healthy, swim regularly for an hour, and walk for 2 hours. And when asked if her loved ones were worried about her having a child at her age, she says that she's only received positive feedback.
And they work as a bowling ball return.
That's crazy. A Michigan resident who received a transplant in December died after having been infected with rabies from the new organ.
The new organ had rabies.
Yeah.
That's it. You go crazy.
A public health investigation determined that they contracted rabies through the transplanted organ. The patient received the transplant at a hospital in Ohio in December and then died in January. The statement did not include information about identity of the recipient or the type of organ that was transplanted. And health officials worked together to ensure that people, including health providers who were in contact with the Michigan individual, were assessed for possible exposure to rabies. Post-exposure preventative care, if appropriate, has been provided.
Did the person, in fact, die from rabies, or did the organ...
No, they died from rabies.
Yeah, Jesus.
They contracted rabies. Rabies can spread to humans if they come into contact with saliva or blood from infected animals such as bats, raccoons, skunks, and stray dogs. It's not always clear right away that the person has contracted rabies, as the initial symptoms are similar to those of a flu. So, and it's fatal. Like, it'll kill you if
once
you
you get it. Nothing they can do.
Once the symptoms start showing up, they can't do anything about it. All right, and that is all we're going to have time for now in the Bizarre File. All right, we are going to take a break. We'll come back in a moment. It is a Friday, so that means we get to the Connoisseur, and we actually have a special guest that will be joining us. Food Network star and restaurateur Marc Murphy.
Yes.
Will be in the first portion of the Connoisseur to tell us about something. So we'll take a break, come back in a second, do the giveaways in conjunction with that, too. Stay put. Steve described what my issues are.
So generally we recommend with chronic injuries, you are going to come in once or twice a week in the beginning for a couple of weeks and see what happens, and then you start spacing them out more until you don't need to come in that much.
Okay. All right, so you're going to get in my back, and where else?
Hands and feet.
And Casey, can I get some appropriate music for...
Absolutely.
Preston, are you encouraged by this? I think, because, this could be... I know a number of people have had very good results with this.
Chinese music, by the way, because this is a Chinese art, I believe, or Chinese medicine. Especially my neighbor, because I believe him. He's a smart guy, and he's had pain for years, and he believes this has worked for him. So I'm like, you know what? I will definitely give it a shot. So
he's like the neighborhood Fonzie too, right?
He's so cool.
Acupuncture's cool.
It's great. All right, so I got my shoes off. I can just head over there now.
All right, Preston's going to walk over. We're watching the process, and Preston soon will be pricked all over his body.
All right, and then a question: can I see one of the needles first, please? Let me see the needle. Oh wow!
How far does that go in?
I can almost not even see it. It's so thin. How far in does it go in, Heather?
It depends where you're putting it.
All right.
Okay.
Where you're putting it on me?
I'm putting it in your low back.
Yeah, and how far in will that go?
Maybe halfway.
Oh dear God.
Oh,
that's fine.
Pretty deep.
That's fine. All right. Wait. Heather, does it help to have someone going, oh my God! Oh, just relax. Oh dear Jesus, you're gonna kill him. No, I think it has to be a little bit more supportive, Kathy.
It's gonna be challenging for you.
It will?
You're gonna bleed him out.
I tuned those guys out years ago.
Should we dim the lights?
You want to dim the lights?
Let's dim the lights.
All right.
Just a little bit.
All right, so we'll dim the lights.
I want this to work for Preston.
Me too. All right, so I'm just lying here, and I'm waiting for this to happen.
All right, Kathy cannot watch. This is why Kathy was screaming and begging for mercy and telling Preston he was
the first one's in, and I did feel a little pinprick, but it didn't feel like it went in very far.
How long do sessions usually last?
So it's going to take me just a couple minutes to put the needles in.
Okay.
And then I would usually let him hang out for about 25 minutes to let them kind of do their work.
We'll try to give him a good run. We can run the show. Preston can do most of the show. A lot of people don't know most of us do the show completely on our stomachs anyway.
Kathy. How much?
How horny are you right now?
How much would it take for me to pay you to get one needle?
Well, listen, if she put it in my back and I couldn't see it, it's
having to look at it.
You offer $500?
500.
Yeah. So, Preston, you have a few in your lower back right now.
I didn't even notice.
See, and Heather, this is, as it's done, I've seen people do it. There's a little bit of twisting back and forth to move him in slowly, or how's it? How do you manage to do that without him feeling it at all?
The needles are so tiny.
So tiny, okay.
You can fit 20 to 30 of these needles in the head of a injection needle like you had earlier today.
Okay, all right.
So, Heather, should I just relax and try to center? Or
Preston, I would
what?
think of things that you enjoy. Think of your family. Think of, I don't know.
Bukkake videos?
Your favorite bong. Bukkake videos.
Favorite bong.
I would think of...
Sorry. I snorted.
I would think of MILFs.
Oh.
Kay Parker, Preston.
That's old school.
Yeah. I would think of a cup and 2 girls.
Oh, dude.
All right, so how many needles are in now?
9 needles.
9 total so far, yeah.
Are you done putting needles in him?
I was going to put one on the top of his head.
Please do it. Do it. He cut his hair extra short.
Yep.
Oh, there we go.
Now, this is the one, Heather, you said has to be driven in with a hammer, correct?
Wow, on the top of my head.
Yeah.
You feel that one, Preston?
No.
Okay.
Is it already in?
Yeah.
No, I didn't feel that at all.
I'll say this. Do you seem at peace, Preston? I know you usually come in here screaming and throwing things around, and here you're at peace.
I'm enjoying this.
Do you feel anything?
No, I'm just trying to relax, not move, and accidentally roll over and jam these needles all the way into my skin.
Well, as Heather said, this isn't the optimum condition, but if you were to follow up and stay at it, do you have every confidence he would start to experience the benefits of it?
Yes, certainly.
Okay.
He would start to see benefits within a treatment or two.
Within a treatment or two, Preston.
Yeah, and I plan on it. You remember I'd said earlier in the week that I think it would be nice if everybody tried to do one nice thing. I want to thank my buddy Casey here.
What'd he do?
Well, the past few days, I've come into the studio after doing my prep work in the other room here, and then I come in, about 5 minutes before the show starts to get ready to begin, and there has been a nice, piping hot mug of coffee sitting.
Wow.
There. Isn't that
wow?
Isn't that's made my week, dude. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And it might make my wake too.
It made your wake.
Hopefully not.
We're just planning ahead because obviously the whole Alabama thing. I mean, who knows?
You never know.
You're flying into a hurricane.
But it made my week. Thank you. Simple little gesture like that.
Today, I was only paying it forward because Steve brought me a nice piping hot cup of coffee as well.
You see? The movement is spreading.
It's like cancer. No, I mean, it's that's not good. It's like it's a wonderful thing.
Yes. So
it's awesome.
So do that. Have a cup of coffee ready for somebody when they come in today. They'll be so delighted and happy.
Spit in it.
Yeah.
No.
Don't spit in it.
Don't
it's the wonderful. You feel good when you pay it forward.
And you know what else has been nice?
What?
Kathy's been extra gussied up the past couple of days.
Yeah.
Really?
Oh, yeah. I think it's the glasses.
Yeah, maybe it's a different look
That's
for
a
you.
sexy look on you.
Jesus.
You looked
Thank
much
you.
better yesterday.
Until you just made that face.
You ruined it.
Dear God.
All right, thank you.
Why, thank you. I'm having issues with my contacts. That's why I'm wearing my glasses.
She smushed her face when she said, thank you.
You do look great in glasses, though.
You do.
If you have people with you have beautiful eyes.
Thank you.
The glasses look. I think girls with glasses. That whole thing is BS. I think I think they look. It's a great. When my wife got these great frames, I'm like, keep wearing. They look awesome.
Yeah. I wear glasses every day, but at night, right before bed. Where I'm in my house, I don't usually go out in them. But the past couple of days, I've been wearing them.
Why not the contacts? Sometimes they irritate after a while.
No, it's called pink eye.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
So now we're going to move on to something that I've had in mind for a long time, and now the dream is coming true. I actually have sitting next to me a bag full of vibrators.
Yes.
So if that gives you
Because
any
it's
indication.
Friday.
It's Friday.
Yeah. And sometimes someone likes their butt tickled a little.
Well, the best thing was Marissa comes in today, and she just walks up next to me. Her desk is directly next to mine. She turns this bag upside down and just dumps 5 vibrators out on the table.
But there's a reason for this madness.
There
and it's
is.
something that has caught your fancy. You saw a video.
I did.
And you said, we got to try this.
Probably a couple of years ago, and I'm like, why have we never done this? So we've created, actually Casey created this. I said, dude, can you build me this? He said, well, let me look into it. And sure enough, he has done it. We have in our studio a vibrator racetrack. So we're gonna do a live test of this track here in our studio. And if this works, then we'll have an idea of something that we can expand on this, and I'll get you that in a moment. So
we'll expand on dildos.
Do you want to try this out?
I do very much.
All right, so I'm gonna reach in and just randomly grab one.
Now you've never met these dildos.
I've never met this. So I grabbed a.
You picked a good one.
Is this a pink one?
Yeah.
So that's yours?
Yeah. So this will be me.
Okay.
And then here. I'm rubbing it on the microphone.
The force is strong with this one.
And we'll do a couple. We'll try a couple of these and see if it's.
I don't want that one.
And
just grab one.
Preston, at the adult store, is this the way most people select their stuff?
Yeah.
They reach into a
big bag. You reach in. Here you go.
All right, thank you.
I went with this one. You can see it vibrate.
That one's much louder than mine. Hang on.
Big.
Take it away. This is mine. And then yours.
Okay, Casey has what I would call the hot rod. What color is this? Copper?
Like a maroon.
Nah, like a
Maroon.
burgundy.
Burgundy, yeah.
Burgundy.
I'm not like.
Come on,
Mine is
Kathy.
sort of a happy medium.
All right, Kathy.
There are two remaining.
I
Pick a good
vibrator.
one.
I feel bad that Marissa can't take part.
Kathy's reaching in. First time ever her hand has been on a vibrator. Oh, she got one that's kind of contoured and has a little curl at the end.
Now, this is a European model, Preston.
Turn that on, Kathy. Let's hear it.
Ooh, that sounds almost nautical.
The two of you just got like turned on, maybe.
No. It sounds like it's singing.
It's like my voice.
Hang on, let me harmonize. Hold on. No. I'm playing chords on the guitar.
UMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Kathy. It's Friday morning, so order up. It is time for our Connoisseur segment.
Time for the Connoisseur Special Guest Edition.
This is true. This is the first time we've ever had a guest on during our Connoisseur segment.
We're constantly solicited, obviously, in the culinary world. This, and a Michelin review. These are the things that you strive for.
Sure.
But we have to be discerning because once we cheapen it, no one will appreciate it.
Well, listen, he is a Food Network star. He has been on our program before. He's a restaurateur and a raconteur, if you will. So what he's going to touch on is something that I actually mentioned a while back during a Connoisseur segment and didn't quite grasp the full concept, so he's going to explain it to us. But we would like to, you've seen him on shows like Chopped and Iron Chef and so on. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Marc Murphy is back.
Good morning, everybody. How are you?
We're great. Nice to see you again, Marc. Thanks for joining us.
This is the time I saw you, because last time you had me going up and down this thing, dropping with Robert Irvine in some kind of carnival setting.
You like this pace better, or?
It's better for my heart.
Okay, I got you. So listen, you're here to talk about Wonder, which is a type of food hall. And I saw the press releases come out a little while back. I put it in this food segment that we do weekly. And while I was trying to grasp, I wasn't doing a very good job of explaining what Wonder is all about. And by the way, the King of Prussia location is open now. And there's another location in Ardmore that's opening up on April 3rd. And there's going to be several in our area. In fact, I think 10 in the Philadelphia region. So Marc, to explain it to an idiot like me exactly what Wonder is all about.
Well, first of all, I think I really urge everybody to go out and try it and really understand what it is really good food. What this is we've got over 40 of them around Manhattan, around New Jersey, and all of the tri-state area up here. But what it is it's basically a delivery company. It's a food hall. We deliver your food, or you can pick it up. But the crazy thing is we're putting some of them, I think the new one that's opening up, we're going to have 20 different concepts. Now, concepts like Bobby Flay's Steak, like Marcus Samuelsson, Michael Simon, Nancy Silverton. We have all these great chefs. We've got these concepts they've worked on. They've put these menus together. I have one as well. It's called The Mainstay by Marc Murphy. And it's really high quality food for pickup and for delivery. We can do 20 concepts out of one location. So, for example, if you want a Bobby Flay steak and you want a let's say a Marcus Samuelson sandwich, and your kids want pasta from somewhere else, you can get all that delivered in one delivery bag at once.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. And the quality, and let me tell you, I just had it the other night. My son was home from school. We ordered the pork chop that I have on my menu, which is a huge hit. It used to be on my restaurant menu at Landmark for the 19 years that the restaurant was open. And I got to tell you, they're doing such a great job. I was completely blown away and impressed by the quality again.
All right, so to follow this, each one of these chefs has one dish that's available per location. No?
Nope. We have, each one is like a mini restaurant. I think I have 12 different dishes. Each restaurant has, they vary, but yeah, anywhere between 8 and maybe even 15 dishes on each menu.
So in this, so I will frequently, I'll order food. We also will go out. My wife is out all the time. But to get access to this level has always been sort of an elusive thing. So you have them, you have all of this higher quality food that you may crave and just not, as you say, you can go pick it up or have it delivered. This adds a whole new element to it. Now, are you operating out of what they call ghost kitchens, or how are you swinging this that you're getting this kind of productivity?
Well, first of all, we've been working on this for years. We've got this down to a science, basically, to get the best quality. So we're preparing things right to the end of the line, and then it's all put together in impingement cooking ovens and things like that at the location. And it's just it's amazing. The quality is great. And the greatest thing about this is we concentrate on ordering for delivery and pickup. So when you order from a restaurant, the restaurant's feeding the guests in the dining room, and all of a sudden, now I got a takeout order. So of course they make it and it's good, but we only do takeout and delivery.
Wow.
So we're concentrating on making that really perfect, and that's what we do.
And that's a skill, Mark. So you guys had to do some R&D on what travels well, I would imagine.
A lot of R&D, the containers that it's cooked in, the containers that it's delivered in, the bag, the size, everything has been. It's been down to the wire. The R&D on this thing has been absolutely amazing. The team is amazing that does this.
To someone who orders fairly frequently, the notion also of being able to, if you try ordering from separate places, it's virtually impossible to do it. You can have, as you said, different restaurants, different menu items from different places, all in one order, which that alone is a godsend.
Well, yeah, because if your family's sitting down for dinner and the kids want this and you want this and somebody else, now it's all coming at the same time. You don't have to wait for 4 delivery guys to show up with your food all at different times.
Right. All right, so we got all these locations opening up right now. We have the second one's going to be on April 3rd. Like I said, the first one's in King of Prussia. How do we order? Is there an app available? Do you call a phone number? What's the best way to do it?
So the app, the Wonder app, is absolutely tremendous. It is such great customer service as well. They've got it comes up on your phone. You order it. There's a little they text you. You can have all these different ways for them to communicate with you. So you know exactly when it's being ordered, when the order's received, when it's being made, when it's out on the road for delivery, and when it's showing up at your door. It's really great.
So on average, what is the delivery range of one of these?
Well, this is the interesting thing is we don't go too far because we want to make sure. I don't exactly know because we're New York City. I know it's like 6 or 7 blocks.
Right.
They're all going to be different, but it's all about timing. We don't want those deliveries to go too far, so they're delivery so we can do it quickly and we can do it. So the food stays the highest quality.
Gotcha.
And the other great thing is when we know when the delivery guy is coming back to pick up your food, we'll start cooking it at the timing. The technology is really, really brilliant. We've spent a lot of time getting the technology right. So, for example, like if your steak has got to be cooked, we know that the guy's going to come back to pick up your food in 6 minutes. It takes 5 minutes to cook that steak. So at 5 minutes, they'll start cooking that steak because the guy's being picked up at 6 minutes.
That's great.
Yeah, it's really, it's fascinating to watch the whole technology behind all this great food.
So, Mark, you consider yourself a New York guy, a New York chef?
Yeah, well, I've been here for over 30 years.
That'll do it. I'm curious, what's your opinion and how familiar, well, I should ask that in reverse. How familiar are you with the Philly food scene and what's your opinion on it?
I think the Philly food scene is fantastic. I love going down there when I do Robert Irvine's event. I unfortunately wasn't able to be there this year, but I always like to come a little early and stay a little late because I like to go to Marc Vetri's restaurants. I love to go to, Park at Rittenhouse. There's just so many great spots down there. Marc Vetri's like pasta place where you sit at the counter and watch the guys make the pasta.
That's cool.
Just such a great vibe.
I mean, we're biased. I'm sorry to interrupt, Steve.
No
we're,
problem.
We're biased, but we think we've got one of the finest restaurant scenes in the country.
Oh, it's not quite as large as New York. but
Right.
yeah, it's very good.
Yeah.
It's absolutely wonderful. It's a great scene.
So I was born and spent most of my early born in Manhattan, spent all my life. I'll tell you, or many years, I should say. I will tell you the difference, Mark, is that as a restaurant opens up in New York, you're not going to get into it for like 3 years. Here, you can gain access to it quicker. So I always say it has a lot of what I love about New York with half the BS. So that to explain my angle and what a lot of people
That's
find.
nice.
Yeah. I wanted to ask you close to in the Mount Airy area, if you're not familiar with the area, it's over by like. Chestnut Hill or whatever, if you're any of these locations familiar, what will be the closest I mean, is the plan to expand? Long story short, I want to order, and I don't want to.
He wants one near his house.
I want one near my goddamn house. I just thank you, Preston, for cutting through my mumbling to get to what I wanted.
Have no fear. We are expanding. We're expanding quickly. We know that Philadelphia is going to accept this amazing concept, so we will be able to expand. But now, just to get back to you being from New York, you probably obviously know DeFara Pizza, correct? In Brooklyn?
Yep.
Well, guess what? You're going to be able to get DeFara Pizza in Philadelphia when you order from the Wonder app. Yes.
Wow.
Okay.
Well,
Yes.
that's so you can have some of those geographically inconvenient places accessible now through this.
I mean, and you're going to see the quality. It's when I get that delivered to my house, it's as if you're going to the store itself. It is really fantastic.
Wow. Awesome. Excellent.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we're excited. And by the way, the other location, Steve, so the Ardmore one is going to be April 3rd. And then there's Fishtown, Northeast, South Philly, Rittenhouse, others later in the year. And then neighborhood locations, King of Prussia, as we already said, Westchester, Newtown Square, Mount Laurel, and Cherry Hill. So they're going to be popping up all over.
We're getting
the
there.
place.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mark, thank
Awesome,
you
guys.
for the info, brother. We appreciate it. We hope we'll see you in person again down the road and have a great weekend, okay?
Absolutely. You too. Have a great weekend.
Mark Murphy,
Bye,
guys. Food Network star and restaurateur, and it's called Wonder. So that clears it up for me. I wasn't sure. I was confused. I can't believe each and every one of those chefs that he named is going to have like 15 different dishes you can order from him. I'm like, how can a kitchen handle that much work?
And now
But
you
they've
understand that's all they focus in on. By the
They
way,
gotta figure it
Mark
out.
texted me. He said he realizes that Philadelphia is far superior.
There you go. He didn't want to.
He just didn't want to
gotcha.
cut his cred.
All right, let's play our first food clip and see. And by the way, our sponsor, and I forgot to mention this at the top, Acme Markets, official supermarket of the Preston and Steve Show. We have a $50 Acme Markets gift card. If you can tell us what movie this food clip is from.
Great job catching the food, Ned.
Oh, thanks, Mikey. How do you like your bat, Dusty? Medium rare.
All right, let's see if you know what movie that is from. You have to text the word Zoom to our new text number, 610-660-9333. Do that now. We'll send you the link. You click on that, and then we'll see if you can get on board to tell us what you think that clip is from, what movie that clip is from. All right, order up. I know I usually put stories together with the fast food roundup, but this one, I have 3 different whiskey stories. So I'm going to link them together. We're going to start with this. Whiskey and Whiskey auction at Sotheby's took place, and it featured some exceptionally rare bottles from the Pappy Van Winkle lineup. And a bottle of Old Rip Van Winkle bourbon broke an auction record for post-prohibition American whiskey and sold for an astounding one bottle of bourbon, $125,000.
$125,000. So you're a whiskey guy.
Yeah.
Right? What's your absolute Ark of the Covenant? Would love to try, would love to have.
Here's the deal with me and bourbon. I love it, and I love a good bourbon. But once you get into the upper tier, I can't tell you what is worth thousands of dollars, what's worth hundreds of dollars. You know, once you get into that range, it's all great. So it all tastes really good. So I have had some Pappy Van Winkle before, not one of their like $3,000 bottles, but one of their, and it was great. It was really, really good. I enjoyed it. And I have one of my favorite pricier bourbons, and I think it's like $300-$400 a bottle, is it's called Blue Run. My friend Jim turned me on to it, and I love that. So, you know what, Steve? I don't have as cultivated a palate as the people who are the higher ends, but I love me a good whiskey, a good bourbon for sure.
I would hazard a guess that not even all the people who claim to have the cultivated palates do. It's more just the reputation
and the story behind it. Sometimes, that's true. But there are people who can denote tones and notes of things, and they will have the recipe of where it originated from, and these people can pick it out without ever looking at that because their palate is so cultivated.
So Pappy Van Winkle is famous for inventing the wet wipe.
That too. It's a side job. Yeah.
What are your thoughts on this trend about when they smoke the wood into the whiskey glass?
I don't like it.
Okay.
I ordered it once or twice, and it's unneeded smoke.
Okay.
You don't. Bourbon is already smoky. And
Jerk off.
And you don't need to add more than that. I think it's a novelty. I think it looks, people ooh and ah when they see it because, Steve, they actually light something and create smoke and they trap it in the glass and they put a lid on top of it and they come over and they open it up and then all the smoke comes out
I'd be
and you
impressed.
smell it and everything.
Yeah.
It looks cool. I think it's novelty.
Pageantry.
Yeah.
Okay.
When we were in Clearwater, Matt ordered one, left, went to the bathroom, and came back, and all of the smoke had, gone away.
was gone.
We saw it, and he took a sip, and he goes, "Oh, this is really smoky."
Yeah,
we
exactly.
were like, "Yeah, you missed it."
So the full name of this whiskey in question is Old Rip Van Winkle Selection Kentucky Bourbon Festival Master Distillers Auction 2007. That's what it's called.
How do you fit that on a bottle?
There are a few unanswered questions about the bottle, but Sotheby's team uncovered important key information. The bourbon is a 2007 expression that was originally bottled for a charity auction, and it's a blend of 15 to 20-year-old whiskey. And while the source is not verified, it was most likely distilled at Stitzel Weller and was blended by Julian Van Winkle. And it's bottled at 125.6 proof.
You know what I'd do? I would put it in a bottle that was a complete, like a gargantuan, veiny replica of a penis.
Wow.
Just because to have the dichotomy of this incredibly expensive liquor with this disgusting bottle would be
the bottle
amusing.
Also has a homemade label that Julian says was created by his son, Preston, specifically for the charity. The initial estimate for the bottle was that it could fetch up to $50,000, but clearly it surpassed that and went for $125,000. The sale broke the record for $107,715, which was for a Van Winkle 18-year-old bourbon for Binny's Beverage Depot.
Dr. Mike says he has this bottle. I think he was given it by somebody. It's a super expensive bottle of cognac. Mm-hmm. Has he ever told you about this?
No.
Yeah, and he's waiting for the
Was it the
probably
Louis?
Louis the 13th.
Yeah.
That's like $2,000-$3,000.
Wow.
So yeah. All right. Here's another whiskey story. Fireball, which is a whiskey,
and also one of the reindeer,
is cranking up the mischief with a spicy giveaway for the 90 and over crowd. They are giving away. Listen to this: a lifetime supply of its cinnamon-flavored spirit.
If you're 90 and above?
If you were born in 1935 or earlier, you can enter online or by mail through March 31st for a shot at the prize.
That's funny.
If you're not there yet, you can still nominate your favorite nonagenarian, Nanapuya, who knows how to keep the party going. To enter or nominate someone, you can visit lifetimesupplyoffireball.com. Again, that's lifetimesupplyoffireball.com. So I think it's a great idea. A lifetime supply at 90 years old.
I'm not familiar, though. Is it a good tasting?
No, it's garbage.
Garbage?
It's garbage.
It's what you do shots of.
Oh, really? Okay.
Like at a wedding, sometimes there'll be a bottle of Fireball that's passed around to the.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
It's got like a real cinnamony taste, Steve, and so
It tastes good though.
Like 21-year-olds drink it.
Yeah, like if you're not a whiskey drinker, you could have that.
Yeah, you know me though. If I can detect alcohol in it,
you definitely detect alcohol, but it's a lot of cinnamon.
This one's not for you.
All right, so and then the last whiskey story: rapper, actor, and entrepreneur Ja Rule is diving into the whiskey world with Amber and Opal, a honey-infused rye made for both seasoned sippers and the whiskey curious. Created with some longtime friends in collaboration with the Baltimore Spirits Company, the blend features notes of orange blossom, honey, smoked tea, cinnamon, ginger, and figs. That sounds good. Available in Maryland and online starting last year. They're now stocked at selections in California, Florida, New York, and New Jersey, and they plan to slowly expand nationwide.
Wasn't Ja Rule part of the Fire Festival? Was he? Was he the one on the original?
I think so, yeah.
Maybe.
So maybe they'll not serve it at this next one.
Yeah.
I wonder what celebrity alcohol has made the most money. I know Casamigos has done really well for George Clooney.
What about Cabo Wabo? Or,
oh, yes.
absolutely.
Sammy Hagar made a ton on that. I think
that was early on. He was one of the first people to dip his toe into that.
I think Ryan Reynolds has done really well with Aviation Gin, too.
Do you think it's still because of the glut has diluted its?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I read Sammy's biography, and he talks about Cabo Wabo, and it happened by accident. So he had bought this place down there just to go and vacation. And there was a local guy who was just making homemade tequila.
Oh, wow.
And he went and he tried it, and he's like, this stuff is fantastic.
Wow.
And then started to encourage him to make some more. And then it started as just a, hey, you got to try this, to the, hey, we should maybe sell this. And then it turned into what it became, which is pretty wild.
How come that doesn't happen with us?
It does. We don't make any money off it. We had ice cream.
Ice cream, for crying out loud.
Corner of the market.
I have a whole ice cream section coming up in a little bit, by the way. But let's find out if you know what movie this is from.
Great job catching the food, Ned.
Oh, thanks, Lucky. How do you like your bat, Dusty? Medium rare.
All right, we will go to a Zoomer and see if we can get an answer. I think we're going to.
It's Steve.
It's up. Oh, there we go. Hi, Steve. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. How you guys doing?
Awesome, buddy. All right, you know what movie that's from?
Is it The Three Amigos?
It is! Absolutely correct. Hold on, bud. Case, we're going to give him a prize?
Yes, we are. As a matter of fact, and I had Three Amigos music, so I was looking for that to play along with it. But
while you're looking for it, Preston, where they are eating the bats around the campfire.
Yes.
I think they're eating bacon.
Oh.
Is that what it seems?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean, it seems crispy.
It seems crispy.
Definitely.
yeah, eating the wings, you know. All right, so that guy Steve won a $50 Acme Markets gift card. If you're hungry and in a hurry, Acme's flash grocery delivery or pickup gets you fresh groceries in 30 minutes or less. Fast, fresh, and right to your door. Acme Fresh Foods, local flavors.
All right, we have another clip to play. We'll see if you can recognize what movie this is from.
Eggshells, carrot tops, compost is cool. Now stuff that in there. I'm gonna make a steaming cup of compost tea.
All right, let's see if you know what that is from. Text the word Zoom to 610-660-9333. We'll see if you can get through. Order up. All right, I'm gonna throw this story in here. You guys know Edibles brand, the edible arrangements.
Oh, you love them.
So you get the fruit, and it looks like a bouquet, and they're great gifts. And people send them here from time to time. We put them in our Acme Lounge, and everybody will just pick at it, and they're great.
To your ice cream birthday cake notion,
yeah.
Well, you could just get one for no special reason.
Get it anytime you
want.
So they have launched edibles.com, a new online shop selling THC infused drinks. So Edible Arrangements has gotten into the edible market. Yes. And so they are going to be offering THC infused drinks, chews, and enhancers. Starting in Texas, the brand plans to expand quickly across legal markets in the Southeast, including Florida and Georgia. Is Florida legal? I know it's
not
medical.
Recreationally, no. Yeah, because if we recall when we were having dinner at the Boxer, they had THC infused beverages, seltzers, but they didn't. But it wasn't. It was like the Delta 9. It wasn't
straight up
like the
THC.
Yeah.
So a flagship store is also on the way in Atlanta, kicking off a potential franchise model. And with premium products, big name partners, and sleek, wellness-focused vibe, they're aiming to make THC a little more mainstream and more stylish.
Think about it. If Facts of Life was done today, Edna's Edibles,
oh my God,
it'd be a whole other game.
Yeah.
Oh my God, there's got to be somebody out there that is taking that name.
They'd be tripping balls.
To use that, right? Edna's Edibles, trip your balls. All right, that's a short story. Do we have somebody up? All right, let's see if we can identify what movie this clip is from.
Eggshells, carrot tops, compost is cool. Now stuff that in there. I'm gonna make a steaming cup of compost tea.
All right, we'll go to Thomas. Yo, Thomas, morning, bud.
Hey, good morning.
All right, Thomas, you know the movie?
Yeah, is it Twilight?
Twilight is correct, Thomas. You hang right there, because here's what we have for you, buddy.
You got a $50 Acme Markets gift card. If you're hungry and in a hurry, Acme's flash grocery delivery or pickup gets you fresh groceries in 30 minutes or less. Fast, fresh, and right to your door. Acme Fresh Foods, local flavors.
All right, here's a new clip, and it's about food or drink, and let's see if you know what movie this is from.
Tell me something true.
Something true. I hate peas.
No, something real. Something no one else knows.
We were just talking about this movie earlier this morning.
yeah.
All right, what movie is that from? Text the word Zoom to 610-660-9333. Order up. It's ice cream time. I could also do an ice cream roundup, man, because weekly there are ice cream stores. So I have 2 of them.
It's one of
It's great.
It's one of the greatest things man has ever achieved.
I agree. The very first Dairy Queen opened back in 1940.
And everyone loved it.
And to celebrate 80...
Who doesn't like a bit of cold ice cream on a hot summer's day?
And to celebrate 85 years of cool treats, they are rolling out new blizzards at a throwback price. So starting March 31st, so very, very soon, fans can dig into fresh flavors like the brownie cookie dough mixing bowl mashup and dipped strawberry cheesecake.
You'll think it's goddamn 1940.
And you will love the price here in a moment. Plus returning faves like cotton candy and confetti cake. And from Monday, March 24th, so we're already past that, till April 6th, you can grab a small blizzard for just 85 cents.
Damn, bro.
With any $1 purchase in the DQ app. They always have to add the app.
Well, everyone
but
pushes the app, but we push the app. So
yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
So yeah, 85 cents. That's pretty cool for a small size blizzard, because that's not the mini either. Remember, they have mini, small, and then on up. So it's a good size one.
Small is plenty.
Yeah, I agree.
For a blizzard, you don't really need more than that.
I don't
Plenty,
either.
but also not enough. You know what I mean?
At the same time.
At the same time, I could have done 2.
Yeah, so.
There are some things that it's true.
Yeah.
It's true, because once you go in, you go in.
Uh-huh.
And you hate for it to stop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Yeah.
No
All right.
When you have to show restraint.
Now, the other ice cream story, not as pleasant as that one, but popular baby brand Frida is about to drop a interesting product idea, and that is breast milk flavored ice cream. So no actual breast milk, but it's going to be flavored to taste like breast milk, which I think is disgusting. We had it on the air one time.
I didn't do that. I did not want to take part.
I did.
And so what did it taste
It
like?
tasted like 1%. It tasted to me.
Oh, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I think it had a foul taste to it.
Oh, did you?
1% just tastes bland to me.
I thought it tasted like cantaloupe.
Okay.
Really?
I could maybe see that, and that's odd in a liquid form.
Yeah.
It's like sherbet is what you're saying then.
It was sweet.
To me, I just found it very bland.
Ugh. So it's timed to arrive in 9 months. This sweet and creamy treat is designed to mimic the real thing and packs similar nutrients.
Yes, some
like
placenta Jimmy's, please.
omega-3s, calcium, and vitamin.
Jimmy!
How long you been a Dairy Queen, Al?
With celebs and curious social media users buzzing about the taste of breast milk, Frida's betting big on turning curiosity into cravings.
I don't think
I
will. I don't think I want that.
You can even sign up online to stay abreast of the launch.
They're good. They're so good.
Yeah. All right, we'll see if you know what movie this food clip is from. Here we go.
Tell me something true.
Something true. I hate peas.
No, something real. Something no one else knows.
Okay, we're going to go to Sasquatch and see if we can get an answer this morning. Oh, no, it's Brendan. Hey, Brendan, how you doing?
I'm doing excellent. Thank you, Presbo.
You have an awesome wild man look about you. I mean, not just the beard, the hair, brother. You got a look going on.
Yeah, I got to grow it out again for Kathy's Cuts. I got till 2027.
Very well done. Yes.
All right, so without further ado, what movie is that from, Brendan?
That is 10 Things I Hate About You.
That's it, buddy. Nice job. All right, Brendan, hang on, buddy. We're going to set you up with this.
All right, Brendan, a.k.a. Beef Stew, who's a member of the WMMR Rock and Rollers. You won
awesome.
a $50 Acme Marcus gift card. If you're hungry and in a hurry, Acme's Flash Grocery Delivery or Pickup gets you fresh groceries in 30 minutes or less. It's fast, fresh, and right to your door. Acme Fresh Foods, local flavors.
People on the YouTube stream are like, hey, it's cool. We're having Brandon Marsh on the show this morning.
Totally. Huge beard. All right, another movie clip to play. Let's see if you can tell us what what movie this food clip is from.
You don't like raisins?
Not really.
Why?
They used to be fat and juicy. Now they're twisted. They had their life stolen. Well, they taste sweet, but really they're just humiliated grapes. I can't say I'm a big supporter of the Raisin Council.
All right, what movie is that one from? Text word Zoom to 610-660-9333. Let's get another story for you. Now, this is not necessarily a fast food roundup. It's a fast food story. I don't have a...
Don't you dare deprive me of this music.
I'm sorry. All right,
You went there.
Fast food roundup. So I have a list of the states with the best fast food scenes. The distinguished Escoffier School of Culinary Arts studied fast food availability and spending trends across the country, and their new report reveals which states have the best fast food scenes. And the study analyzes each state's, percentage of fast food compared to all restaurants, the number of fast food establishments per capita, and the percentage of dining out spending that goes to fast food. And they use data from the National Restaurant Association and the U.S. Census Bureau, and they have ranked the states.
I would think we're a pretty active fast food city, yes?
Based on all of that, the study finds that Maryland actually has the best fast food scene in the country.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. But I mean, using the term best fast food scene, I don't know if that's the correct adjective to use here.
Yeah, especially because of the metrics you reeled off there.
Yeah, I would think the most active would be a better word.
Yeah, I want active.
But also I'm wondering, like, which cities have access to the most amount of fast food restaurants? Because, some fast food places are regional, right? Like, the
widest variety.
Yeah.
So okay.
Like, I'm thinking, like places that have like an In-N-Out,
like L.A.
L.A. definitely, yeah.
Because you won't find like Hardee's on this side of the country, or Jack in the Box,
Carl's Jr.
Yeah, so I think all three of those are under the same umbrella.
Right.
But yeah, In-N-Out is one that's kind of regional to the Los Angeles, to the California area. Knuckles Deep.
Yeah.
No.
Four Fingers.
Fat Burger's another one. El Pollo Loco was another LA one.
That's a good one.
Yeah, it is.
When you go to LA and you get off get out of the airport at LAX, there is equidistantly 2 In-N-Out burgers. If you go to the left,
they're both so crowded.
Yeah, both of them, and I've been to both because no matter what direction you're headed, there's an In-N-Out right around the corner.
I think this is interesting. New York and Hawaii boast the highest numbers of fast food restaurants per capita, a finding that could partially be explained by their vibrant tourist economies.
Oh, okay. So Maryland has the highest percentage of fast food restaurants in the country, though, it says in this article, Kath, with nearly half of all restaurants offering fast food, much higher than the national average of 36% of all restaurants having fast food. Hawaii is the state with the most fast food restaurants per 100,000 people, which researchers say makes sense with so many hungry tourists, as Kathy had said. New York is the second most, so there you go, followed by Maryland. When it comes to spending, Nevada is the state that spends the highest percentage of their dining budget on fast food. Hawaii is second, followed by New York. So here it is, ranked in order, the 10 states with the best fast food scenes. Number 1, Maryland. Number 2, Nevada. Number 3, Illinois. 4 is New York. Then you have Hawaii, California, Ohio, Massachusetts at 8, and then New Mexico and Oklahoma. We're not in the top 10. We are not in the top 10 for fast food.
Yeah, every time I've been out to Dallas, they have a crap load of fast food places.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was thinking more southern when you started.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. I just think of fat people. And they were saying,
where are you
like,
from, son? What's that? You don't know how to spell fish?
When you think fat people, you think South?
Well, because of something you had talked about recently, where like Alabama was like the fattest state.
Yeah,
or something
no,
like that.
true. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of fried food when you head down south.
And it's good.
For sure. All right, let's see if we can get somebody who knows what movie this food clip is from.
You don't like raisins?
Not really.
Why?
They used to be fat and juicy. Now they're twisted. They had their life stolen. Well, they taste sweet, but really they're just humiliated grapes. I can't say I'm a big supporter of the Raisin Council.
All right, we're going to Andy, checking in with him. Andy, good morning, bud.
Good morning.
All right, Andy, do you know the movie?
Is that Benny and June?
It certainly is. Benny and June. Hang on, bud. Here's what we have for you.
You just won a $50 Acme Markets gift card. Hungry and in a hurry, Acme's Flash Grocery Delivery or Pickup gets you fresh groceries in 30 minutes or less. Fast, fresh, and right to your door. Acme Fresh Foods, local flavors.
One more food clip to play. What movie is this from?
Did you feed them after midnight?
Well, I gave them some chicken.
All right.
It's an easy one.
No, then you need to text the word Zoom to 610-660-9333 right now. Good luck to you. All right, one final story. And we're going to get healthy at the end here. All right, we've done fast food, we've done booze, we've done ice cream.
Time to get real.
Yeah, we're going to get real with this. So health experts want to make sure that you're incorporating nutritional foods into your diet. And one way to do this is to try and put some key healthy foods into your everyday diet. Most of the foods that nutritionists recommend eating on a daily basis are super common and most likely already on your grocery list. Some dietitians and health experts warn against eating the same foods every day, but this typically applies to full meals. Take some really important foods. They want you to, and to include them into your daily meals. And there are a few foods that nutritionists themselves recommend that you try to eat every
day.
Single day if possible. So they are as follows. Oats. Oats are an excellent source of whole grains and contain plenty of fiber and nutrients that make them a healthy meal or a snack. Benefits can sometimes be overshadowed when people decide to add excessive sugar and calorie-dense toppings. But when made with mix-ins like nuts, cinnamon, blueberries, strawberries, bananas, they can be a great option. I agree.
I love it.
When I go to like a breakfast buffet,
absolutely.
I try to always grab some oatmeal.
It's the best.
And put some, some fruit in there.
Yeah.
Yummy.
Yeah, I don't. The thing is, I'm not ever really hungry for breakfast, and now I do sort of the intermittent fasting. So the notion of having oatmeal like mid-afternoon seems kind of weird, but maybe I need to break that stigma.
Sure. Yeah. Do you drink coffee during the day at all in the afternoon?
I convert over to tea.
Okay. Well, you know what? That would be good. I think oats, the little oatmeal would be good with tea.
Yeah, maybe
I think it would go well with
yeah.
coffee, too. All right, here's another one. Basil seeds.
Basil seeds?
It says here, you might assume chia seeds, if any seeds, would be included in this list, but registered dietitian Stacey Roberts-Davis said basil seeds are the way to go. She said it's high in fiber, protein, iron, and potassium, and a better choice than chia seeds.
Oh.
Basil
I've never even...
Neither have I.
Yeah.
Case, I've never heard of them.
Does it taste like basil?
I don't know. That's I'm not sure. Because then you'd have to sprinkle it on very specific stuff.
It would have to be very specific.
She also explained that just 2 tablespoons of basil seeds has 15 grams of fiber in it.
Can you
more than
substitute
half of what your daily intake should be?
Can you substitute ice cream?
No.
No?
I don't
What
think
about
so.
Toll House cookie dough?
Yes, it's the same thing
It's
as
the same
basil
thing as
seeds.
basil
All right, good.
seeds.
Then I
Oddly
am-
enough, the chemical breakdown is exactly the same.
But I assume you could put these in like a salad or something like that.
Ice
Kath?
cream?
I don't know.
Yeah, so they seem like they are very similar to the chia seeds. Yeah, it says
Chia.
that they're mild, have a little bit of a nutty flavor, and gel-like when soaked in water, and that's the same thing chia seeds do.
Oh, okay. Here's another one, spinach.
I love spinach.
All right, you already know that you need to incorporate leafy greens into your diet, but spinach in specific is a great choice to eat every day if you can.
You know, when I eat it every day, I do this little thing where I blow a little flame out of my pipe, Casey, and I hold the can up and I turn it around.
And that's how you open it?
Yeah.
Okay. So spinach is packed with magnesium, iron, and antioxidants, helping reduce inflammation. Oh, my God.
I'm going to save the man.
God, that's an ancient one.
Yeah.
Spinach, 'cause I eat big spinach. I'm hot like a sail.
So it actually helps reduce inflammation, supporting muscle recovery, and promoting relaxation, all of which aid in better sleep. Plus, spinach is a non-greasy vegetable, meaning that it won't cause you any stomach issues.
I like to put spinach in other stuff, like a smoothie, for example, or eggs.
Kind of hide it.
Yeah.
Pizza.
Yeah. Or like on a sandwich instead of lettuce, iceberg lettuce or whatever, where I don't think there's a ton of nutritional value in lettuce. You get some more in spinach.
Do you not like the way it tastes?
I don't dislike it. To me, it's just fairly bland. I'll eat the spinach any day of the week over kale.
But I can do kale in a smoothie. I hate spinach and I hate kale, but I can.
Kale's so rough.
I can blend them up into a smoothie.
I love kale too.
Yeah,
Kale is rough texturally.
Yeah,
but spinach is also it's got an interesting texture too.
Yeah.
As opposed to lettuce being a little more crunchy.
Yeah.
It's kind of
what about
softer? You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally.
Arugula.
Yeah.
Arugula. Arugula is good. It's
love
got
arugula.
a peppery flavor.
It's got
to
more
it.
taste to it. Yeah.
Well, I'm so sorry. What is arugula again?
Oh, hold on.
Okay.
We have a clip.
Arugula. What's that? It's a vegetable.
Oh,
That's what it is.
I got you. Yeah, you guys can have all the spinach. I can't stand it when we go out to like a nice steakhouse and you order like at sides for the table and somebody
Cream
always wants
spinach!
cream spinach. I'm like, dude, no.
It's the best.
Cream spinach and au gratin potatoes. Please don't put that on my table.
Oh, I'll take both of them.
Yeah,
Oh my God! Yeah.
That's also ruining the spinach.
What?
The-
Oh
the-
well,
the health
nutritionally.
aspect- yeah, the health aspect of the spinach.
Put it in ice cream.
Oh man, potatoes au gratin and cream spinach. Those are two must-haves if I go to a steakhouse. It's got
Oh wow.
apps.
No,
Okay,
I'll do the
Or, I mean,
asparagus all
sides.
day long. You know what I'm saying?
Into that too. All right, another
True
thing.
dat.
There are two more things. True dat. Yogurt.
Yes.
They emphasize the importance of gut healthy foods. Most people don't realize that digestion impacts everything: mood, immunity, weight. And that's why yogurt is on the list of foods to eat every day. It is rich in probiotics, calcium, and protein. So if you can eat some yogurt every day, it's good
Yogurt,
for you.
granola, and blueberries. A little bit of honey.
And then the last thing on this list are berries, Steve, that you should try to eat every day, which I have for the past 3 months. I've been eating some berries every single day.
Your berry of choice.
I like them all, but pressed probably, and they have to be ripe and proper. But blackberries are fantastic. The only thing is, you get seeds in your teeth.
Yeah.
But I love them.
You
I
take a
love,
blackberry over a strawberry, huh?
about a
nice
blueberry?
ripe strawberry. I wasn't thinking strawberries.
Yeah.
Blackberries are easier though. Like the strawberries, you gotta
What
Yeah,
about
take the
blue?
top
stem
off, yeah.
It's a little bit
Yeah.
bigger.
Blueberries are-
Sometimes it's more than one bite.
They're a superfood, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
very
Yeah.
much so. So I'm every week I make a fruit salad at the beginning of the week. Yummy, yummy. And I eat it throughout the week. So I always have strawberries, blueberries, blackberries, and raspberries in there. So I've got the whole berry family covered.
Blueberries, you'll be stronger than the other berries.
It's a super berry.
It's a super berry.
I don't know why I'm not healthier because
You'll be stronger than the other berries. You'll be enriched by the earth's sun.
besides the basil seeds, I eat everything that's
On this list?
on that list almost every day, 90% of the time.
And you never get sick.
I just said I'm surprised. I don't know why I'm not healthier.
Hey, when making your salad, Preston, you make it on your fruit salad on Sundays, you said?
Uh-huh.
Okay, and by the end of the week, it's still good?
It lasts.
Okay.
It's right at the edge.
Yeah.
At the very
You're
end
flirting
there.
with death.
Especially raspberries. They don't hold up very
Right.
well.
Yeah.
But if you leave those out, it'll last all week.
I mean, it's an ongoing conversation on the show about, the Wednesday banana versus the Saturday
Yes.
banana or whatever. But I might try this. I think that's a really healthy approach.
Here's what I put in my fruit salad. I'll put in all those berries I said, grapes, pineapple, sometimes kiwi.
What?
And I'll also chop up an apple, and that adds a little crunch in there.
And that lasts a full week?
Because the apple will last a week because the pineapple is in there with the citrus.
We talked about the...
Yeah. So it will, it's an antioxidant for it.
Okay.
Yeah. It'll keep it from browning.
Yeah.
My banana math this week was I got an A+. I gave myself an A+.
Nailed it?
Yeah, so
on banana.
what I did is I took two different bunches.
Yes.
And I grabbed 3 green bananas off of one bunch and 2 yellow bananas.
You're a stud.
Dude.
Yeah.
I crushed it this week.
So you're
You
you're vulcanizing the bunches at the supermarket?
Yeah, it doesn't
Yeah.
You're like a rapist.
You gotta have solid green ones. If you want your Good Friday banana, you got to buy solid green ones on Sunday.
I did that.
And then by Friday, you're good to go.
very happy with my
There's a technique for sure. So adding berries to your everyday diet will help you age better and keep your heart healthy. So keep those in mind. All right, we are looking for someone who knows what movie this clip is from.
Did you feed them after midnight?
Well, I gave them some chicken.
All right, we will go to Tom. Good morning, Tom.
Good morning. What's up, fellas?
Yo, bud. Well, we're looking for an answer. What movie's that from, you know?
That's from Gremlins?
Of course. Yeah. You're a winner, Tom.
Thank you.
Hang on, buddy. We'll get your info, and we're going to give you this.
All right, Tom.
Tell me what wingy.
You got a $50 Acme Markets gift card. By the way, speaking of wingy, Cheap Chicken Mondays. Check out Acme for Cheap Chicken Mondays. Yeah, so if you're hungry and in a hurry, Acme's Flash grocery delivery or pickup gets you fresh groceries in 30 minutes or less. Fast, fresh, and right to your door. Acme Fresh Foods, local flavors.
Quick bonus story for you. Chili's is making its sitcom debut in real life with a new location just north of Scranton, and it's decked out like a scene straight from The Office. The restaurant has got mid-2000 vibes, Dunder Mifflin nods, and even the long-lost Awesome Blossom returning exclusively to this location.
Oh, man.
2 fan-favorite cast members are helping hype the opening, which is timed for April 7th, which is the show's 20th anniversary. And you can sip on a Scranton Marg or Marge, right? Scranton Marge or Marg? Oh, Margarita. At Chili's locations nationwide, but they're doing a special one.
Do they specify the cast members?
It does not in this story. I don't know who it is. So I don't know if maybe it's Kate Flannery, because she's local to the area.
I'm going up to Scranton tomorrow. Why can't this be tomorrow?
I know.
Oh, man.
All right. Well, anyhow, bonus story there for the connoisseur. We got to wrap it up.
All right.
Wait, Nick.
It's Brian Baumgartner, who played Kevin.
Oh, nice.
He's one of them. I don't know who the other is.
Okay. All right. That's it in the connoisseur. Good one this week.
Yes.
Thank you to celebrity chef Mark Murphy for joining us this morning. What?
Hi, Brandon Graham. He's listening to the show right now.
Wait, texted you?
Yeah.
What did he say?
He goes, hey, I hear y'all talking about that good fruit and yogurt this morning. Hope all is well.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I'll guarantee you Brandon Graham eats fruit and yogurt every day.
You're damn straight.
We should take this opportunity to publicly congratulate him on his retirement and a lifelong career in Philadelphia, and literally one of the most beloved Philadelphians. I would say Brandon Graham is a worldly known good guy.
Brandon, if you're listening, that is a very little bestowed, I guess what would the word?
It's high praise.
High praise, yes.
Yeah, Hey, Brandon, text the word Zoom to 610-660-9333.
That's 610-660-9333. In fact, we have a song that will help you remember that new number. And if you want to text in, it's this.
610-660-9333. That is our new phone number. You can also text it as well.
All right. Listen, we got to take a break. So we're going to do that. We're going to come back in a moment. And our buddy Craig Shoemaker is going to be in the studio. He's got a gig this week, and we'll tell you about it when we return. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
It's a D.
Yeah.
All right, stop. Hold on. Ready? Play it.
What is it? That's very cool.
All right, Nick. Pull yours up.
All right, so in typical McElwain fashion, I got the skinny pink one.
Yeah, you did. You got the littlest one.
This will get the job done fast.
Hey, let's go racing, fellas.
Yeah!
Boogity, boogity, boogity. All right, so take your chosen vibrator over to the tracks. We have to turn them all on. All right, they're placing them on the track. I'll call the race. Ready, and 3, 2, 1, begin. And they're off. Steves is taking off down the middle. Steves already crossed the finish line. In second place is, who was that?
The blue one.
Casey!
Casey came in second, followed by Nick McElwain, third. Look at me. Kathy Romano is fourth, and mine is not even halfway down yet.
Oh, my God.
That
is despicable display.
It's still just taking its time.
Where's Kathy?
Kathy's finished.
Wow.
Here comes mine rattling down. Still not across the finish line yet in 3, 2, 1, and there it is.
Oh.
Wow.
Preston, does yours have the most girth?
No. Casey's does.
Surprisingly.
Let's put him back up on the track again, and we'll try. I'll turn the mic back up over there.
You're out!
Yeah, it's too fast.
It's too fast?
Man, do I know how to pick a fast dildo, though.
Get him in place.
Oh, my God. Preston, we've been to both the Poconos and Daytona.
And Dover.
That same sense, Dover, that same sense of excitement.
All right, we got him lined up. You ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Let's go racing. And here we go. Now we got to race.
Oh, man.
Casey's is off to the lead, but it's neck and neck. Nick McElwain is pulling ahead.
Come on.
And it's taken a full-length lead at this point, but you never know what might happen towards the end. Nick is still headed towards the finish line. He's just about there. Casey's slowed down considerably. Nick, our winner.
Woo!
All right, now it's neck and neck for third
Head
and
and head.
fourth. It's head and head.
Kathy is making way here.
Casey's is coming up, and Kathy's is slowly catching mine, which has now trailed the third place. All right, Casey came in second. Kathy looks like she's going to take. I'm going to come in last place again.
Again?
Man. Look at this. And Kathy in fourth.
All right.
Me in last place. Son of a bitch.
Now,
I want a new dildo. All right, our next guest is ready to go. Man, we've had so many people here in the studio, and we saved the rock and roll for last because it's rock and roll time late in the show.
Yeah.
But we're happy to have him here this morning performing at the TLA tonight. Please welcome Andrew W.K.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
Good morning, sir. Thanks for being here.
Good morning. Yes, thank you for having me.
Yeah. As I said, rock and roll time, early in the morning.
You build up to it. Yeah, you build up. It's sort of a way of calibrating your system. And it has been quite a lineup. I've been enjoying the preview tweets and posts that you guys have been putting up. So I feel very privileged to be included in such an illustrious group of folks.
It is pretty amazing. But, there's been a great deal of excitement about you. And you have a very loyal fan base. And that's got to be very rewarding, right?
Well, we're all in this party together, and I certainly don't take it for granted that there are other folks that identify with this celebratory attitude, and we're all looking for the same thing, that kind of enthusiasm, that kind of joy, that kind of party fuel that helps you get through each day and make the most of it.
Well, listen, I think it is a huge badge of honor when you have reached a point in your career when you've actually become a Halloween costume.
Yes, and I designed it that way to make it very easy. As you can see, anyone can find a white T-shirt. The white jeans can be a little harder to find, but they're not always that hard. Even painter's pants will do if you don't have anything else. And if you throw on a wig and a bloody nose, and you're good to go.
But generally, you go with denim for the pants?
I do.
White denim?
Yes, the denim is durable, and I need durability. I need support. I need that harder, thicker fabric.
And denim absolutely serves that bill. So.
It does. It really does.
The costume is cool enough that people in the know, you can kind of say, okay, they know. And other people have no clue. So you can break up the crowd immediately.
Yes. It's a litmus test for partiers.
Right.
I used to wear white pants all the time when I was
Did you?
Yes.
You and
they
Mr. Rourke.
They weren't denim. They were just like, whatever kind of fabric, cotton or something like that. But
I can't because like 9 times out of 10 I'm walking around with skid marks and I just
that's
can't
the point.
let them.
That's the whole. Those are the hard-earned party stains. You got to showcase those proudly.
They're like bruises, man.
Exactly.
Yeah, I like that. We wanted to welcome somebody else here into the studio because she's a massive fan. She produces our afternoon show, so she came in very, very early for this. Sarah Parker is here with us this morning.
Hi.
And Sarah made it a point to be here nice and early in the morning. What is it you love about Andrew WK?
Oh my gosh, the fact that he is so very positive, especially nowadays. So many crappy things are happening in this world, right? You look at the news and you just get upset, but Andrew is the shining light of positivity. So I'm thinking that perhaps you should explain what partying means to you, because someone who's not familiar with Andrew WK might think that's just drinking all the time. So what does partying mean to you?
Well, it certainly could mean drinking all the time for someone. I'm not really here to tell someone what it is. I guess I chose that word because I thought it was actually something that everyone did understand, that everyone was familiar with that. It didn't take a lot of explanation or elaboration, that a 4-year-old or a 94-year-old, I should say a 93-year-old or a 33-year-old, they all understand in some way how to enjoy the fact that they're not dead. And that's really the beginning and the end of the party mindset. You can apply it as vastly or as simply simply as possible.
There's a great video of Andrew. If you haven't seen it on YouTube, you can find it. He's being interviewed, and the interviewer is asking a pretty long, drawn-out question. And in that time, Andrew's face contorts into a scowl of sorts, and then you answer the question very quickly. And it's hilarious. It's got over like 3 million views. But are you, faces? Is that something you were always good at as a kid? Were you making
Gurning?
Yeah.
Yeah, hamming it up. I mean, the face is a very fun thing if you can control it. I don't have complete control. I think in that video you're talking about, maybe some kind of demon took control of my face. But
very much so.
Let them have at it.
Let them out.
Yeah, let them have their fun with my face.
You seem to be obsessed with pizza.
Well, who isn't really? I mean, even the person who hates pizza the most, they still are engaged in the phenomenon.
You have a guitar look like a pizza slice.
I have a pizza slice guitar,
which is pretty badass.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you to the great folks at ESP Guitars for making it for me.
Yeah, very nice.
And we just made another one too.
Yeah, a taco guitar, right?
That's right. Yes, literally, it's just days old. It's still a very fresh. Yeah, I've only played it, I think, maybe 5 times now on stage. We just got it during this tour.
Okay. Hey, Andrew, with your signature look, the whites and the bloody nose. Did the bloody nose happen by accident at some point, and then you were like, "Hey, that looks kind of cool."
That was part of the initial vision I was presented with, so I executed that in a rather painful way. But I have gotten bloody noses on stage by accident, much to my dismay.
Right.
Most of them were accidentally self-inflicted, meaning I kicked myself in my own face. When I was trying to do a very impressive high kick in New Orleans, for example, I saw a friend in the crowd I hadn't seen in years. I said, I'm going to really blow his mind. I'm going to do the highest kick of all. And it was so high that I almost kicked through my own head.
Wow.
But I got a bloody nose. I did break my nose that night as well, which, as you can imagine, is rather painful. But the adrenaline got going and the blood started flowing, and people thought it was all just part of the show.
Hey, listen, man, thanks for getting up early and stopping by. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about partying.
Of course. Have a great time in Philadelphia. Andrew WK, friend. We love this guy who's in our studio. He's a great guest. He's a great star, and he's got a film that he is promoting. It's coming up on Netflix, and it is called Wheelman. Let's welcome him back to our studio, Frank Grillo.
Awesome.
How you doing, man?
I'm doing great.
It's good to see you again.
Yeah, I miss you guys.
We miss you as well, bud.
You came in and you blew us away the first time we had you in the studio. Great stories and full of energy. And we, obviously you were attached to something. We were just, it was the Purge and obviously the Marvel universe as well. Got to tell you, man, though, Wheelman is a solid movie.
Yeah, you saw it?
I did see it on we got the advance. It's going to be on Netflix, which is turning out to be Valhalla for these kind of films.
It's amazing. I mean, this film, cost $5 million. My buddy Joe Carnahan and I.
Joe Carnahan is the Gray.
Yeah, the Gray and Smoking Aces and Narc and
love his stuff.
Yeah, he's great. So we're partners with this company War Party, and we made this movie for like $5.5 million.
Which is insane because but that's the deal. You're producing this movie.
Yeah,
is your first
and really we boots on the ground, like we produced the movie.
Yeah, so you did it in Boston.
In Boston,
okay,
at night.
That's a point I want to make about this movie, which makes it so unique. You have the first time director Jeremy Rush, who wrote the screenplay.
By the way, the guy was a PA for 13 years. Right. Never directed anything.
This idea that he has, which is very cool. That so you're in this car and you're a wheelman. You're a driver for hire for criminals.
Right.
You're going to go on this, you take these guys out, they're going to rob a bank, but you get this call. The guys, when they get back in the car, are going to kill you. And now there's this stuff, and you're off and running, and it has everything I love about a period of time in Hollywood, 70s movies.
That's it.
Like a high.
Wait a minute. Did you talk to somebody?
No, but you when you turn badass, there's a scene where you grab a guy, you pull up. But to get back to my original point, there's angles from the car. When you leave the car, a lot of times you're seeing you through the windshield, and you're hearing. And you bring the guy back, and so the car itself is a character in the thing, and so you have your claustrophobia, but it's also your one way of getting away from the crap.
Yeah.
And there are angles and stuff that I thought were just really brilliant for a first-time director. I'm like,
that was all him too. This guy was knocking on trailer doors for 13 years and writing scripts, and he sent it to Carnahan, and Carnahan read it. And gave him some notes, and they started dialogue, and he sent it to me, and I was like, man, this is really interesting. Like, this could be really bad or really good. We brought it to our agency. They brought it to Cannes, And Netflix bought it like the next day, and we were making the movie in a month and a half. That guy was knocking on doors for 13 years.
But it took like if
not for Joe Carnahan, it wouldn't have happened.
What did you not anticipate being a producer of a movie that caught you off guard?
At one point, this movie was going to be 23 days, which is kind of Herculean in itself. And we were like, I think we could save money. Let's make it 19 days. So I shot like 35 pages of dialogue the last 2 days of the film.
Wow.
So we could save like $11.
Well, because you're on the other side of the the check now, and you're now to save. As an actor, you might piss him on as I need a little bit more time or whatever. On the producer side, he's just saying, can we do this for cheaper? I have to bring this up too. Doing the research on this movie, Wolf Warrior 2, which is, explain where this is. Now, we have not heard much about this movie.
No, because it's not in America.
But globally.
How about this? So I do a movie in China last year, right? And it's a big deal because you want a Chinese kind of presence. But there had been Wolf Warrior 1. It was very successful, made like $100 million. And they paid me a lot of money to go to China. Joe and Anthony Russo produced it. They're the directors of Captain America.
Yeah.
They said, go do this. It's our whole stunt crew is going to really... And so I went and did it and made a ton of money. The movie's going to make $1 billion.
Oh, my God.
It's like the highest...
It is the second highest domestic grossing film ever behind Star Wars. Yeah,
what?
And I play a character named Big Daddy. I'm the bad American.
Yeah.
Wait, you have to see the jacket I'm wearing.
All right, we're looking at the
show it.
We're looking at the trailer.
This was all shot in China, by the way. I am, and I'm going to say this on the radio, the biggest American star.
China.
Yeah, this movie is a phenomenon.
I was reading the numbers on it, like surpassing. Yeah, you got to realize globally where this movie falls.
Well,
into the list.
We live in this tiny little bubble in the United States, right? And there's there are more people in China, meaning there's more money to be made, I guess, over there.
Yeah.
Well, that's what happens, and they talk about you opening up in other markets and so on and so forth. The movie opens up in India and does well. The Bollywood, is a
I mean, this is literally the second. This is only behind Star Wars. So like Joe Russo called me and goes, "You are a unicorn now in China. We're gonna go make Lethal Weapon. It's with you and a Chinese movie star. We're gonna go do Lethal Weapon next year."
So when you play a bad guy and
we have a guest who is in our studio who we're going to welcome in just a moment, but very, very quickly, we want to talk to somebody via Zoom because he texted in to say that he was listening at the time.
To the Connoisseur.
And Casey mentioned our text line in Zoom, and so sure enough, he's checking in. Guys, it's Brandon Craig who's joining us. Hey, Brandon, how you doing, man?
Man, I'm doing good. How y'all doing?
We're doing great. So you were enjoying our talk about yogurt and berries just a little while ago.
Yeah, I heard y'all talking. So I was like, man, let me mess with them.
Well, now, we figure you for a healthy eating guy. We know that for a fact.
Y'all gave me some good stuff. I'm definitely gonna start adding yogurt to my morning times because sometimes it's just midday, depending on like as a snack. But I'm gonna start doing that like early start of my day.
Yeah, you can't go wrong.
Fair enough.
We gave you the collective congratulations on everything. You know, we're massive fans of your professional career, but just knowing you as a person, you're just top of the tops, man. We could not be happier for you.
Nah, thank y'all. I appreciate y'all. I'm still gonna be tuned in, talking my stuff from the side.
Hey, so you announced your retirement, and it wasn't a surprise to anybody here. We knew that it was on the horizon, especially after a Super Bowl victory. But I waited a little while to reach out to you, just because I imagine that anybody and everybody that knew you reached out to congratulate you. How many texts and calls did you get? Hundreds, thousands?
Man, let me tell you, it was overwhelming. I would just say, and I appreciate it, but it was like, I try to keep it on who I communicate with all the time. That's why I made sure I hit y'all up too, just so y'all know y'all still in rotation.
Listen, what you did here in Philadelphia is not normal. 15 years in one city with one team. Yep. And when I reached out to you, I just wanted to thank you because we had you for 15 years. You know what I mean? Like it was really special for this city to have you for as long as we did, and the fact that you brought home 2 championships.
That doesn't hurt.
Yeah, that doesn't hurt at all.
Man, And you know what's cool? When we was talking and I was doing the Pee Wee Herman, I'm like, that's my first 3-sack game. Talking with y'all, it was like, oh yeah, that was. I'm telling you, that was one of the highlights.
Yeah.
When we really started talking and doing stuff.
Yeah.
And then to get 3 sacks, and then it just been hitting ever since.
Yeah.
It's been amazing.
Brandon, I think it was probably mid-November when the injury happened, and you said in a press conference that you're going to be done for the season. At what point in late December, early January, when the Eagles started making the playoff run, at what point did it dawn on you? Listen, if we make the Super Bowl, I might be able to come back. Where was your mindset when in that process?
My mindset was I was done in my mind until I started talking to other guys that had that injury, like Hollis Thomas. We talked. I was at an appearance and we was just talking. He was like, "Man, you know you can make a run back if y'all make it." I say, "Man, what, for real?" He was like, "Trust me." He was like, "Man, 2.5 months, I was feeling good. I felt like I can do it, And so I was like, "Man, I feel like that now," and it's almost 2-month mark, And so I was like, "Okay, I'm a keep playing." And so we always had that mindset to get as right as we can and to make a run. But the doc was like, "Nah." He was like, "Man, you gonna re-tear it?" He was like, "Nah, you good." I was like, "All right, doc, we'll check back in. We get to the Super Bowl. I'm gonna see. We gonna see." So I ain't really take no for an answer. But after that, but Hollis kind of inspired me a little bit on top of the trainers at our facility.
So you get a 2-week break after the championship game before the Super Bowl. And in that interim, the rumors started leaking, and people started talking about you in Philadelphia that he might play. And so,
and we as fans, we wanted that for you.
Oh
so
my
bad.
God, we wanted
that for you so bad because of how you carried yourself in this city for 15 years. We wanted that for us, but we wanted that for you more so.
Nah, thank you. I appreciate you because, you know what? That played a big factor in me finally just saying, you know what? I did everything I could do. Man, I got back for this. God definitely healed me in that moment because all week I was using it like the best way. And even when I got in the game, everything was cool. But once I hit that ground and did my push-up, once I think it was either the holding call because I went down on it, with some force, and then I had got cut by the back, and I did that push-up position again. But either way, I didn't even know till it was over. And and I ain't care at that point.
It's so magical. So parades and everything listed, all the moments, all the what right now as you on this Friday when you look back, what's the one moment that pops into your mind of all of it that's like, oh my God, I still can't believe that?
Oh, as far as you know what? Coop interception.
Yeah.
And then right after Zach Bond, another one. I say, oh yeah, it was so. That's when I was like, wow, these boys all week been doing good in practice. We was killing in practice. Everything was on point. But then you just get a little nervous. You're like, man, come on, baby. I hope it translates to the game.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, it translated in a big way, especially the D-line, because the D-line, for us, we've been trying to, make sure that we be the engine of the defense. And I feel like it showed up so big in that game, and them boys didn't stop. And and I just say, I can't even take no credit for it. Everybody just chose to work, and everybody worked to get to that point because you know how we started 2-2, starting off, got a bye week, and then we go on our run. That's the most games I've won in a row in my career. And on top of that, most fun, man. And I felt like, we was more sad that it was over.
Yeah.
That it was over.
But the best possible way to end it for you, man. Could not have painted a more perfect picture,
Yes, it was, man. It was such a great season. Something I always remember. And I ain't going nowhere though, because these boys about to make a run again.
Yeah. I love it. All right, Brandon. I hate to keep it short, but we do have another guest who we promised we were going to talk to. But it's so great. Thank you for checking in this morning, man.
Oh yeah, appreciate y'all for having me on.
We'll talk to you anytime, man. All right, guys, give it a Brandon Graham. He's got an appearance coming up, by the way, April 14th at Sports Unleashed at York Mall Galleria in York, PA. If you want to go see him, you can do that there. All right, we are very happy to have our friend back home. He's back in the studio and is going to be performing at Soul Joel's in Pottstown tomorrow night. There are 2 shows, 6 and 8 o'clock. The one and only Craig Shoemaker is here.
I don't mind being bumped by Brandon Graham.
I thought you'd be okay with that.
I've met a lot of players. You know, I did work with the Eagles and stuff and met them all. This is the nicest guy, the most genuine guy ever.
He
I don't even know how he's in a sport like that. I imagine he tackles someone and goes, "Are you okay? Do you have a little boo-boo?
No.
I'll take care of it." I mean, it's the nicest. Every time I've ever met him, met my kids.
You're a dyed-in-the-wool. You know, if you're from the area, Temple, or the whole thing.
Yeah, and my Wolfpack show was we shot it at the link. You know,
which is awesome. So you're exactly right. He's amazing. You're at Soul Joe's. I think the last time you were there were you playing in a tent or something?
I played in a tent. I got heckled by a train, the longest train I've ever seen in my life.
Was there
this freight train goes by? I had to wait for it to stop.
Oh my God!
I can't. It had hobos on it. I've never seen a train this long in my life.
Oh, that's during COVID. That's what you're doing.
That's what we had to do. People in beach chairs and sand. Well, tomorrow we're indoors.
Excellent. It's a great place.
Yeah. 6 o'clock show, of course, for my people. My fans are aging. You know how bad it is? This is a true story. Like, I'll say, hey, how can you make the show? The old days was like, I had a birthday party. I had a wedding to go to. I'm really sorry. Literally, last week, 3 people couldn't go to my show. I'm having hip replacement surgery. I'm not even kidding you.
I'm having dinner with a friend tonight.
I thought he was going to say I'm having hip replacement surgery.
No. I'm having dinner with a friend tonight, and we're meeting at 5. Like, I have to get there at 4:45, but that's when dinner.
Yeah.
It's
horrible.
When you're at a certain age, you're like, how do they do that? Who eats at that time? And then naturally, you just gravitate towards it. You know?
Yeah. Plus the prices. I mean, I got 4 kids.
Early bird special.
I still have them lying about their age to get in places cheaper. We went to Legoland. It's $85 a ticket. They said under 12 it's free. I turned my teenager. I go, you're 12. I'll never pass. I got a deep voice. How's this? I knocked him in the
Okay. Craig, you visiting some buddies? I've met some of your friends whenever you're in town. The whole Delco crew gets together and
Montco. I'm Springfield Montco, not Delco.
Oh, okay. Yes. Gotcha.
The proud Spartans. We have a party tonight. Every time I come to town, we have like a party.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I'm kind of like even though I live in California, I'm so Philly though. I vacation here every year.
Yeah.
Every single time, it's always a landlord from Philadelphia. They assume that's where you're from. So they'll go, I get there with my whole family. You go, where are you from? You know, with the accent. And I go, California. I go, California? What are you doing here at the Jersey Shore? You got no oceans out there in California? Every time.
Which Jersey Shore do you go to?
Well, because of the kids, we do Ocean City. Okay. Yeah, that's the best for the kids. They get the boardwalk and all the the pizza. What are they calling it this week?
I call it Mac and Manco. It's Manco and Manco, but
you can't do that.
I don't.
Yeah,
I don't do it.
It's like only Philadelphians. I refuse. I'll eat the pizza. I ain't going to call it what they call it.
I mean, I still, if I go, there's this one shopping center on McDade Boulevard. I still call it the Heckinger Shopping Center. Heckinger's hasn't been there for 20 years.
But that's true. You go with the landmark that you grew up with.
Is that around the corner from the I. Goldberg, Casey?
No, the I. Goldberg is on, that's on Baltimore Pike in Springfield. Delco, that is.
Oh, yeah. That's some old school. There, I. Goldberg. Goldberg's Peanut Chews, baby. They ruined the recipe, though.
What's the place you always bring up, Casey? There's another place there.
The Bazaar?
The Bazaar.
Yeah. I mean, there's an Acme there now, but I still call it the Bazaar.
Whoa. You're not from Philly if you call it the Acme. It's the Acme.
Acme. You're right.
It's like they buy a vowel. I don't know what the hell happens with that.
Are there any? Do you run into any like hyper local Los Angeles people, or is everybody from everywhere else? You know what I mean?
Well, there's a load of Philadelphians out there.
Yeah, that's what I hear.
I raised my kids all to be Eagles, Sixers, Flyers, Phillies fans.
Good man.
They're rabid fans too.
Are there any places you go to that are Philly specific?
Yeah,
I know there are some bars.
They have Philly bars.
Okay.
That's where watch the games. Of course, I'm getting older now. It's like I just watch from home.
Right.
I just get other people to come over that are from Philadelphia, wearing all the stuff. Silver Linings Playbook.
Yeah.
You know what upset me about that movie? No one had a Philadelphia accent. Even the great Robert De Niro. He's doing the dropped R at the end.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense. So I was on the show Parks and Recreation one time.
Yes, a couple times.
Yeah, a few times. Anyway, So I'm on this parade float, and I hear this guy, with a bullhorn go, all right, everybody, we're going to go back to our positions over here. And I go, hey, Philly. He goes, how'd you know? How'd I know? And so we start getting this whole Philly thing. Amy Poehler's the boss.
Yeah,
right? So I get into my whole rant. No one in the history of film has ever done Philadelphia accent. It makes me. He goes, hey, I think you're right about that. And then Amy Poehler goes, I did one in Baby Mama. And I went, uh-oh. So I thought I was going to get fired the next day.
Yeah, but nobody saw Baby Mama.
Well, Tina Fey.
Same here.
That was with Tina Fey.
Of course.
Yeah. Steve Martin was in it.
Yeah.
I did watch
she
it.
did the accent in the movie, and I forgot completely about it. Of all the people I could have said this rant in front of, is my boss.
What did you think? Did you see Kate Winslet in Mayor of Easttown?
She did okay.
She did okay.
I mean, and they had a guy from Australia. He can't cast a Philadelphia. He's so angry. When I audition for things, I'm like, hey, I'm a true Philadelphian. And some guy walks in, hello there, I've worked on my accent.
It blows my mind. We're watching the show Reacher. It's a great show. And Preston and I, and there's a woman who I was sure was from Boston. Right, regular working class accent. She is like from the Globe Theatre in London. She's British. It's like there are so many actors now who are from England they're taking up all our parts.
I know.
Yeah.
They've been doing that for years.
For years?
Yeah. Well, I'm not. By the way, you want to bet on the Oscars if they're English. And if they play somebody who's a little off special needs, that's an automatic win. My left foot, of course, he won. He could have done porn, and he would have won.
Right.
Hey, somebody touch me down there. I mean, he could have done anything. The English, they have it made.
Yeah. No, they're trained in a different way.
Completely different topic here, but Nick just pulled up your Instagram account. And I'm looking at this, Craig, and it's you attempting to do a cartwheel.
Oh, no.
It looks like Playa del Rey, maybe. You're at a beach somewhere in California, I think.
How did Philadelphia. I come back. It's all about failure. Don't go through my resume. My intro from now on, he's been seen on Netflix. It's going to be something like his dad left when he was 1 day old. His mother belly danced at his high school graduation party. His wife joined a cult. Please welcome Craig Shoemaker.
You brought that up. Can we just do a flyby of that thing? Your wife is now in a cult.
Now you're showing this on.
We're watching the video of his.
I have no
cartwheel.
Instagram followers, and now everybody's going to see my cartwheel, my fail cartwheel.
Hey, listen, the form wasn't great, but you stuck the landing. You did.
It's not bad. Yeah. It's not bad.
Listen,
it's not good.
I got young kids. I'm trying to get in shape. So nobody says, is that your granddaughter? So I went for my first run in years. About 2 blocks in, someone pulls their car over and yells out, "Are you okay?" I get in. I
did a quick 1 mile run just for the hell of it, and I tore my meniscus, Craig. I mean, it was like a jog. I wasn't
feeling
running
better
hard.
about myself right now.
Dear God. I mean.
All right, so let me add on. We had a competition here, and it was a skipping competition.
Skipping down the hall, literally.
It was about a week ago. My 1.75 injury finally subsided from skipping.
Mm-hmm. I swear on my life, same thing.
Yeah.
Me and a bunch of comedians. We were in a hallway in a hotel, and I pulled a muscle.
Skipping.
I was doing the Dorothy skip.
That's on Instagram. Go find that fail. As long as you're searching for my fails. How about the time that I flew out the first pitch for the Phillies?
Oh,
it was so bad. I hit the manager in the dugout.
Oh my God!
I hit the Pittsburgh manager in the dugout. That's how I held on to the ball too long.
Do you know what they say though? It's better to have one of those because they get remembered as opposed to an effort. I mean, there's a school of thought that says if you fail in a big way, and that gets a lot more traction.
Oh, Philadelphia loves fails. I'll give you an example. I go to the Dodgers-Phillies game, right, just a few years ago, and I'm with my kids. I go, I'm going to get a foul ball. I said, today's the day I'm going to get a foul ball. Sure enough, a big high fly happens. And I'm friends with the broadcaster. I can take them golfing. And I swear to God, I see this fly. I'm going, I'm getting this. This is coming to me. Boom, breaks my left hand. It goes back of me, and this little kid with a cast on, by the way, his little hat, he gets the ball, right? I'm going, wow, that hurt. All of a sudden, my phone is blowing up. All of Philadelphia saw it.
Oh, wow.
You always did suck when you played for Val's Tavern. I remember you were bad back then.
Did you literally break?
Yeah, my phone's blowing up. And then they send ice down. I'm going, go away. They're still watching me. Meanwhile, the broadcasters lead out. Shoo, we got it all. We got it all, Shoo. Kevin Stocker, his cousin, was the one who got the foul ball. So I was miserable. I'm in a shame spiral. More texts are coming in. I didn't even know anybody watched the Phillies. Anyway. So then, I swear, 2 innings later, same foul ball. So the high flies coming out. Oh, my God. So with my good hand, I take that kid's hat, and I ripped it off his head, and I caught the ball. I redemption.
You redeemed yourself.
I redeemed myself, and then the broadcasters are playing and going, "That's Shoe. What are the odds?" I'm standing up there. You son of a... I kept waving the ice people off. You don't have ice in Philadelphia on your hand. I'm waving off. And then I had redemption. Of course, one text.
So failure to success ratio, very obvious there.
It was 2 innings later. Couldn't get a single text. You redeemed yourself. It was only about the fails.
Didn't matter.
It was probably 900 text messages.
We were out for
the
spring training just a couple weeks ago, and they were taking batting practice, and they were incoming like crazy.
It turns out it was a home run derby that we didn't know what was happening. and so like they're doing it's batting practice, and then there was one that landed right by Steve and right in front of Kathy. And we were just like, all right, well, let's wrap up the broadcast.
And they were coming in. It was the first time I ever got a ball like that. I was able to get one. Yeah, I had to be a target before I finally got it.
Like shell, you're being shelled.
Yeah, absolutely.
Craig is going to be at Soul Joel's in Pottstown, 2 shows tomorrow night, 6 and 8 p.m. Craig, if you don't mind me asking, Steve said it and we were all jabbering a little bit, but did you kind of glanced over your wife being in a cult?
Yeah.
Ex-wife right now, right?
Yeah, ex-wife. And by the way, all my comedy shows are benefit shows, and all proceeds go to my ex-wife and the cult. So just so you know, if you have a cover charge at Soul Joel's this weekend, it goes to Botox, Pilates class, and the cult. Okay, and she got half my jokes in the divorce. I had a lousy lawyer. I got left with the setups.
That's tough.
So a priest and a rabbi walk into a bar. That's all I got. That's it. You want the rest, you got to call the cult. I wish I was joking about this. My life is filled. It's filled. My dad left when I was born, something I said, wah.
Yeah.
And he's gone. And the rest of my life has been a calamity of errors.
It's one of the reasons I love playing golf with you, because I've got like 5 hours of stories to get through the
and
entire
they're real.
round,
They're
right?
real failure stories. And here's the topper. My dad had his own cult.
What?
They say you marry your mother. Didn't you know this?
No.
Come on, I never
Was it
talked
the
about
Poconos?
Yes,
Never.
It was called
He's told
Pocono
us.
Adventures.
Okay, yes, that's right.
Pocono Adventures on Mules.
Yep.
I swear, he had one of the greatest moments of my life is I came from California. I'm playing Caesars, and he literally had a harem of women, like 14 women.
Yeah.
And the guy's giving me a tour. He goes, with a little Shoemaker accent, over here you got racquetball? Craig, you're from Hollywood. He goes, oh, you got quoits? You know what quoits are? And I go, yeah, I know what quoits are. He just thinks I'm a Californian. And he looks up and he goes, oh my gosh, there's A.J. Shoemaker's harem. What's that nut doing here? And I got to go, that's my dad.
Oh, my.
And I hadn't seen him in years. He walks up, he steals my complimentary cheese tray. He goes, the girls at the ranch will love this. Oh, yeah. Judy loves Gouda. I swear to God. Takes my... Then I'm signing autographs after the show at Caesars. He's lining them up for a mule ride after. Tell me who the real love master is. He's signing him up on. He's got a clipboard going. I'm the real love master. I taught him everything. I was never with him a day in my life.
So they were kind of like a subservient harem of women, correct?
I had a mother-daughter. Oh yeah,
Jesus.
One time I was playing at Poconos with Rich Jenny. Remember Rich?
Yeah,
Jenny?
the great Rich Jenny. Yeah,
he was great.
So we were sneaking in, and it's sleeping bags, and one who wins the award that day called himself the King of the Poconos.
Okay.
You get over this comedy crap, you can be part of my empire. I'm going to be Prince of the Poconos. Who knew? So we're sneaking in. We're staying there. We're doing a little college tour, me, him, and Glenn Farrington, Jenny. And I go, shh, going to wake my father up. He goes, shoo, F your old man, the mule he rode in on. So we rode mules the next day. Me and the comedians. Richard Jenny's in a suit from Brooklyn, and he had his own hair. It was called his hair, mother, daughter, and whoever won that day, they roll up their sleeping bag. They get to sleep with the King of the Poconos. So you in a nice room. Everybody else was on the floor.
You were telling us you were away on tour and came back, and your ex-wife had joined this cult.
Yeah, she goes, not picking you up at the airport. No, took the kids, stole $1 million.
Jesus.
Oh, my God.
I wish I was making this up.
Really?
No, Kathy was just looking at the cult leaders.
Oh, the cult
Instagram.
leader is unbelievable, out of her mind. You wanted some comedy. It's not funny if it's me, but for everybody else, it'll be a blast. Just like me getting that foul ball. Oh, you'll be texting me, what the hell happened to you? It's unbelievable. I just, listen, I've had a great life. AC/DC sang at my wedding.
There you go.
Highway to hell.
Craig, I apologize if I don't know this and you've done this, but have you written a book about your life?
Yeah, I do. I have a book about it. Yeah,
you do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'm just about finished. I have another book that's coming out first because I have a business called Laughterworks. We go to companies and corporations.
You'd mentioned this,
and we actually help them find laughter. I have a whole system that I developed. It's really cool. I teach guided laughformation and laughitation. I take them through laughitation and chuckle chatter. It's really cool. You don't even need jokes. And I go to companies and corporations and help them with their corporate wellness because, listen, we need it now. Mental health is at an all-time low. So I come in and you know what laughter does. Oxygenate your body, healing endorphins are released, stress is relieved.
It's a great idea. So you're
the
not
best
teaching
medicine makes me a doctor.
Yeah.
Open up and say, ha, ha, for the love master.
You're not teaching. You're teaching how to be humorous.
I teach stand-up also, but this is what I do for corporations. They don't have to. Nobody has to even tell jokes.
So this
it's a pretty cool thing. I'm watching transformation. It's amazing. You transmute pain into joy. You know,
cool.
I've got a lot of pain to talk about.
Wow.
Well, you seem pretty good for.
I am really good. I love my life. I love it all. It's almost like I invited in or something. It's like, running out of material. I need something. She needs to join a cult.
Hey, are you still buds with Caitlyn Jenner? Have you seen her in a while, or
once in a while? It's kind of weird.
Yeah.
I knew Bruce all those years. I've been in these celebrity golf tournaments with Bruce Jenner. I don't know why I got invited. I got a trophy. I'm so bad at golf. A trophy for closest to the car. So about a failure.
Okay.
And then so we would play a lot of golf together. Not recently, but my neighbor though, very very close. But you imagine being a kid. Look, because I'll talk to her.
Yeah.
Which that's another thing I have a problem. I said bro 4 times last time.
Oh boy!
Because I call people bro. I called him bro all those years.
Yeah.
No problem with it.
Yeah,
no
you said
problem.
she was fine.
It's other people that have the problems.
Yeah,
That's what's weird. That aren't. By the way, I was dressed as a girl every year for Halloween. I was the first trans. My mom always dressed me as a girl. I was a hooker, a go-go girl, a cowgirl. I was the first trans. That's when I was growing up. Trans was a really cool car, right? And blowing a tranny wasn't in an alley.
Oh man,
it was in a car.
That's right.
That kind of fluid. But
Trans Am. I haven't thought about that.
Trans Am. That's what it was. But everybody gets mad at like you're a phobe or something. So we're just trying to catch up. We can't.
And you said she's pretty chill.
What's that?
You said she's pretty chill.
Oh yeah, she's chill, and it's weird though to see this friend of yours that was on the cover of Wheaties and in a white golf outfit, and from turning. You turn with golf. There is makeup on both shoulders from the turn. I'm just going.
From getting on the face.
The face going over to the shoulders.
Right.
So it's this white outfit that has 2 spots of makeup on it from the turn. I'm going. I'm trying to explain to my son. No, cover Wheaties. It's just odd. All this is odd. Don't get mad at us for not keeping up. Okay.
No,
the other day, my friend.
Listen, your audience is showing up at 6:00. You know where you are.
Yeah, they won't be worried about this language. I got invited to a gender reveal party. I didn't know what it was. I pull my pants down. Hey, how come I'm first? What's up? Hey, ladies, why don't you join me over here? Come on,
all right, I'll be first. Yeah, I'll do it.
I had to go first.
Yeah.
It's like it's hard. It's hard to like keep everything together. My friend, I'm not kidding. Talking about her kids, she goes, "Well, they go to Pepperdine." I didn't know you had twins. Because it's one they. The word is taken already.
Yeah. Right.
You know what I mean? It's plural for centuries. Why come up with another word? Call your kid a schmadoodle.
A schmadoodle.
I'm good with that. But whatever. Why'd you take the word they?
Well, it's easy. Listen, my youngest is trans, and so I've had to go through the growth of
this last material I've been just doing is really hitting with you.
You're nailing it.
No, but I know everybody's face going. Where are you going with this one?
But there's a little training that you have to learn.
You had to learn
as
a dad. It takes a lot of time.
And like anything else, the more you do it, the easier it gets, and it's all good.
And if it's not in front of you all the time like it is with you, then it really takes a lot of training.
It seems odd. Yeah,
I'll be dead by the time I'm trained.
Listen, you've got cult problems. You got bigger fish to fry.
Oh. You think? I'm actually. She has a podcast now with the cult leader.
Does she bring you up on it?
I have no idea. I will not listen to. I can't take that because this one's about being choked and tortured and stuff.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
BDSM, yeah.
Wow.
It was like a brief scan of the cult leader's social media.
Right.
And like, I mean, she's very open about that's what they're into and that's what they talk about. And they do these like, where you can like, these conferences where she can teach you about it.
Okay.
Orgasms and stuff like that. I'm like, I'm just traditional.
And Craig, you were never asked to join in and be a part of this party? Or?
She never talked about the... Listen, if it would have kept the marriage together, I would have got a choke collar or whatever the hell I needed to get. I would have got some supplies.
You didn't know?
Get those supplies. No idea. She talked about sovereign freedom. She wanted to get out of her golden cage at the end of the marriage.
The golden cage.
I had her in a golden cage. I'll come
listen.
back from the road. Here's a check. That was her golden cage.
Wow.
Who knew? Who knew that you were supposed to...
It's kind of cool, though, when you can keep the wife who hates you and joins a cult in a golden cage. It says you're doing pretty well.
Well, no, that was then.
Oh, okay.
The golden cage is empty now.
She's still getting the checks,
ticket's
though.
been cashed in.
All right, so
she
Craig-
took all the money. Anyway, that's why I say, come to see me at Soul Joel's.
Yes.
To fund this.
I have to fund. I have to co-fund this cult. They're in multi-level marketing stuff. I don't know.
All right. We're going to have to wrap shortly, but I do want to find out, are you interested in meeting somebody else? Or are we going to take a little pause here for a little while?
I have been dating, and it's really weird at my age. I'm looking at these women. It's mostly, if you go out at night, it's young women. I'm going to take it back to my place. Hey, but before we hook up, I got to put my sleep apnea CPAP mask on. Have the lamb stop crying, Clarice. You're born in West Virginia. Father left me at 9 years old. I look like a creep.
Yeah.
And I only have one friend who's single, never had kids, and he's like this dumpy guy in his 50s. He's always bragging all these years. I'm going, okay, let's go out. And he's bragging, he's with a 24-year-old. What a body. She was older. I said, really? She's bragging about you to her friends right now?
Yeah,
Thanks
true.
for their friends going, guess what? I met this guy. He used to have hair on his head. Now it's on his back. And her friends are going, no way. I'm jealous. Does he have a twin? I mean, that's why I hang out with. And dating apps? Oh, my God. First of all, I am not a texter. And they all want to text now. I don't even know how this generation is going to be have offspring at this point, because they'll reject you right away if you don't have the right you don't have the right text. Plus I make mistakes.
When you're texting?
I saw one of them, the L is next to the K. I said, what time do you want me to lick you up? That didn't go over well. It wasn't there when I showed up. Another one says, massage me. I'm going, okay, she's right to the point. I said, you want cream, you want oil, hard, soft? It said, message me.
me.
I swear to God. And so literally relationships are over in seconds because of the exchange is just not there. It's not a personal exchange. It's terrible.
Craig, when I had COVID, I was texting with an acquaintance who owned a business, and I was supposed to go into the business. I told him that I couldn't make it. I got COVID. He's like, oh my God, how are you? And when I tried to say, it kicked my ass, but it changed the K to an L. And that's what I said to him, and he just didn't respond.
It licked my ass. Licked my ass.
The same thing happened to me. I was golfing. A guy goes, where are you? And he kept texting me. I said, I'm driving. I finally came out, when I get there, I'm going to lick your ass. He wasn't there when I was there either. Same guy. Yeah.
All right, listen, you got to go see Craig. He's got 2 shows tomorrow, 6 and 8 p.m. at Soul Joel's. It's in Pottstown. If you want more information on it, you can check Craig's website, CraigShoemaker.com. And of course, social media and all things that have to do with Craig. But he's back in town. He's here to entertain you. And you got to
follow me on Instagram. I want some followers from the show here.
Absolutely.
Right? Because if you don't come see me, if you're having hip replacement surgery, just follow me. And that doesn't cost you a dime.
Right.
All right. It's great to see you, brother.
You too.
Have a great time. Craig Shoemaker, guys. We'll take a break and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
About that guy. And
I played it campy, like I was
over the top.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
I was
that's
in China. I didn't think anybody was going to see it. I was like Al Pacino in Scent of a Woman. Hoo-ah!
That's great.
Look, that's Big Daddy.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I represent everything bad about the world.
Wow. Hey, where did you guys shoot for Captain America: Civil War? Was that in Africa?
Part of it was in. I think part of it was in Africa. I didn't. I was always in Atlanta.
And by the way, Crossbones is not dead.
Is he dead?
Oh no. He seems dead.
Come on, man.
He seems dead.
Dude,
Seems dead.
I was just down at Marvel, with every said nobody mentioned that he wasn't dead. He's dead.
They don't. That's one of the.
I think he's definitely dead.
He's definitely dead. He's dead. Man.
That uniform's too freaking cool.
No, he's dead. I know. So, I'm too old. Listen, I think at some point they're going to have to change the Avengers. They're getting a little long in the tooth.
Can I ask a question?
When they first get their AARP card,
I had a question about your scene in Civil War.
Yeah.
The spit on the side of your mouth. Was that makeup spit or was that your?
No, it's real spit. I have it right now. I get excited. I'm really sweating right now.
That's got to be wild, though. Just listen. You are part of one of the greatest movie fights ever filmed.
Yeah.
That elevator fight, which we know you had a lot of sway over.
Yeah.
I can watch that over and over. That's got to be a sense of pride for you.
It's fun. It's so fun.
And knowing also now that you could just demolish Chris Evans.
He's so skinny now. I just saw him. He's so beautiful. But I was with all of they were all there. The whole every Marvel character was assembled. It was like 45 people. Like I'm sitting with Cheadle and William Hurt. You don't realize how many people have been in those movies. It's amazing. Yeah.
Wow.
I think I would cry if I was in the presence of all of them.
Yeah, I mean, it was fascinating.
All right, let's hear it for Frank Grillo. Regis Philbin did not like to chat with Kelly Ripa when the cameras weren't rolling.
What?
No. It's not the way it sounds, and we all will understand this. Regis had a mandate. She said, absolutely no talking off camera.
So save it for the TV, right?
Yeah.
I'm such a professional.
She tells the New York Times about her dynamic with Philbin. She said he had almost a superstition about it. You save it for the show.
Save it for the show.
She said,
Kelly, look at me right in the eyes. Save it for the show.
She'd said, I'd be like, good morning. And
Shut up!
He'd say, save it for...
Shut up. Shut your mouth. Shut.
Save it for...
Shut the mouth now. Shut up.
You weren't very nice about it.
Look, shut the mouth closed. Shut. Now.
So she would... he would say, save it for the air.
Save it for the air. Shut.
I swear to God.
I will kill you where you stand. I will cut your whole goddamn head off. I just purchased a scimitar. For this very reason. To just slice your head off. So shh.
After he left live,
Nothing?
Michael Strahan came aboard and his unexpected eggs from Good Morning
She
America.
can't understand what he says, so.
So it didn't matter.
So it was her saying don't talk, yeah. Shut up.
Just put your slicker on and talk to that slob.
Ari Lewandijk Jr. is about to meet 29 potential future wives.
Oh, boy. Is he the new Bachelor?
The Bachelor season 22 is about to kick off, and in the running this time are 4 Laurens, 2 Brittany's, and 3 real estate agents.
I am Brittany, and I'm just looking for that someone special.
The 36-year-old race car driver, there you go, was first introduced to viewers on season 8.
Hey, would this show work with ugly people? I mean, straight
not
up.
at all for 1 second.
Can they just try it? Can like a smaller,
wants
lesser
to
network just do it with ugly people?
No, they did. Rock of Love.
No, I mean like actual ugly people.
You know what? They have shows that are average people, like that Married at First Sight thing.
Yeah.
And those people aren't. So they're just kind of average looking. So and people watch that, but it does have the added level of they've never met before and they're going to try to stay together.
Regular people. It's just you have these stunning people. Many of them very loose sexually.
Right.
You have these dream dates that no one on earth ever goes on, but people on The Bachelor and Bachelorette.
Yeah.
And that's
Could
why
you
people
imagine,
watch.
like The Bachelor shows up, and then you got 20 or 30 bachelorettes, and then
Mama June Shannon gets out of the limo.
Some of the bachelorettes are like, you know what, I'm out. So immediately the 30 goes down to 20.
Well, that would be cool if at the point, but they've already it's the formula works so well.
I know.
It's been on, even though it's 90,000 different iterations of
This
it.
is season 22.
Yeah,
and I don't know how many
it's
different
showing no
versions.
signs of slowing down. Bachelor, Bachelorette, Bachelor in Paradise.
Imagine, Casey, if the Bachelor shows up and he looks like, that doctored picture of Tom Cruise that makes him a little fat and he's wearing a baseball hat.
Or Booger.
Yes. Something like that.
It's not going to work. So anyhow,
I have to go. The limo's still running.
Yeah.
People with great personalities, all
No one
across
cares.
the board. Yeah.
Look at this picture here.
Yes.
That guy.
That's it. I love it.
I'd tune in. I totally would have watched that show. At least the first episode.
You know, it's a fantasy for everyone. I got just what love is really like.
But if you're one of the girls and you show up and Fat Tom Cruise is waiting for you instead of Ari Lewandowski Jr., you got ripped off on that season. You're gone.
Yeah.
You're out of there. So anyhow, he was first introduced on season 8 of The Bachelorette when he vied for the affection of Emily Maynard. So he goes,
I love you.
He goes,
I want to be with you.
He goes,
forever.
I love you.
I love you. I look into the future and I see you and I together, like two people together.
Poetry.
I want to walk down the aisle with you, the same aisle, and get married. I want to write our own vows and use ventriloquist dummies to convey them.
Please welcome Mr. M. Night Shyamalan.
Hey guys, I like the music.
You like that?
That's a cello actually played through, through an electric.
Oh, that's really cool.
To
Yeah.
make it sound like a growl. That's,
Oh, really?
That's
Music from Split. Yeah.
Yeah, this was, hang on, wait.
Yeah,
Yeah,
see
now
that
you
on
can
that-
hear it.
Yeah, and the composer actually plays the cello. He played it himself, like in a bathroom, like off the tiles, and you can. Anyway.
Who's the composer? No. I mean,
Wes Stortson. I got him from the HBO show The Jinx. You know, making.
Yes.
So just an amazing talent.
I want to talk about, or ask you about Split, and so I don't want no spoiler alerts, but I recently went to a screening of Unbreakable. Do you look at Unbreakable differently than you did 10 years ago?
Split and Unbreakable are very, very connected, and they've always been. Even when I wrote the original movie, both these movies were in my head and actually on paper.
Okay.
So it was just one of the things when I started doing smaller movies, which give me a lot of creative control, and for me, whether it's even just in my own head, a sense of being able to be daring and different and original and not worry because the budgets are low and I can do something that's unexpected. I felt like, wow, I could do this other part of this story in a very unusual way. In fact, in a way that hasn't been done before, which is not even tell you how it's connected to something else unless you come see the movie and then forbid it to be mentioned in the marketing. It was really strange, I'll tell you, because I write only originals, but this is the first time I've ever written something where I already knew the characters, so it was very bizarre. Like, as soon as I started writing, I knew all the characters' voices and how they were going to react. So it was a very different process. And,
Okay.
Yeah, really interesting.
Well, speaking of that, I apologize, but how did you come up with all the different voices and characters for the one character in Split?
Yeah, James plays, if you guys haven't seen it, Split is about James's character and who suffers from DID, and he has 23 personalities, and there's a 24th one coming, which is a very threatening personality. And in this movie, he plays. I don't want to tell you how much because I think it's going to be fun, but it's an enormous number.
But that's crazy to have to come up with 23 characters for one.
You know what? Really, it's not any different for me as a screenwriter because they are who they are.
Mm-hmm.
So
they're real characters. They're just being funneled through one person.
Yeah, it's James that has the problem. I have to. I'm just writing different characters.
I watched the Blu-ray had a different ending. Which I find this stuff fascinating.
Yeah.
And one you didn't go with, and it was the exact right call to go with the one you went with. But do you when you shoot those things and you actually just sit there to see them side by side and run them, do you go, that's it, or are you back and forth?
Well, I mean, part of art is listening, right?
Yeah.
So you can have an agenda. Again, if I write you this movie about you guys, you five guys right here in this thing, I can have an agenda. Oh, I want Preston to be this person and that person, and but you have to really listen because the character of Preston or the character of Kathy will start talking to you and telling you something, and if you're being arrogant in the process, it's literally in a relationship, and if you're not listening to say, oh wow, the Kathy character wants to be the dominant character, doesn't want to be the way you were thinking of her, and so it's listening to it and making a movie and looking at it, you go, wow, I thought James's character was going to do this, or I thought Bruce's character was going to go this way, but actually it's Sam's character that wants to do this. And that process of, I've gotten better at listening.
You sort of step aside and let the voices come. I know it seems very
it all sounds
bizarre,
really, bizarre.
And overly artsy, but I would understand that when you're writing for multiple characters. I mean, they're all living within you.
Yeah, so James, we were doing a scene, and just a random moment, just to give you a sense of what I'm talking about, and James was playing the 9-year-old boy, and he did something that he didn't know he was going to do. He was walking down the street, and he did something with something on the side of the building, and he, a half second before he did it, he didn't know he was going to do that. Right? And then he did it, and then he reacted to it, and like a 9-year-old, and it was hilarious and wonderful, but he didn't pre-think that. He was being the character and listening, basically, is what I'm saying. What does the character think? Oh, wow, the character's eyes went to this thing that happened to walk by. And that in that same way, being present as, having empathy. I guess as an artist, that's really what you're cultivating, is your ability to have empathy. I've always, coveted the opportunity to do something where there was a pre-existing mythology. And
WMMR.
All right, thank you, Kath. So, real quick, I'd like to we got a nice thank you note that I wanted to share with you guys. This is from, do you remember when we were in Clearwater and we said the gal was going to be leaving our broadcast to go close on her first home?
Yes.
Well, Mike reached out to me. That's her dad, and wanted to thank us for having her on the show.
She had her documentation with her.
Yeah. Just having a couple cocktails beforehand. It was awesome. So thanks for the note. We appreciate that. All right, Bizarre File. Let's go. Here it is.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Sequoia Outback. You can stop in for their annual Spring into Sequoia sale going on now. Route 309 in Hatfield or at decksupplies.com, and you can experience the ultimate in outdoor living at Sequoia Outback. Oh my God. I wish I would have had this in the earlier Bizarre File, but I'm happy to bring this to you now. A babysitter in Kansas found a troubling surprise after a child she was watching complained that there was a monster hiding. The babysitter found a man hiding under a child's bed.
Oh my God. How terrifying is that?
After they attempted to show the children that there's nothing under there, nothing for you to worry about.
I had 3 testicles.
She came face to face with a male suspect who was hiding there, the sheriff's office said. Steve, it reminds me of an old SNL sketch in the early days, that first season.
Right.
And it was Gilda Radner, and she's a little girl, and she kept complaining to her parents.
Right,
she was
right.
afraid. And it was Martin Sheen was the guest host, and they were like, if I come up there one more time, you're going to get it, beanie. And she opens up this door, and there's this just a horrible-looking monster creature that was actually there. So sheriff's deputies arrive at the home on Monday after they were called about the disturbance. After deputies arrived, the babysitter told the deputy that the man was discovered. When the man was discovered, there was an altercation. The babysitter and child were knocked over during the scuffle, and the suspect fled. The following day, deputies spotted the man while they were in the area looking for him, and he ran after a short pursuit. They ended up catching him. So Martin Villalobos was arrested and booked into the county jail on multiple charges, and apparently he once lived on the property, the sheriff's office said.
So he just assumed he could go into it anytime he wanted to.
Well, no, there was a current protection order issued against him to stay away from the property. So he
in my house
most likely knew he was not supposed to be there. So 4 people were killed Thursday when a tourist submarine sank off of Egypt's Red Sea resort city, Hurghada. It's unclear if all 4 were Russian, but the embassy said that they were aboard a submarine that carried 45 Russian tourists.
Oh, wow.
The number's 6 now, by the way.
Okay. Local Egyptian media reported earlier Thursday that 6 people were killed in the incident. Those killed were foreign nationals. The incident occurred Thursday when the submarine Sinbad crashed at a distance of 1 kilometer from the shore. Minors were among the passengers on the submarine, which belonged to a hotel bearing the same name, but it's unclear if they were among the fatalities. The vessel was on a regular underwater excursion to inspect the coral reef. Most of those on board were rescued and taken to the hotels and hospitals. The operator of the submarine has, quote, an expert team with years of experience, according to its website. adding that its submarines were engineered in Finland to sustain underwater pressure up to 75 meters, ensuring safety or reliability.
What was the exact nature of the accident?
It does not say, Steve. I don't know if they ran into the reef or I don't know what happened.
It's been a bad couple of years for submarine tourism, yeah.
In an emergency, the company says oxygen masks are located overhead and life vests under seats, but apparently a few people weren't able to survive that. In Florida, there will be no more clowning around for one man who was caught trespassing at a Palm Bay shopping center. Officers were called to the shopping center after a man who had been trespassed and was no longer allowed to be in the area showed up dressed as a clown, donning a bright...
I had 3 testicles.
Donning a bright yellow... Who's making the rounds?
He's making the rounds.
Donning a bright yellow suit with white and red striped sleeves, the man easily could have been mistaken for McDonald's iconic mascot. However, 2 characteristics distinguished him from the popular clown: his unshaven face and a patch on the front of his suit. Where the patch with the fast food restaurant's golden arches normally would have been, the man instead had a patch depicting a human skull.
Says McDowell's.
His outfit was tied together with a red clown nose. But when officers approached him, no one seemed to find the situation very funny.
He definitely seems cantankerous.
Yeah, body cam video shows the suspect and officers
Get away from me!
getting into a scuffle as they tried to remove him from the property. Officers eventually got the suspect on the ground and placed him in handcuffs. The search of his pockets turned up a weapon, which police tossed out of the suspect's reach. Investigators also searched the bag the man had with him, revealing a pack of cigarettes, a box full of clown noses, and more clown clothing.
Man, when a clown goes bad.
Yep. The police said everyone has a right to feel safe in public spaces. We're committed to addressing those who repeatedly refuse to respect that.
Is there a clown prison that handles all of this?
I would hope there would be. Yeah. So a man who admitted stealing more than $300 worth of Cadbury cream eggs has been banned from a county for 3 months. This is in England. The Cambridgeshire police said that Dion de Groot went into Tesco.
I just like the way they taste.
And on Saturday and stuffed the chocolate into a duffel bag. A staff member flagged down officers in a passing police car who found boxes of chocolate eggs in his jacket. A bag dropped nearby was also full of Easter favorites.
I think those things are too sweet.
Yeah, I agree. De Groot was sentenced to 12 weeks in prison, suspended for a year, and at the court hearing, De Groot admitted to the theft and leaving a gas station without paying, and he was banned from entering Cambridgeshire for the next 3 months.
What are you in for? I like to steal Cadbury eggs.
All right, and then one last story, and we will wrap it up. Let's end with, I'm trying to find a good one to end on. I always try to do that. We'll go with... Okay, we'll go with this one. So at Ian Dipple Lagoon on Australia's Gold Coast, a couple was caught engaging in sexual acts in broad daylight around 1:30 in the afternoon. This lagoon is a popular spot for families and tourists, especially during the day pelican feeding, and public sex is not allowed there. Witnesses, including families with young children, were shocked by the couple's behavior. Once they were done, it got a little bit weirder. The man went to the people watching and demanded they hand over their phones or pay him, claiming he doesn't perform for free. And
no one asked him to perform.
And
he doesn't stand for baloney.
And he became verbally abusive, prompting witnesses to seek safety in a nearby hotel. The onlookers are sharing their videos and pictures with the police, because, of course, they recorded it.
Yes.
And we'll see what he ends up facing. And there you go. That's what I have in today's Bizarre File. All right, let's take another quick break. We'll come back in a second. Our lesson question ready to go. And we'll get trash and music news, too. So make sure you stay close.
Preston and Steve.
Thought out why Lord of the Rings and Harry Potter and and even Star Wars, Lucas's Star Wars, why it's so effective is the backstory has been thought out so much. The backstory is the front story. It's all that work has been done. And when you guys see something on television or a movie that rings a little hollow, that's because the person walked in the room and that person didn't exist before they walked into the room.
So with that kind of just leaving things, just letting it funnel through, can we expect to see Glass face off against Stuart Little?
Maybe.
Is it possible?
Yeah, it's possible. I roast her a little for you fans out there. That's why that joke actually is funny.
I'd like to thank you. I'm a new member of the board of directors of the Greater Philadelphia Film Office. I work with Sharon Pinkerton now. So I came on board this year, and now I've been brought into the fold of all things film and television in Philadelphia. What she does is amazing, but it's people like you that still highlight this area as a place to film, a place to create, a place that's got wonderful landscapes and backgrounds and all that stuff, and trying to to keep that coming into the area.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, obviously we shot a scene with Bruce down in South Philly, and we were in this house, this row home, and we came out and there's 2,000 people outside. And they were like bringing us cheesesteaks and pizzas. By the way, I ate it all. So it was so good. I mean, I'm a Philly boy. I mean, I'm a classic Philly boy. It's October. We're gonna win the Super Bowl.
Yes, we are. M. Night Shyamalan, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, man. Yesterday, we got on a discussion for a moment about weird phone lines.
Yeah,
I remember. Yeah, well, what was it?
It was you.
Yeah, there was a number we used to call that would just. And it was something stupid to do as a kid. That when you would call it, it would dial or it would ring once, and then it would pick up and it would go. I mean, over and over, nonstop.
It had to be like maybe for service guys working on the lines, like a calibration thing.
Maybe that was
something like that.
Something along
and you
those
happened
lines.
upon it.
No, but the reason I brought this up is because Steve came across now. One of the things is not just free phone lines like the time and temperature and 800 PHL gate. There was a time in history where the 900 exchange was quite popular, and those were paid phone calls. You mentioned celebrity ones.
Yeah, we have a couple of them.
You ready for this one?
Yeah, which one you have?
Here we go.
Audio Entertainment presents pop music's new sensation, Paula Abdul.
Call me, I've got news you can use.
Straight up, she's going to tell you
Straight up, man.
You straight up call her now.
She'll tell you where she had her nose done.
And you should, because opposites attract.
Call 1-900-909-1800 now.
Call me twice and I'll send you an autographed picture.
You and Paula together. Just $2 the first minute, 45 cents each extra minute. Kids ask your parents' permission. Paula's on a rocket to stardom.
Call me now and find out why.
Pick up the phone. Call 1-900-909-1800.
We're watching the video. She was hot back in the day, man.
What if you called her up, though? Yeah, what do you want?
Yeah. Look.
Paul, I'm a big fan. Yeah, great. You want a picture or what?
All right, here is here's another music one for you guys. Here we go.
Audio Entertainment presents Warren.
Yeah, we like to rock and roll. We like to do a lot of other things, too.
Call the Warren.
Yeah, we like to rock and roll. We like to do a whole bunch of other things, too.
Like what?
Like, I don't know, like walk around, eat food, look at TV sometime.
Yeah?
Sleep. Yeah, it's the Rock's lifestyle, man. My buddy has a car. We'll drive around in it.
A car?
Yeah, car.
Kind of car?
4 wheels. Steering wheel. Got it all, man.
All right, let me play it from the beginning.
Manual windows, CD player. Not at this time, right?
Not at that, though. It would have been a cassette player.
Record player?
Yeah.
Back seat, it skips a lot because, you hit bumps.
All right, here we go.
Audio Entertainment presents Warren.
Yeah, we like to rock and roll. We like to do a lot of other things, too.
Call the
Yeah.
Warren.
We like to rock and roll. We like to do a whole bunch of other things, too. Just lest you think we're just very narrow and just do rock and roll. We do our banking and stuff, too. Grocery shop.
Yeah, we like to rock and roll. We like to do a lot of other things, too.
Call the Warren Rock Line.
We'll give you the warm, hard facts on our personal lives. Our fans always.
Warm, hard facts. Just like our units, like our penises.
Yeah.
Come first.
Just $2 the first minute, 45 cents each additional minute. Kids ask your parents' permission. You'll get the latest on tours, videos.
And what town we blew up last?
Call and hear a new message every day.
What town we blew up last?
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Hang on.
And what town we blew up last?
Call and hear a new message every day. And learn how you can leave your personal message from Warren.
Or anything else you've got on your mind. Call us and find out what goes on behind tour bus doors.
Oh, let me tell you, last time we blew up, New Haven, Connecticut.
Yeah, we like to rock and roll. We like to do a lot of other things, too.
And they probably made a ton of money off their 900 number.
Last town, Little Rock, Arkansas, man. Blew it up.
Wow.
Well, it's actually still there. It's just figurative speech. People, that's some of the stuff we do other than rock and roll.
Figures of speech?
Yeah. Actually, my father burned down his carpet business for insurance money. I don't even know why I just said that. That would be in the list of other things we do besides rock and roll. We make huge mistakes that will send our family members to jail. That was stupid. Learn about more stupid things we do by calling that number.
Oh, my God.
Call it twice and I'll let you know what happens behind closed tour bus doors. We're sleeping. Because we've been on tour where we blew up Little Rock and New Haven. I guess I'm sort of in a loop here. I should have written down some notes. Initially, this had a whole thing.
Little Rock and New Haven?
Blew them up. Don't even look for them on a map, man. White them out. Warrant.
Yeah.
It's a shame about your dad.
Yeah, that was a huge mistake.
The inventor of the vibrator actually heard a voice that said, if you build it, they will come.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
It was amazing.
Wow.
It's like Field of Dreams.
I know. It's just like
Field
that,
of
isn't it?
Screams, Preston.
Same thing that ended up happening with this particular thing. Tomorrow certainly can feel like it to you. It's 10:17 right now. On this No Sad Bro Friday morning with the Preston and Steve show. You know what we have in that case? Can you pull up the No Sad Bro jingle?
I got you, bro.
We haven't played that once yet today, and we try to at least get it once.
Sad bro. No 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 sad bro.
And let's continue this No Sad Broness with a giveaway. We have a lesson question, and we are going to give away a pair of tickets as MMR Rocks. Not dead yet. John Cleese and the Holy Grail at 50, Sunday, October 19th at the Keswick Theater. And tickets go on sale. Well, they went on sale about 20 minutes ago, by the way. You can win a pair. You're going to have to text the word Zoom to our new number, 610-660-9333, in order to answer this question. But here it goes. What did King Charles accidentally get stuck up his nose? That was about 6:50 this morning, so a little bit on the early side. We were talking about him having to check into the hospital for some complications. What did King Charles accidentally get stuck up his nose? If you know, text the word Zoom to 610-660-9333, and we'll see if we can get you on, try to answer it, and try to win.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
We'll wait for that answer for you by giving you some trash. Steve, what's going on this morning?
Well, Preston actress Nina Dobrev says ever since ending up in the hospital after a dirt bike accident last year, she now has a mental fear of all bicycles. Dobrev says she constantly has a reoccurring nightmare involving a bicycle, not falling off one, but rather being extorted by one with nude pictures of her on spring break.
Wow.
Exactly. Ghost Adventure star Zach Baggins. We love Zach Baggins. Once again broken up with former playmate Holly Madison after reuniting with her 6 years ago. Baggins says he could easily become addicted to Holly like crack, but says thankfully he's already addicted to crack. And finally, the first trailer for Alec Baldwin's ill-fated movie Rust has finally been released. During the gritty 2-minute presentation, a graphic pops up reading, "Gunfight so real, you'll believe our star murdered our cinematographer."
Wow. All right, nobody's got the answer yet, so I'll pose this again and see if you indeed did hear it. What did King Charles accidentally get stuck up his nose? So you'll need to text the word Zoom to 610-660-9333. Again, we'll see if you know that answer, and we will go ahead and get into music news.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
So yesterday we played a new song from Evanescence. It is called Afterlife, and that is now available. It is co-written by lead singer Amy Lee and producer Alex Seaver, also known as Mako. And an alternate version of the song Afterlife will feature multiple times in Netflix's upcoming animated series Devil May Cry.
Oh, cool.
Which is based on the popular Capcom video game. You were saying you played that. What was that game all about, Steve?
So there's a lot of shooting, a lot of gunplay. It has darker, occulty aspects to it. It's a sweeping saga.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so this will fit right in there with their sound, with Evanescence. And this song is available on all major streaming platforms now. The series soundtrack album is set for release on April 3rd. Rhino has announced that a newly remastered 25th anniversary reissue of Don Henley's 2000 album Inside Job is on the way. Henley's, did I say Henley? Henley. Henley.
No, you said Henley.
Okay, good. Henley's fourth solo album will be reissued in multiple configurations, 180-gram, 2 LP, CD, and digital versions. The Inside Job remaster will drop May 23rd, 25 years to the day since the initial release of the album. In advance of the album coming out, Rhino has released the master version of the album's first single, which is called Taking You Home. And then I just have one more story, and that's it for music news. It's a little outside of our realm, but I wanted to mention this. The great Johnny Mathis has announced that he is retiring from live stage performances due to age and memory issues.
How old is he?
Which has accelerated. He is 89 years old. And the statement was shared on his Facebook page on Wednesday. They wrote, while there are still some exciting concerts coming up, regrettably, all Johnny Mathis concerts from June 2025 onwards are now canceled.
What did he do? Chances Are? Is that him?
Yep.
Chances are. He also did Space People.
He did?
He had a big...
so they don't come from here.
So they said, as many of you may be aware, Johnny Mathis is approaching his 90th birthday this year. So it is with sincere regret that due to Mr. Mathis's age and memory issues, we have accelerated. We are announcing his retirement from touring and live concerts. According to his website, the singer-songwriter has 4 concerts remaining. One of them was in Pennsylvania, but like I said, they're all done.
Is he still doing Knotfest?
Refunds will be made through the original point of purchase. Mathis has been touring across the world for 7 decades.
Wow.
Releasing his self-titled debut album in 1956. In addition to earning 5 Grammy nominations throughout his career, he was also awarded the Recording Academy's Lifetime Achievement Award in 2003. And he also has 3 recordings in the Grammy Hall of Fame. Casey, one of them is Chances Are.
Okay.
Also, it's Not For Me to Say and Misty.
Yeah, all great ones.
So, so unfortunate, but, it happens as people get up there in age from time to time.
Time goes along.
All right, we will see if we can indeed get the answer to the lesson question. What did King Charles accidentally get stuck up his nose? We are going to go to Michael. Hey, Michael, how you doing, bud?
Pretty good. How are you?
Good, man. Thanks for joining us. And do you know what King Charles accidentally got stuck up his nose?
A Matchbox.
Car, yes. Yeah. Absolutely. Hang on. It was a Matchbox car. And since he got it right, we're going to give him a pair of tickets, like I said, to see Not Dead Yet, John Cleese and the Holy Grail at 50, Sunday, October 19th, Keswick Theater. Tickets are on sale now. They just went on sale, so you can probably grab something really good through Ticketmaster. And for more information, you can also go to WMMR.com. Let's take a final break, and when we get back, we'll wrap up the show and give away that Word of the Week prize. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
It was a dream we had. The dream has been realized, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for the Brickyard 500. In the corner of the Preston and Steve studios stands a track that is ready to receive racing apparatus. It is called the Brickyard, and the 500 comes from the $500 in cash that we're going to be giving away. All right, Nick is on location at the track, which is about 8 feet away from where I am right now.
We can see him from our vantage point, which is 8 feet away.
You guys are up in the sky booth.
Yes, we are.
How is the weather trackside, Nick?
That's beautiful out. You should see it from down here, Preston.
Yeah.
It is gorgeous out, and
you're close. You're close to the track, and I got to say, I have to imagine it looks pretty spectacular from where you are.
Perfect conditions for racing.
Yeah.
All right, so let's meet our racers, if that's cool. We're going to start with our first one, and then we'll explain how the race is going to happen. Let's go and meet Aaron. Hey, Aaron, how are you?
I'm going to race the Duracell Pink Nightmare today.
way.
Oh my God! Now let me tell you something. What I'm looking at there, if I was into this stuff, I'd get that sucker. That looks like it does everything.
I'm fairly certain this will break concrete.
Hey, Aaron, is that a jackrabbit?
It's something, all right. I have a jackhammer. I don't know.
All right, nice to go. All right, and let's meet our lone male contestant this morning. This is Michael. Hey, Michael.
Wow.
How you doing, man?
Hey. From Newtown Square, and today I'm riding the purple pocket power pen.
Purple pocket power pen.
Purple power pocket pen.
Now,
purple pocket power pen.
It's really the fact that you can say that quickly is pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Preston, do you know the story? They are one and only male, and we said, the question went out: do you actually use this? Well, I'll ask you: do you actually use this?
Yes, I do.
Is it used in the back door?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We got
prostate stimulation.
Okay.
Oh!
We don't need all the specifics on that.
To be honest, I wanted to know too.
Yeah,
I wanted to know too.
Okay.
Why don't we talk to the next contestant?
All right, let's go to our next contestant. Our next contestant is the lone anonymous contestant, and she's actually wearing a mask. We have a stormtrooper helmet on.
Yes.
Did she bring that, or is that ours?
I think that's ours, and we want to welcome Miss X. Good morning, Miss X.
Good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. All right, and tell us a little bit about what you have there. Do you have a name for your vehicle?
This is the Powerful Purple Rocket.
Another purple
And
name. Okay.
just letting you know, this is my mask.
This is your
mask.
Okay, fair
You're
enough.
a badass.
How confident do you feel in winning this race?
I think this thing's pretty powerful.
Okay.
So I think this is going to be no competition.
Okay.
All right.
Hey, Rachel.
Hi, everyone. My name's Rachel.
Nice to meet you. And
Hi.
Rachel, what do you have there? What's your vehicle?
I call this is what I came for.
This is what I came for. That's a perfect name.
I like it.
I don't want to handicap the race, but I think this one is going to come in dead last.
I think so too.
Because of the shape of it.
It's not.
It's not designed for racing. It may be designed for pleasure, but
right. It may not go anywhere. We'll find out in just a moment. And then last but not least, our final contestant is Valerie. Welcome, Valerie.
Hi there. My apparatus is the purple banana.
The purple banana. And purple
seems to be the color of self-violation.
4 out of the 5.
Purple.
Yeah.
Nice. What we're gonna do is, I tell you what, ladies, start your dildos. Ladies, start your dildos. Are the racers ready? Yeah. All right, Marissa, in 3, 2, 1, let's go racing. And they're on their way. Wow, one has jumped out. Nix, whose is that?
That's the middle track, race number 3. That's Miss X. Oh, no, it's Michael.
It's Michael.
The lone man. Oh, the abomination.
Oh my God, the man way out in front.
The giant pink one hasn't even left the starting line.
He's just sitting there spitting out of control, not moving at all.
Michael's is almost to the end.
Almost to the end.
Ladies and gentlemen, from race number 1, we have a winner.
Oh my God. And let me tell you something
Okay.
here. They laughed when they said, a guy's going to be a part of this.
I know.
They said, hey, really?
Yeah.
And remember, we were mocked. We were actually, people would point to us when we walk out in public.
Yeah.
You're actually going to let a man in this. Dominate.
All right, are all the racers ready?
Yes, indeed.
And 3, 2, 1, let's race. And they're off.
Oh, it's a much closer race.
Oh! Michaels is headed out to a huge lead. I can't see it all, Nick. You're going to have to describe what's going on.
Michaels is out to a big lead once again, Preston, although there is one in the lane number 3 that has been catching up, but it looks like Michaels is inching closer to the start-finish line, or to the finish line, I should say. I believe he's going to take number 2.
Valerie looks like she's in second place there.
Heat number 2, once again, goes to Michael.
Oh, he is dominating.
He's off the track.
Wow. All right, and the ladies have started them up again. And ladies and gentlemen. All right, Nick, are they in place?
They're in place, Preston.
All right, final heat of the Brickyard 500 in 3, 2, 1, let's race. And they are off.
Wow, this one's off to a closer start than any of the races thus far.
There's a crash.
Yeah, it looks like we do have some rubbing going on, and rubbing's racing, especially when you're really rubbing it hard.
Rubbing to the point of being chafed, Preston.
Yeah, it's rubbing is something you can expect.
Oh, who's out there? Who took a lead?
It looks
Michael.
Michael.
Michael's
Once
out in front
again.
again.
You are the man.
Wow, Rachel's has crossed lanes, but we got another winner. Michael just again crossed the finish line. Unbelievable.
Earnhardt of dildos.
Yeah. Our number 1 winner by far. 15 points, way out in front, undisputed champion of the Brickyard 500. It's Michael. Hey, friend, you're a smart shopper. You know this, right? Window Nation. And I want to mention this because if you're a short smop,
if you're a short smop,
smopper.
I think any short smop knows a savings when they see it.
I think we've lost Casey. Smart shopper is what I meant.
Yes.
The best time to purchase a car or home is when the interest rates are at their lowest and you save a lot of money. What if I told you, Shart Smopper, that my friends at Window Nation are offering 0% financing on all windows for 5 full years?
Listen, you don't have to be a sharp smopper to know that that's a great deal, especially because if you have a lot of windows. My wife and I just signed up with Window Nation. We have a lot of windows to replace, and they are going to do a great deal for us. They are absolutely the experts.
And you are a sharp smopper.
I am a sharp smopper.
Free windows as well right now. For every 3 windows you buy, you get 2 additional windows for free. There's no limit on this. Call Window Nation today. Get your new windows installed just in time for the holidays. Go with the team that's installed over 350,000 windows and was ranked recently 5th in the nation for window replacement. 0% interest for 5 full years and 2 free windows for every 3 you buy. 866-90Nation or windownation.com. That's 866-90Nation or windownation.com. Tell them that Preston and Steve sent you.
All kinds of rock.
The one and only Mr. Michael Ian Black.
Yes. Hello.
How are you, Michael?
I am blown away by the traffic report. Just watching you do it live to me is unbelievable. Just a string of words just blazing out of your mouth. Just words. You say them with such confidence. Even though you're reading it, you're clearly reading it from a screen.
Yes.
You have all the information in front of you. I don't know how you do that.
Well, thank you.
You will be amazed at how many people, and we're talking top-level actors and directors, sit there in awe of Kathy's traffic abilities.
It's amazing
Even
to see that.
politicians
Yeah,
who
even
speak for a living
politicians.
have commented on that. And your screen over there, by the way, I couldn't do it. It's not all verbatim. She kind of, it just gives basic information.
Much of it is wildly inaccurate, but it does present nicely.
Oh, I never find traffic reports accurate at all.
You want to try it? Do you want to go over to her
yes.
screen? Do you really?
Okay, pull up a screen.
Okay, go over there to Kathy's.
I think Michael
microphone.
impresses me as someone with a very competent ability
So
here.
you're just going from here to where? All the way down?
Well,
Did you
no,
read
I don't.
all of that?
I don't
She
go.
picks out.
Yeah, I'll pick out. I don't do everything, and I don't go in.
Which to pick? How do you know? How do you even prioritize Pennsylvania Turnpike? What WB? What does that mean?
Westbound.
Okay. Pennsylvania Turnpike, westbound west of Willow Grove. That's exit 343 to Fort Washington. Backed up 12 minutes. I can't do it.
He's gone. He's out.
I'm just staring at it. Where? This one?
Yeah.
Over on the Vine Street Expressway, I-676, westbound between I-95 and Broad Street, an accident that has been cleared away. We did have a 2-minute delay, so you might want to watch out. I don't know.
That was good.
That was not bad.
The amount of panic I felt in that moment.
It's pretty
the
good.
stress of that. How long did it take you to learn how to do that?
She's
You know
still
what?
learning?
Still learning. The first time I ever did it, I was on TV, and it was probably the worst experience I ever had.
All right, that makes me feel better that you're just not a natural at it.
I had the weather guy at the time over at the station I was working for called me afterwards, and he was like, "Look,
you're through in this business."
No, he goes, "It happens to all of us. Get past it and make sure your next one is better." And I did, and it helped because I was mortified. Fortunately, it was 4:00 in the morning.
Right,
but still, I was.
Well, that's the
mortified.
time to train.
At 4:00 in the morning,
right?
Clearly,
right.
You know what always amazes me though, with that skill set is the people who do the weather reports and have just the green screen and are pointing at things. I could not do that. I have no.
But there's a logic
ability
to that there isn't to the trap. If you can see the weather just to the side on the monitor, and you're a trained meteorologist, you can understand that certain symbols mean certain things. But if you're just looking at a string of words like you are, somehow you have to make sense of that and assimilate it on the spot. Look. What I do is brilliant. Let's not mince words.
That's true.
What I do is
Shine down. Dance, kid, dance. Got some aggression behind that song. Solid tune. 10:35. Friday morning. No sad, bro. We're getting to the end of our program here. In a moment, we'll give a very cool prize away to somebody who's been paying attention this week. But I would like to take a moment and thank our friends, guest-wise, for being on the program. We had Matt and Tam over at 6ABC, had a chance to talk to them.
Yes.
Enjoyed that little check-in. Then we had Food Network star Marc Murphy on the program during the Connoisseur segment. First time we've had a guest on the Connoisseur, and he was great.
Finally explained an issue that we were having trouble understanding.
Yeah, it's a group of restaurants called Wonder that are in our area. There's going to be 10 of them eventually, and they will be able to, it's like what we've heard of as a ghost kitchen. You essentially just order to-go stuff from there. But they're taking well-known chef names, and each chef has created their own semi-menu there, and they have all these offerings that are available for them. It's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool sounding.
And the one in King of Prussia is open now. Craig Shoemaker was on as well. Craig is performing at Soul Joel's in Pottstown tomorrow night, 6 to 8 p.m. You can go to craigshoemaker.com or check out Soul Joel's website to do that. And then we had an unexpected guest. And it was awesome. Brandon Graham of the Eagles called us this morning. He was listening and texted Casey. He was enjoying our chat about berries and yogurt and chimed in. And Casey was like, well, why don't you text in and jump on the Zoom? And he popped on and we had a little chat with him. It was great.
It's a good chat, yeah.
He's in a good place.
Just the nicest freaking guy.
Most definitely. Speaking of the nicest freaking guy.
You got the wrong guy.
Yeah.
I'm an a-hole.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I'm a miserable SOB.
Really?
I'm a mother effer.
What's up, Dick?
Hey.
How you doing?
Hey. Beat it, creep.
You got a nice shirt on today, though. I like that.
Thank you.
Is that, what is that, velvet?
What is that, velvet?
Is that a line from
Coming to America.
Oh, dear.
There's also the, this must be felt when you're copping a feel.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
This must be
What is his
felt.
blouse? This must be felt.
Oh,
It is now.
Yet another cultural reference I missed, but there you go.
Yeah.
You want to feel me?
Sure. Yeah, let's feel that.
What is this material?
It is velvet.
Ah.
This is velvet.
Nice and smooth.
There you go. Just like me.
Wow.
Did
you shower this morning?
No.
Oh, you look...
Haven't for days.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Want to give me a hug,
Let's
honey
get the
bunny.
hell out of here.
It's either grease or a shower. Not sure.
Kathy, come here. Give me a smoochie.
Smoochie.
No, I actually did take a shower this morning.
You look lovely.
You're very kind, and if you give me your address, I can write a check.
All right. Without further ado, let's get that letter so we can give away that prize. You ready, brother?
No.
All right.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by The Letter.
T as in Tommy.
All right, and that means we got the prize giveaway. We'll take caller number 7. Right. Well, we don't do that anymore.
No, we
don't. God.
We will get back to it, but
We
we
will.
haven't quite gotten there yet.
Yep, the Xfinity mobile guest line will eventually be up and running. So here's what you got to do. You got to text the word Zoom to 610-660-9333. And we'll grab a winner from there. What are you doing on this fine Friday, brother?
Such an example of Mercury retrograde. Things breaking down. We'll have, we only have 2 more days to celebrate the month of March, International Women's History Month. So we've got a wicked block. What?
Somebody just texted in a great name for you. The Velvet Bear. The
Wow.
Velvet Bear.
I like that. I like that.
All right, I'm sorry. It's just that caught my eye.
Hey, stay with me. Velvet Bear until 3.
Yeah.
I got the velvet songs for you, ladies. Or gentlemen. Or whoever.
Whatever.
I got cat music. Where were? Oh, women.
You got cat music.
Cat music. Music for cats.
Yeah.
Ladies block. It's going to be the wickedest. We have a birthday that's going to tie into it, but we're going to dance today in our ladies block at noon.
Nice.
It's going to be quite spectacular, quite the left turn, and I do invite you to stay tuned for that, plus Block of the Peppers and a Block of Bruce for Friday.
I love when you take left turns, man.
Thank you.
So we're looking forward to that. All right, let's see if someone knows our word of the week. It's Marc who is joining us. Hey, Marc, how you doing, man?
I'm doing well. I have 3 testicles.
Stand proudly, sir, and give us the word of the week.
Excellent. Great
Grunt.
day in the morning. I could see his face.
Yes.
So that's why I knew he was saying the word grunt.
He was, oh, sorry, what
As
happened?
in,
He was grimacing, but yes, he said grunt as well. We'll save that. Hang on, wait. We need our official winning music. There it is. All right, Mark, dude, do you have the hookup? You have the hookup at the Disturbed show on Wednesday at the Wells Fargo Center. So we're going to give you a pair of premium tickets to the show, meet and greet photo with the members of Disturbed, an autographed Disturbed merchandise item, VIP laminate, and a bunch more. My brother, how do you feel?
Oh, man, I am so excited.
Yeah.
That rocks. You guys are the best.
Thank you, man. Well, enjoy. It's on us. And Q Prime as well, the sponsor. By the way, Daughtry and Nothing More, also on the bill for this show. Tickets are available now at Ticketmaster. So hang on, bud. We'll get your information, Mark. Congratulations. Going to the weekend happy, my man. All right, now. There we go. We'll thank our sponsors.
Go.
Preston and Steve Show has been brought to you today by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors. Also by Duncan, and the Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. Shaping up to be a busy week next week. We will have Titus Welliver and Michael Connolly from Bosch joining us.
I love that show.
We will have Steven Weber. We love him on the program. We will have from Stranger Things, Finn Wolfhard joining us. Eric Andre. We will also have Adam Hutter.
Hutter. Yeah.
Scooby!
From World Oddities?
Yeah, the World Oddity Expo is coming.
The Expo.
Adam, yes.
All right, then from the AEW, we will have Will Ospreay in the studio, and also joining us, Luis J. Gomez, comedian, in the studio, too. So it's shaping up to be, like I said,
packed.
Big week. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Enjoy your 85-degree temperature this weekend, friend, and we'll see you later. Bye-bye.